This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Day 3 of our tour of Croatia is about to start. It is going to be a huge day. We're on to the ECI's T10 action coming your way. I'm Phil G. This is European Cricket Network. Welcome to Croatia. Let's get started. Good morning everybody, Dobro jutro, and welcome again to the Mladost Cricket Centre here. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you to this day 3 of our tour, and we're starting the T10 action here this morning with 4 games today, 3 games tomorrow. It's ECI's, it's Croatia and Cyprus going head to head in a best of 7 ECI competition. This is going to be scintillating stuff, let me tell you that. Under beautiful blue skies here, a bit of dew on the ground, but look, it's going to get very warm today. It's going to get warm in the centre as well. We'll talk a bit more about the weather later on when myself and Rico resume commentary duties. But for now this morning, let me just say this, 2 teams very keen to get on the pitch and get out there nice and early and get some runs on the board and make a big start in this ECI. We finished the T20Is yesterday. Congratulations to Cyprus, a 4-0 whitewash they had over Croatia. Croatia very hungry to bounce back in these T10 competition coming your way very shortly. So without any further ado, let's get across to Charles Croucher, our tournament referee. He's got the 2 captains, Alan and Scott. Take it away, Charles. Coin toss coming your way.
Good morning and thanks, Phil. We've got Croatia and Cyprus will call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is a head.
Or butts.
Cyprus have won the toss and they'll bat.
Thank you, Charles. So there you have it. Cyprus win the toss, going to have a bat first. And when we saw them batting yesterday, we saw some amazing batting talent. They bat very deep and they bat very strong, and they adapt very quickly to when they were losing wickets in the T20Is. Move ahead now to the T10s. It's a different animal completely, but what we saw yesterday from the Croatian batting was very intelligent batting. I think we're going to see that again today for sure, and also some pretty big power hitting as well. They're a relatively unchanged team from the T20s coming to the T10s. We'll have a look at the teams in a moment. I'm sure Rico will take you through that any moment now. And on the Croatian side, a few changes there as well. They've lost a few players who had other duties this weekend, unable to stay for the ECIs. So some big inclusions coming in for those teams as well. I'm looking forward to seeing how they handle the conditions here this morning. Like I said earlier, a little bit of dew on the ground. That's going to dry up in about the first 20 minutes of this match. I just know it's going to not make a massive impact. But with Cyprus winning the toss and batting first in relatively cool conditions, it's about 20 degrees at the moment here early this morning. It's going to get up to about 34 degrees today, probably even warmer out in the centre as well. There'll be drinks breaks. There'll be just a bit of chance for the players to have a little bit of respite. The crew as well are going to want some respite as well. I know myself and Rico are going to be screaming for the cold water and the ice throughout the day and throughout the whole weekend. Anyway, why don't we get started? Hope you guys are ready as well. We're ready to go, and I know one man who is, and that's of course Rico Ford, my co-commentator and good mate, who is there in the igloo waiting to take over. Rico, the news from the toss is that Cyprus have won the toss, going to have a bat first. Looking forward to this. I bet you are as well.
I am indeed. Dobro jutro. And look at that handsome chap out there enjoying the sunshine. Doesn't he look nice and smart? Welcome to Croatia, the land of 1,000 islands. That's where we are. And we're ready to do battle again between the home side. Croatia are taking on Cyprus. Now we know the way that the T20s went. It was 4-0 to Cyprus. And I think most people would agree with me when they say that it was a fairly straightforward victory in all accounts for Cyprus. But T10, a different ball game. Croatia, several changes coming into the side. So the captain's brother, Luke Vuskovic, in the side. You got Adrian in there, Krasimir Kagares, Neil Smith. Looking forward to seeing how Neil goes. You got Rashid Hashmi behind the stumps in there as well. So plenty of changes there. You'd expect that from Croatia. They are the home side, and of course they've got the flexibility perhaps to have more players on their squad. So they definitely have a sort of different squad here, more or less. when it comes to this format compared to the T20 internationals. That means fresh bodies, fresh legs. Where Cyprus, it's very much the same. You can see that Lovedeep Singh, who didn't play yesterday, I know they were looking after him because he had a slight back complaint. He is back in the side here, so they're going to keep an eye on, see how he goes. So he comes in, and Hardeep Singh, who bowled very well in his, in his absence, is the 12th man. Good morning, everybody, and I want to say happy Raksha Bandhan. Once again, the celebrations continue today. So from all the brothers in the world to all our sisters, we want to say have a wonderful day. And yes, we promise to always look after you. Happy Raksha Bandhan. And I know it's a big celebration there in the Hindu calendar as we get ready today. We're going to tell you, very hot, very hot. There will be that dew, as there has been first thing in the morning, but it is hot. And I think the players and us and everyone is going to have to adjust to that, including the umpires. Good morning to the umpires. DJ is going to be spinning the Grizzly this morning. DJ is out there with Vejico. There's your two umpires. Umpire Mia is the third. Here we go. Here's the first. And good start. Quarter wide. I think that's a tight call, actually. Good morning to Vejico, the umpire. But I think that one probably... let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I thought it maybe just caught a bit of the line, but I can see what the umpire's thinking there. So wide to start. This is Adrian. Adrian starts with the wide, in he comes again. And this time up in the air, will just get over the wicket keeper. And it races to the boundary. There's going to be cuatro carreras, a little bit of suerte for Rahman Mazumdar. You can see Rahman, his opening partner with him this time is Mangala Gunasakara, who, of course, we saw make 2 half-centuries in the T20s. Rahman himself had a very good first day. Where he was not out. They couldn't get him out. He made 80, he made 30 odd. Yesterday, not so good, so he's looking to bounce back. Still keeping him at the opening spot, even in this format. But he's got to play a different type of game, and he looks to be prepared to do that. This time goes straight to the fielder. Yeah, good morning. Let's say good mornings to. So who do we have there in the chat? We had Wayne in there. Hello, Wayne. Hello to Rob Thompson. And... KG was there as well. Of course, Phil was doing a little bit of lurking this morning, as was I. And well done to the gang at Wimbledon. Good finish there in the end. And a few surprises there along the way. Well, that's a surprise for the batter. That's hurt him. That has hurt him. I think that's caught him just about the collarbone, and it's missed the lid. That's going to hurt. Now, that don't look good. Rahman Mazumdar has taken one here. Charles Croucher, the tournament referee, is getting out there. It's just caught him in a... You can see the bat comes out of the hand straight away. That's going to hurt. They need to get some... need to get some spray on that pretty quickly. And, well, maybe even he takes a walk and sits it out for a bit. That looked a sharp delivery. I wonder if we can see this just again here. I know that Imans is with us doing the production from Riga today. Good morning to you, Imans. Nice to have you with us. Can we see that again, Emans, if you've got it? It was a spicy one. It just catches him on the... Just catches him, I think, around about the collarbone. That's why I was a bit worried there. And Charles is just confirming with him, look, where did it catch you? Are you okay? And, yeah, there's the discussion there. And I think Charles is saying, hey, you wanna come off and have a sit down for a bit? Charles is doing the concussion test there. Well... It's like going to school in the morning, isn't it? Go to school, and Charles has got a smile on his face. Rahman's smiling. So it looks like he's okay. But it's a nasty place to get hit, but he seems to be moving around pretty freely, especially that part of the arm and the shoulder. But, yeah, that's a bit of a spicy one. Nick Brown in the chat saying he would love to see the Croatians give a better account of themselves. Yeah, I think we all would. Maybe in this format, especially with some of the changes that they've had in there, that they are going to be able to do that. So I think that's what everybody wants to see. Everybody wants to see a tight contest. So Here comes Adrian again, and this time he goes a little bit fuller. Does sneak this one inside the line. So yeah, nice to have Adrian into the side here. I think Croatia probably needed just a little bit of new blood in there. You know, just some fit bodies that are willing to charge in, and Adrian certainly seems to be doing that at the moment. This one's going to be too wide this time, so he is definitely targeting that offside area. This time it's too wide again from Adrian. So Adrian is somebody that we haven't seen that too much of, actually. Just bringing up his stats, and the reason why, it's the first time that he's playing. So good luck to him, but that one is going to be worked away. And, well, we're going to have to good look at this. Let's do a boundary check here. I'm looking at the boundaries here, actually, and I know they've probably brought him in a little bit, but they still look, I don't know, they don't look to be that far in. They still look to be pretty far, but that, let's have a look at this, though. He gets down and probably just, I think, releases that before it goes, before the body goes over the boundary, but not the ball, so that ends up being a good save. Adrian coming in to finish these over, and he actually gets lucky here. It's down the leg side, which I think if Mazumda had left, it would have been a wide. So the first over comes to an end. And not a bad one from Adrian. He's first on the network, and he goes for 8. It's a fine time to talk about our tour of Croatia. So, of course, today, the start of the weekend, Saturday the 9th of August, is when we have the ECI. It's 2 days of ECI action. Then myself and the charming young man who's come and joined me in the commentary igloo, Phil G, on Saturday the 16th. We'll also be talking about some ECS women's cricket. Looking forward to that, Phil.
Yeah, definitely. W to you, Rico, and to everybody watching around the world. Welcome, and yeah, good morning. And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, ECSW starting next weekend. Looking forward to that big time. I was actually about to mention, just in terms of Croatia, where we are and things like that. We had a good chat yesterday evening. Ilonka Samontara and also Mia Dodovac, they were here at the ground, and they're 2 players who have played for the Croatian women, and they were recently in Czechia at Vinoj at the cricket ground there, playing in the CE Cup, and it was wonderful to run into them again. And they started filling my head full of all the inventions that we haven't not yet mentioned, thanks to Croatia. Which, well, basically we've got so many. We're going to take the rest of the tour to go through them all. There's a lot to get through, Rico. But my favourite one is that the hot water bottle was invented here in Croatia.
The hot water
Hot water bottle.
Look, I have to be honest, the hot water bottle is not something that I need to use too much these days, living in Spain.
True.
But the earlier days in the UK, Mum was an angel when she used to have the hot water bottle ready in the bed before we got in there. It made a big difference.
My mother the same. My parents were British, and exactly the same thing. Yep, that was always for the kids. It's like, yep, your hot water bottle is up there. You're fine. Go to bed now. I know it's really cold. Even growing up in Melbourne, some of those winter nights and winter mornings were quite chilly.
Did you have a nice fluffy cover for it as well?
No,
for the hot water bottle?
No, we had the plastic, and that would burn if you got your leg up against it.
You needed a nice little. I'm trying to. I think I had a penguin.
A penguin?
A penguin, yeah.
Okay, I just remember this blue plastic polymer thing. Which, if you got your calf muscle up against it because it was down the bottom of the bed, keep your feet warm. If you got that against it, you'd know about it pretty quick smart. So, it was there for a reason, but that was it. Mangala is swinging and missing, unfortunately, for him and for Croatia. They'll be happy to get a few dot balls past his swinging blade.
Yeah, they will. Mangala, who, well, I had to play, I suppose, all the batters, even Roman Mazumda was out there with him. They had to play a different role when it came to the T20s. It was all about staying there, partnerships, taking time. We saw many a time. It's in the air, catching chance and taken. And Mangala will go without scoring. And how about that for Harpreet? Harpreet Jolly has taken the wicket, and he's jolly happy at the moment. Jolly good from Harpreet. And a good catch there taken down the ground. And the dangerous Mangala Gunasakara will go for a 2-ball derrick. So good morning, everybody. And there's the first of this ECI series between Croatia and Cyprus.
Just as I was saying, he was swinging and missing. He connects, but he's hit it straight down the throat of Long On, who made no mistake. Nice catch there from Aman, who just had to come in just a few steps and take it comfortably. No juggle, no bobble. And yeah, Jali's going to be very happy about that. Into the side for Croatia. He didn't get a look in for the T20 eyes. It was unavailable. So he's in this morning. And how about that? Get a wicket in the first over. Very dangerous batter back in the dugout. Croatia will be happy with that.
I've been watching a bit of Mind Your Language again. You know, I just love it. I love going back to it every so often. So to that one, I say, Jali good.
Nice one. Oh,
I knew I'd make you laugh first hit this morning. It was on my agenda. Jolly good, everybody. And a very good morning.
Nice.
And that's not so nice, but that's not very nice either. And the Grizzly will make its way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. That should have been a chance. And Tharanga, I was saying, not so nice from him because he scooped it up in the air. I don't know who the fielder is out there, but made a total hash of that.
Oh, he tell you what, the bowler's going to be jolly annoyed with that one. That was not a good effort. Didn't save the boundary, didn't take the catch, just didn't do enough. Goes to the uppercut, misses that one. Yeah, that's a bit disappointing.
Yeah, good morning. Who we got? We got Dip in there as well. Hello, Dip. Good morning to you. Dip and Anupam was saying, Gunasakara changed the game. Not in this one. He did change the games though in the T20s, but I'm sure he will bounce back. Hello to John Heasham. A bit of an appeal here, but going across the line and wrapping him on the pad. I feel. I think the umpire will give the signal now. There's the signal there from the umpire. And yeah, we have got some new umpires here as well. And that at the moment we're seeing is I think it's Veljeko, or probably not pronounced like Veljeko. I don't know if you know the right pronunciation for our umpire out there, but we did have him with us last year. Hey, this is what we got happening today. 4 matches, ECIs. That's the end of the second over. And at the moment, Croatia, credit to them, they're keeping Cyprus quiet. It's 14-1.
Yeah, that's not a bad start, is it? That's pretty good from Croatia. Considering that Croatia went down 4-0 in the T20Is over the last couple of days, they've bounced back this morning. A fresh set of faces as well, and a fresh approach to a different animal, as I described that during my introduction. Talked about, you know, the fact that the T20Is are now behind us, and now it's time for the players to change themselves up a little bit here and get in the groove of T10, which is a very different animal indeed. And 14-1 after 2, be happy with that.
Yeah, look, everybody, let's try and help John Heasham out. He's saying his tablet won't charge. Now, John, I don't know what device you have. I know that I had that same sort of issue with mine. And what I did, you know, the extra connecting points, I just got a cotton bud and I just gave him a little clean, and that seemed to have done the trick. But anybody that can help John Heasham out, come on, give him some advice on how to get his tablet going. Otherwise, John is just going to be lurking today. We'll try and help you out, John. Hope you're well, buddy. It's nicely played, guided away. It will be a single.
Just on the back of helping out Johnny there, if anyone can help him out with a few tips, that'd be great. But I got to say, the first person who says, "Have you tried switching it off and back on again?" they're going to be in trouble. I'll be looking for you in the chat if you say that. I think Johnny's probably done that several times already. But yeah, Johnny, try and stay with us. As Rico just gave you a good tip there about cleaning the connection points there, and yeah, sometimes that does happen.
It's down that leg side again, and it's not going anywhere. Oh, well, they almost had to run out. The throw back in from the bowler. Adrian hits the side of the pitch. Watch this. He throws it on the side of the pitch, and it just bounces over. Oh, there it goes. And look at the keeper. Have a look at the keeper. Look at the action here. What a shot that is from 2 circles. Watch the... Oh, look at that. It's all happening there. He was almost eating mud. Was the wicket keeper there, Hashim?
Rahman gets back in his crease. He for 5 seconds he stared at the patch where that ball hit, and he's just saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you."
Ooh, wild swing. I'm liking this from Croatia. They've come out fighting. I think they knew, probably, in fairness, they probably knew before the start of yesterday that it was very unlikely for them to get the win in the T20 series. but they're finding it hard. Of course, very different ball game, isn't it? There's so many huge differences between the 20 overs and the 10. I mean, it's only another 10 overs, but the whole game is played completely different. It's great bowling here from Adrian. Well, Vidovic is bowling beautifully, getting the Yorkers in, bowling with a bit of pace, with a bit of steam. He's a big lad. And he's been helped out with getting that ball shine there as well. I mean, you think about it yesterday, how many times did we see batters going at 24 balls, 28 of 30 deliveries, which in the T20 format, and I'm talking about mainly the Cyprus batters because they are the ones that kind of had a better day. Ooh, was a little bit late getting his bat back in, but it's a different format. Here you can't go that way. You go that way, you lose the game for your team.
That's right.
You've got to go big. I mean, already Roman Mazumdar, that's what he said, 10 balls for 6. He's already going below that rate. So they might already be thinking, okay, Roman, and bear in mind, remember when he played in the T20s, he made 80 of 62. You know, and then the next time he was in the runs, I think he scored 30-odd, 39 or something like that. Oh, yeah, 36 or 40.
Yep.
You can't be batting like that in this format. So you can see he's trying, but it just takes a little time to adjust. That's we saw also from Mangala trying to go big straight away, gets out on 0. So with the T20s, you don't have to do that. You can get yourself in, tap it around. You can go. You can be dotted up 4 or 5 balls. It don't matter. In this format, it matters.
Yeah, it matters big time. And I'll mention this during my intro exactly along those lines, Rico. And the fact that they've played T20s before the T10, it just means they come to the ground and they need to get out of that groove. Get out of that groove of, I've got a bit of time.
Yeah.
You know, I've got maybe an over to play myself in. A bowler saying, a few loose deliveries, that's okay, I'll make up for it next over. No, you need to be on. For the 60 deliveries that you're bowling or you're batting, you need to be on.
Happy Charlie coming on the ball. There might have been a bit of pad on this. The umpire's not giving any signal. Tharanga seems to be a bit confused why that's not being given a wide, but it's another dot ball. That last over, by the way, just the 1 run from it. Let's have a look at this again. Ooh, I don't, maybe it just brushes the pad on the way through. Probably just gets a little bit of it. Yeah. Played away. That is nicely played. Should be 4, you know. The boundaries, I did double check. The boundaries have been brought in slightly. The measurements were done last night, and Charles Croucher, the sheriff, oversaw them. So from the centre of the pitch, so my best way to describe this is if you went to the centre of the pitch and you imagined that you had a compass set at 50 metres, you then go all the way around, you do a circle, and that is the way that the boundaries are measured there. So it's 50 metres from the centre all the way around. So
I think optically it does look like it's only a little bit smaller, but yeah, you're right, Rico. I saw that as well. It's been confirmed.
In the air, shouts to catch it. Oh, that's a beautiful catch. And that is Luke Vuskovic, who comes into the side, the brother of Captain Zach, and he's taken a lovely catch here. He's when I was looking at this, he's like a gazelle that is running through the wilderness and just leaps into the air and takes a delightful catch. And that is the end of Tharanga.
Yeah, what a great catch that is. Ariel is in the air at the time. I was thinking almost like a South African springbok. That was really something. The leap, just so he could take it comfortably around chest height and didn't have to go AFL style with the hands extended too far. And Tharanga has to go, trying to elevate, trying to get the runs going here. Let's have a look at this one more time. Yeah, nicely taken. He takes it comfortably. And that's why he leapt in the air. Didn't want to have to sort of extend above his head. And the leap, well timed. And that is indeed Luke who takes a good catch there. And get congratulations from his brother straight away.
Yeah, may the force be with you, Luke. As Luke takes the catch. Nicely done. Next batter comes out. Oh, he could be gone. Oh, Charlie just couldn't get there. And then, well, what is Roman doing at the other end? Look at this. I mean, the batter hits it. He's going. Look at Roman. He's running the wrong way. And then, well, fortunately, he will make it because it's a bit of a wild throw from Charlie. Well, that wasn't so jolly good from Charlie, but he comes back now to Roman. Roman just can't get bat onto ball. He's trying everything. He's throwing himself at the ball now. I think Cyprus will be having a look at this. Do you reckon they might make a change here? Certainly, Captain Scott Birdkin must be thinking, I've got to make a change here. Maybe Scott wants to get in there now himself because Mazumda, it's just not happening for him at the moment.
Yeah. What Roma did there, he did exactly what Rika and I have been talking about with regards to switching your mind from T20 to T10. There was a single in that skied effort before, but in T20, you would just go back to your crease and just say, all right, reset, let's try again. In T10, grab that single. Grab it. Don't let a dot ball get put against you. So, yeah, I reckon you might be onto something there, Rico. I reckon, yeah, skipper Scott Burdekin, he's probably considering 7 from 12 in this very first ECI. And you know what? You want to get that first win. It's just 2 teams, best of 7. You want that first win. You want to be able to say we're leading this. We're leading the series. We are going to lead the series, and we're going to continue to lead. We're not going to catch up.
I think you're right. That would be massive for Croatia if they can get the win first up here.
Yeah.
I think that could really set them up. That could get them firing in all cylinders. It really could.
Yeah.
Cyprus, they also know that. They know the danger of going down in the first because all of a sudden the feel-good factor for Croatia returns and they'll be on a high. So important first match this and good start this now. This is from Aman Choube, who took that very good catch earlier to remove Mangala. And now he is with the ball. You can see the freshness, can't you, in the likes of Harpreet Jali and now here Aman Choube. They look fresh and they look keen to make immediate impact here for Croatia.
Yeah, Chobe took that first catch this morning too, so he's been rewarded with an over, which is good to see. Unfortunately, he's put that one a bit wide. I've got one eye on the action and one eye on the Cyprus tent as a few dot balls getting chewed up here. That was a wide, fair enough. But yeah, Ramon Mazumda, he needs to start putting the accelerator down. He can't afford to get too bogged down. We're in the 5th over, and it's 22 for 2 on the board, Richie Benno, but it's in the 5th. So yeah, I think Cyprus need to just have that readjustment in their minds again. Maybe this is something that'll just shake them a little bit and say, hang on a minute, we do have to put the foot down. There's only 60 deliveries here.
Yeah, definitely. In comes. Oh, that's going to be a bad one. That's going to be a no ball. It's completely off the pitch. Hey, I know you got one eye on the middle, one eye on the bench. Can you put one eye on the temperature as well? I tell you, it feels so hot here. It's the hottest I think I've been in the last few days. It feels so hot.
Okay, it's 9:22 in the morning. In the shade, it's 24 degrees, but currently the real feel is 31 already.
Yeah.
That's what you're feeling. That's what you're feeling right now.
It is warm, buddy.
Yeah, it is. We've got shade with the, what do you call it, our igloo, but we don't have a lot of shade otherwise. So, you know, there's that.
Yeah. I'll tell you what else we have today. Ooh. We have the camera set up today. We can actually say hello to, hey, I think it's a retirement. I knew it was coming.
Knew it was coming.
Roman Mazumda, who just played and missed at another.
Yep.
That's going to be, I think that was 16 balls in there for him, or I don't know if there's one more to be added to that. Well, we go with 15 at the moment, but see, that there, just there, shows you the difference between the two formats.
Totally agree.
Going like this yesterday, Roman Mazumda, no problem, or 2 days ago. In this format, if you don't get going, you're going to have to make the change. So there is a change. And still can't get going. They would go, not a bad choice, really. Scott Austin, who did show that he's certainly got the acceleration. You could have gone with either Scott or with Adam. I must admit, I think we're going to see a change from Cyprus pretty quickly in this format. I think the likes of Scott and Adam had to be higher up the order. And both the Scots as well. Scott Burdekin, Scott Austin, who's out here now. And then also, I think Adam said, that's beautifully played, and that's why. Look, you just got to be clever. You've got to be funky. That is the perfect shot to play on this pitch. You know you're going to get some extra bounce. Be prepared for it. What a beautiful shot this is. That's good. Delightful. Absolutely delightful from Scott Austin.
Yeah, he played probably the shot of the day yesterday with that amazing ramp shot. And he's played something similar here. Not quite a ramp. It was just an elevated glide off the face of the bat. But his timing is so sweet. He's absolutely on here, Austin. I reckon we could be in for a bit of a dazzling display from Stone Cold Scott Austin.
Well, that's going to be too wide again. So you see the difference. For those people that are watching and thinking, retired out, what, hang on a minute. Oh, pause. What do you mean? in this format, you can retire a batter out. And if a batter's strike rate is bad, I think you've got to do it. And Scott Burdekin, it's not an easy decision for a captain, but I think we know Cyprus pretty well. It was International Beer Day yesterday, and we did have a beer when we got back to base, and Cyprus joined us as well.
Yep.
And they're a good team. They are a team. The players are a team. What a shot that is first! Absolute sizzler. That is a blast. That is brutal from Scott Austin. And he makes impact immediately. So take note. If a batter is not going well, make the change. And Scott Burdekin made that change. And I think the whole team know that. That's the thing about it. I always say this. Before you start a T10 tournament, all the captains should get together with the players and say, right, boys, this is what I expect as a strike rate. If you're not hitting that strike rate, no bad feelings. But the right thing to do for the team is to make that change, and I'm going to make the change. And Scott Burdekin has made that change. I still feel that he was pretty kind to Rahman. He gave him 15 balls.
Yeah.
Now, think about that for a moment. 15 balls is a quarter of the innings.
Yes.
And he only scored 7 runs. So
yeah.
I thought when he was on 10 balls, that would have been the time. So they gave him a bit of time. He never got going, called him back in, makes a change, and Austin, he's off to a flyer.
I've said it to a few of the staff here too, of the teams. It's 60 deliveries you've got. That's it. You've only got 60 deliveries. 15, Rico, you're absolutely right. That's a quarter of the innings that he's used up for 7 runs.
Jobby finishes with a good one. So 13 come off the over. And we're at the halfway point. And Cyprus, look, they're going at the same sort of score that they were going at the T20s. And we know they need to be a little bit more than that. And, well, look, here we are. Very good morning to you around the world, wherever you are. And, well, for the next few days, you'll be able to see myself and this charming, handsome man who, for some reason, is still wearing a jacket. I don't know what that's about, just for the camera, I think. But good to be with you again. Good to have you with us. Rico Full here with Phil G, talking you through the action. Hey, something is hatching. Something new is hatching on the European Cricket Network. Let's see where we are with this. Let's see. Let's remove another piece of the puzzle. And there we have it. Something new is hatching. So another piece gets taken away. What do you reckon is hiding behind there?
I like the shoes. I'm liking the shoes.
He looks like somebody is ready for action. Looks like somebody who's built for action. That's what I say. I don't think to just mention, because of the heat, we just touched on the heat for a moment, that at every 5 over stage there will be a quick drinks interval. That's fine. That gives us an opportunity to talk to you all. And I also want to say happy Raksha Bandhan, because I know I mentioned this yesterday, but continues today in the Hindu calendar. Today is Raksha Bandhan, and it's a day that we were saying that if you look at some of the text, I mean, it goes back to almost 6,000 years, where it's all about brothers showing their love and their appreciation for their sisters. And you tie like a nice little bracelet. Is tied by the sister on the brother, and they come in. They're pretty glamorous or pretty simple, whatever you fancy. And in return, you give a little gift to your sister, and then you exchange sweets, something like laddus or burfis or even jalebis. And you promise to look after them, and I think it's a lovely thing, it's a beautiful thing, and I think in the world that we live in at the moment, it's also so important.
It is indeed. It's a lovely little touch, and I can't believe it's 6,000 years old. That's history. That's such a lovely cultural little tidbit there that Rico's given us. It's really quite touching, quite something.
Yeah. Now we go back to the action here, and 34 for 3, as I said. Jobe had a few issues with getting his line right. He went for 13 in the over, but I think at the moment, Croatia, I'm probably more than happy with this. Expected score, I mean, look, it says 89. I do expect Cyprus to go much better in the next 5. They've got Scott Austin out there. I think pressure also on there for Roshan to get going. Roshan Sriwadana. And this probably is more his style. Remember yesterday Roshan came out when Cyprus only needed to they needed something like 7 runs of 13 balls, and he came out swinging and missing, and then in the end they had to say he got himself out, and I don't think he was very popular and was kind of left out in the last match. But this is more his format, and this is probably the format for this guy. Now, we've got a lot of time for Neil Smith, haven't we? We've been talking to him a lot. He didn't quite meet the requirements to play in the ICC T20 internationals, but he does for our T10, and he has the ball in hand. That's up in the air. Chase is on, and it's going to be, I think, Looks like another remarkable save. The batters we might be seeing a first 3 here. Well, they might even want to go again, but no, it's been well backed up. Good running, but good. Oh, one short. One short being given.
Oh,
so
no.
we don't see a first 3. Well, the umpire, Vidgo, says no. Well, he hoiks at this. Let's slow this right down because this is going to be interesting. We can just see that. Oh, where's that foot?
Oh, hang on.
Where is that foot? Is that okay?
He's tapped it.
Tapped it.
Is he
there.
still touching it?
I don't know whether. I think
Oh,
just
no, he's
there.
got rid of it there, hasn't
Just there. It's about here. Has he got rid of it? Looks like that.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think when you look at that, that's okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it should have been 3, but 1 short. They're only going to get 2. I tell you what, if you've done all that running and they're going to take a run away from you, you're going to be gutted. Wants to go funky again and misses out on this one. Probably, yeah, that's more like it. I was going to say probably better if you play the reverse on that rather than the scoop. And as soon as he misses it, that's exactly what Scott Austin practices.
Yeah, it's a wrong angle for the scoop, isn't it? It's just he's going the wrong way, but the reverse, probably get better luck there. There is a third way back in the shadows on the boundary line there.
Slower delivery this time from Smith, and he makes sure that there's no way that he's going to get the reverse on that. And good running as the ball was not taken cleanly in the hands by the fielder there. That's Allen, who does make the stop, but the ball gets away from his fingers for a moment, and they do come back and take 2.
Yeah, just a quick word about our bowler there, Neil Smith. Yeah, Rico's absolutely right. There was, unfortunately, he didn't qualify for the T20Is, but he's playing here in the ECIs, and he took up a bit of a coaching role over the last couple of days and was very, very chatty with us about what Croatia were doing and what they were trying to get right.
Yeah, that's another one that's been missed out on here by Austin. I still think that when you look at this, whenever this, so if you're backing up, as soon as it's not in the gloves, you're running.
Yes.
I think you've got to go there.
Yes.
That's one thing. I think Cyprus ran very well between the wickets yesterday, but just they're a little bit slow to get going.
It's that mentality to turn dots into ones into twos, but immediately dots into ones. It can make a huge difference at the end of the game.
Full toss and blasted out of here. Not the best of deliveries there from Neil Smith. Just trying to go across the right hand and trying to get that Yorker angle in. But look, when you're bowling from this angle, he's a left armour. If you stray onto the pads, and especially if it's full, you're going just one place, and that is over the boundary rope on the leg side for a big 6. A 6 run. So Scott Austin is giving the required oomph into this run rate. He has played a missed a few as well, but that's the first boundary in the over. Big 6, 11 off it so far.
Yeah, this is why he was brought in. This is why the retirement happened in the last over. And this is why. And this was a good idea for Scott Burdekin, the captain, to say to Austin, look, you go in. Maybe Scott Burdekin will follow. We'll find out if there's a wicket falling. But this is a good move.
Nicely played. Yes, it's the call. Good early call. And they will take the single. That's Sam Houghton, who's out there, not behind the stumps this time. I think he's relieved that he's not behind the stumps after the battering he took. End of the 6, 46 for 3.
And just watching Sam there, he's moving a little bit gingerly there. Maybe he took that one a little bit on the body. Just a slight little hobble there. Hopefully he's okay. 46 for 3, as you say, Rico, after 6. 19 there to Scott Austin. Well, it didn't take long just to assert his authority here and go straight to the top of the high scorers in the Cyprus batting chart, even though he didn't have a lot of competition. There's just been a few struggles here. Early wickets falling as well. You know, Mangala went for a third ball duck. That didn't help things. Taranga bowled us for a couple of boundaries and exited the scene pretty quickly. And Roman, he had to get himself retired out from 7 from 15. So it hasn't been a Cyprus morning like it was yesterday morning. In Croatia, they will love to capitalise onto this now. As it looks like it's Harry Beresford-Pearce is going to get a chance with the ball.
Yeah, Harry will turn his arm over here. His brother not down in this one. Maybe they're just resting him. He had a big couple of matches in the T20s. Going for it down the ground and will get it. Will go all the way. Balle, Ginna Sona. Shaka. Yeah, it's a dangerous move, isn't it? Going to the spin at this time. Look, if I'm perfectly honest, if I was going to use Harry, I would have used him after that third over when there was only 15 on the board. That's a good time to bring on spin, because if it goes big, you think, okay, we tried it, we change it again.
Yeah.
But to go from here now, knowing that they're going after him, it's a bit risky. And Scott, of course, is going to go after him big time. That's a better delivery, just slightly shorter, and gets that extra bounce there as well. If we talk about the retirement just for a moment, it was 21 for 2 after 4 overs, and that's when the retirement happened.
Okay.
The over-by-over score went 8-6-1-7, and in the 2 overs since, while Scott's been in there, they've scored 25 in the last 2 overs. So straight away, look at the improvement there. That's the way you've got to be going.
Yeah.
Maybe left it a little bit longer, but you can see the immediate impact. And look at the expected score now. It's gone into the 90s. Missed out on that one. Now, Roshan is another one, I have to say, who's in danger of being pulled. When you've got Adam Sen, when you've got Scott Burdekin, when you've got Lovedeep Singh, all big hitters off the ball, then if he doesn't get a couple away here in the next few deliveries, he could be next.
Yeah, I agree. There's power in the shed. Let him loose.
Right, goes for it. I think he might just have enough of this. He does. You can see there the boundary. That gives a clear indication on that boundary there at mid-wicket. It definitely has come in. Yesterday, that was a catching opportunity. Today, it's an easy 6 runs. Well, that's 6 more to go on that board.
Yeah, so Roshan has answered us and said, all right, here we go. I can do it as well. And he knows now he's got Scott the other end. That'll push him along.
Edge and gone. Well, they don't have to pull him. He's going to go himself. But he's done himself a little favour by at least hitting that 6.
Yep.
But he'll go for 9 or 5. And well done to Harry. And a nice catch there taken in. Well, that's what he's there for, that short third. For the miscue, for the slice, and it goes straight to him. No mistakes whatsoever. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, and a few people might be a bit hard on Roshan for that innings, but absolutely not. Look, he's come in, he's had a couple of deliveries to see the ball. He goes for a big 6, and then he goes out. So he basically says, look, okay, I've only contributed 9 runs, but I've only used 5 deliveries, and now I step aside, and someone else comes in. There's only 60 balls here to play with. There's only 60 deliveries for the teams to try to get a score on the board. That goes very, very quickly. And if you get a bit bogged down, believe me, there's every reason for your captain to say, look, it's not working for you on this innings.
Yeah.
As you said, Rico, it's not a personal thing. It's for the team. Let's switch you guys over. Let's see what we can do now.
Very much so. And that's why that 6 he hit was so important. If he missed that 6 and then got out, we would have been saying something different. Right, here is Adam. Goes reverse Malachi straight away, and it's going to be a great grab. Hello, sorry, Johnny. Jalebia call, Rajke call, as the catch has been taken there by Adrian, and Vitkovic holds on to the catch. Jalebi delight. Well, this was like a giraffe going for the tasty leaves at the top of the tree. He had to reach, and reach he did. And a little bit of sexy cricket all round. Sexy from the batter, but even more sexier from the fielder.
Yeah, that's a great catch. Goes up one-handed. Couldn't go two-handed. He would not have had the extension to go two-handed. And he's pulled one in, and Adamson has to go for a first baller. Have a look from side on. And we might just see him coming to shot there. No, we don't. Go back to the other replay. Plucks it out of the air, as Rico says. A giraffe reaching up and taking something nice from the top of that very tall tree there. And we are straight away, bang, onto hat-trick watch.
देख लो सवेरे सवेरे जलेबियां मिल गई कि नहीं कितना स्वाद आ गया 59 for 5 3 overs to go. This is our calendar 2025. We'll be looking at that throughout the day. Germany, Romania, Hungary, Switzerland to come before it's action time in Andalusia, Spain for the Melto Shield, the Western Shield and the European Cricket Championship, which of course is the Euros of cricket. We're all getting ready for that. It's not that far away either, is it? The action starting on the 15th of September. More action here though in Croatia. Hit high in the ground. Should be gone. Oh, well, he's been called off it. That's good cricket. Really good cricket. There was a loud shout there, which meant that one of the fielders who looked like he was putting himself there to get it stopped himself, goes a long way up in the air. Scott Austin will go on 26, but just look at that. I think that was Sam Houghton was called off it, and a good, solid catch taken. Croatia are well on top here now as we see the 6th wicket go down.
3 in 3. That's a really good counterpunch, and the very dangerous Scott Austin has to depart. So it is a massive, massive blow here. This is a good turnaround. So I talked about hat-trick before. That'll come at the start of the next over if Harry gets another ball. But that's a good team hat-trick there to pick up 3 in 3. That's a huge wicket. Really, really big wicket there. 2 new batters at the crease. Neither have faced their first delivery until this.
And that is, he put him down. Put him down. It could have been 4 in 4 balls. The catch gets put down. And of all people, it's the captain, Zach Vuskovic. And, well, Aman Chobi knows he could have and should have quite possibly had another wicket there. And he could have been on a hat-trick.
That would have been an incredible blow. 60 for 6. What a counterpunch this is. This is good.
Oh, that's caught him on the fingers. He's showing that's hurt him.
Yep.
That's he's feeling the pain here, isn't he? He's feeling the pain. Alexander Sen has come in and replaced Adam. Scott Burdekin in there. 2 new batters, and you can see they're throwing everything at it. But ouch, that hurts, says Scott.
Yeah, that's going to sting. That's going to leave a mark. He gestured to the bench, but then he waved him away. I think they were ready with the spray. But yeah, that's going to leave a mark. Good over this. Good little period here for Croatia.
Well bowled, really well bowled. Scott Burdekin wanting to come down the track, trying to hit it straight down the ground. He knows if he can hit it dead straight, the chances of the 2 fielders stopping it is pretty slim. But misses out. Good location from Chelby.
Yeah, Croatia got a little bit of spring in their step now in the field. They're realising they keep doing this, they're going to be chasing a score around about the 90s. And they're going to be thinking, you know what, more pressure, maybe even less than that. 6 wickets already down.
Oh, well, there's that delivery again. And I think Scott Burdekin has got to try a different approach here. I think he's got to go back and try to uppercut or try to play in the backward point area. He's getting some advice there from Alexander Sen. Scott Burdekin, just that one contribution he made on the first day of the T20 internationals. He was in the first match, actually. Since then, he's had three other knocks where he hasn't been able to score runs.
Yeah.
So he's out of touch at the moment. Now in the air, should be another. It's right in the sun, though. And it's dropped. Oh, he had it and drops it. That's a big moment, and that's Allen. Puts the catch down. Magdalenic. It's in the sun, but he seems to have found it. And look, watch this. It's in, and then it's out.
Yeah, you could hear the audible slap of the leather hitting the palm. But I think that was more, his eyes were already closed from that dazzling sunshine going straight to his eyes. And he just didn't have the whereabouts to know that it bobbled, and he had to have a second bite at the cherry. So 2 catches go down on that over as well. 3 runs from it, a wicket at the very start. And yeah, that's a great over. Fantastic over number 8 there, as we now look to see who's coming under.
It's not Harry. It's not Harry. It's not.
He's been denied.
Harry, remember, he's on a hat-trick.
He's been denied, Rico.
He is on a hat-trick. We saw a team hat-trick, 2 in the last 2 balls of Harry Bereford-Pierce's over. Then Aman Chobi got a wicket very first ball. That was that team hat-trick. But Harry's on a genuine hat-trick. And, well, he's not been given the ball. It's going to be Luke Vuskovic who's going to bowl Heath first.
Okay, Luke, here he comes.
What a great over that, by the way, from Aman. Only 3 runs from it. He does pick up 1 wicket, but quite easily could have had 3.
Yeah, yep. Should have had 3.
It's fairly well played. 2 is the call, and it's going to be 4. Well, double it. It's going to be 4. Now, I think Harry, who's probably wondering why he's not bowling, may not get a bowl, because the captain might say, well, after that, you don't deserve one. He's got to stop that. That's just a little bit of inexperience maybe from the young player.
Yeah, that's a bit disappointing, that. Yeah, Luke...
Harry's what?
Vukovic, he's 4 years older than Captain Zach.
Yeah.
But he is the older brother.
He's the older brother, and that's what I was about to ask you. Yep. Harry's 17, is that right? We were looking at the ages, weren't we, of the two brothers. I think one was 17, one 18, if that rings about. Or have I got it the wrong way around?
Harry's 22, and Alfie is the one who's turning 18 in September.
Alfie's the younger one.
Alfie turns 18 next month. Yeah, so he's quite a youngster. He had a pretty good T20 eye. I thought he bowled pretty well. There was a couple of games they got after him a little bit, but I thought yesterday especially, I thought he bowled beautifully yesterday. Looking forward to seeing him playing maybe later on this afternoon.
Oh.
So if you're into number Wang, which I know Dave B is, it's 66 for 6. Dave B, that'll scare you out of your lurker mode if you're in the chat there. I know it will. He'll love that.
Scott Burdekin, now he's the captain. Maybe he's thinking about retiring himself out at the moment. He misses another one. 6 off 7 is not the rate you want to go at. How many more will he give himself before he thinks he's got to be gone? Well, high in the air. That is better. That's what he's looking for. It's actually a tremendous hit from Burdekin, the captain. Well, he does the same thing that Roshan Siriwardana did when we were talking about him thinking about maybe being retired out, as we were about Scott Burdekin. He too did hit back with the boundary, but then he got out the next ball. Let's see if Scott Burdekin can keep the momentum going. At least he gets himself off 66 for 6. And fielder there, and it's dropped. Oh, it's another catch that goes down. How crucial could all these drops be for Croatia? Look, they did a very good job in containing Cyprus, and they will still hold them to, I think, a low score. But if they go down by a handful of runs, it's the catching that has let them down.
That was a pretty straightforward catch, that one. That should have definitely been taken. That's disappointing.
That's hit pretty well in the air. Fielder's coming across, and this time it will be held by Allen. Well done. Now that's good, because having dropped one earlier, the pressure would have been on him. He comes running in. He's got the shades on. You need the shades out there, boys, because it's bright and sunny. Well done to Allen Magdalenic. He gets there, holds on to the catch, and that will be the end of another batter. Alexander Sen will go just for the one of 2 deliveries.
Yeah, I guess with the law of probability, and I've done a bit of statistics at, studies in my past, a catch was going to be held eventually. When you have 3 drop catches in the space of not even 10 deliveries, I think it was, and then the catch is finally taken. So nice catch, well held. So have a look at that. In 14 deliveries, there's been 4 wickets, and it's been about 15 or 16 runs. So that is... They were already in trouble, Cyprus, already in trouble. But this little patchy from Croatia, just keeping that pressure up, I think this is really, really clever.
Yeah.
However, I'm not sure why Harry doesn't get a chance to bowl. It's going to be Neil Smith to bowl the last.
I want to say just very quickly before this ball, Luke Vuskovic, well done. His first wicket on the European Cricket Network, playing his first match.
Well done, Luke. We'll give him a proper shout out then. Good on you, Luke. First wicket, first game. That's pretty positive stuff for that young man. There's just watching the batter there. He's pulling away. He's got a bit of a bug problem in the eyes there.
This Neil Smith coming back. Yeah, it is surprising that Harry doesn't come back. All right, I know he went for 13, but he's on a hat trick. He took 2 wickets. He'll never get a chance to bowl that hat trick ball. Neil Smith, left armour, hit hard, hit big, gone 6, solid. Scott Burdekin. This is his power. Hitting down the ground. But remember those balls that were just short of a length. Look where this is. It's right in his hitting zone. You've got to be slightly short to him, slightly wider. That ball popping up, and he can't play that shot.
Yep.
Can't be pitching up to him. Neil Smith will learn that very quickly. Good, powerful hit there from Scott Burdekin. It's worth mentioning Scott was dropped on 1 and on 13. He moves to 19.
I'm trying to find Harry in the field and just see whether he's shaking his head and saying, I wouldn't have bowled it there. I know I wouldn't have bowled it there. Here comes Neil.
Gets his man, slower delivery. That's well bowled, and that's the first wicket for Neil Smith as well. But we were congratulating Luke Vuskovic. Well, it's another big moment, this time for Neil Smith. He still goes full. It's a brave delivery, but he takes all the pace off it. It's that little cutter, and Scott Burdekin completely bamboozled by that one. Well bowled, it's another wicket, and that means that they're 8 down as Lovedeep Singh comes in to face the music.
Yeah, the change up of pace there is what did Scott Burdekin. You see it clearly there in the replay that Scott is already going through the shot, and he realises, I'm sure his facial expression would tell a story, he realises he's completely mistimed this one as the pace was taken off ever so gently. But yeah, brave delivery, as you say, Rico, really was a brave one, because he's put it in a spot which seconds early was sent down the ground. As we go back to live action here.
Well, they'll just get another one, just a single. Here it is, just inside edge.
Yeah, just scampering through for everything here now.
Lovedeep out there with Uminul Islam. Islam had a good day yesterday in his T20 international debut, picked up a couple of wickets, a wicket off his very first ball. Let's see how he can do with the bat here. They badly need a couple of boundaries. Goes for it. high and mighty. Gear, gear, gear. Shaka! It ain't bad, is it? Your first ball you bowl in international T20s, you get a wicket, and that's probably the first strike that he's had in ECIs, and he gets a maximo.
Lovely strike, beautiful timing. Like a tee shot off the 8th par 3, just puts it up on the green, and he knows he's going to sink that with the next putt. Lovely strike.
And that's the ball, isn't it? That's the ball. That's the one that the batters have struggled with. In fairness, only Scott Austin has been able to deal with that sort of ball.
Yep.
Scott Burkin struggled with it big time, but Austin, he was getting funky and played those shots rather well.
86 for 8. Last ball coming up. Here we go.
Should be a run out. Easy run out. There it is. And nicely done. I think Islam is having a look at Lovedeep and saying, hey, what are you doing here? Why are you running me out? And Lovedeep saying, well, we got to, because it is the last ball of the innings. We've got to try and do something.
Yep.
So how about that? Cyprus being contained to 86, and they will lose 9 wickets as well. That will be Islam being run out. That last over, though it didn't start well, only the 13 comes from it. So 86 for 8. Croatia, look, they weren't 100% tidy there, it has to be said. There were several catches that went down, maybe 4 in total. The most important one, probably that one of Scott Burkin when he was dropped twice, and he did finish on 19. But a really solid performance. It started very well for Croatia because they were picking up the wickets that they needed early. After a few boundaries, the first over went for 8, but then Charlie, well, he came and he got the wickets. That was a really good catch they had taken from Aman Choubi, his first bit of action. Then this one should have probably been another one. The fielder gets that completely wrong and the ball goes to the boundary. But wickets would keep falling, and of course the other issue that they had here is that the batters just couldn't get the right bit of acceleration. I suppose maybe, Phil, perhaps after playing 2 days of T20, it does take a while to get into a different gear. But I tell you who didn't need a while to get into a good gear, and that was Luke, because that was an outstanding catch from him.
Yeah, it was. And look, I agree. I think it's just taken it'll take a game for both teams to adjust, and I think Cyprus has taken a bit longer to adjust. This is when Scott Austin came in as Rahman was retired, and this was such a good, powerful move. Scott Austin came in, and the run rate shot up. Overs 5, 6 and 7, 13, 12 and 13, boundaries, and things started to happen when Austin was out there, and things started to look really positive. And you started thinking, okay, well, this is the tonic they needed. Then a wicket was lost at a crucial time. You see there the catch nicely taken there, down at third. Went for a reverse. This was the first bowler, and Sen had to go over a terrific plucked out of the air catch there. That was a ripper. That was 2 in 2. That was Harry Beresford-Pearce. And we all thought, hey, Harry's on a hat-trick here. The next ball, the start of the next over, Scott Austin had to go, and it was 3 in 3 for the team. And this was a really, really good counterpunch. After having overs of 13, 12 and 13, to then come back with 3 wickets and just completely slow everything down. There was a little bit of fire towards the end there. There was Neil Smith was a bit expensive, but still catches were being dropped as well, which kind of helped the cause. And then catches started getting held, and that was a really big deal. Scott Burkin did what he could. Unfortunately, he fell for the slower ball just in that last over, and you see that that's a terrific slower ball. But Neil Smith, a little bit expensive, but he does get vital wickets. And now, hey, look, Croatia, they're chasing a sub-100 score. They're going to feel very positive about that.
Yeah, very much indeed. I mean, it's a really good performance. I said this before, Croatia, after going down 4-0 in the T20 internationals, and kind of, let's face it, when you look at those results, they were kind of played off the park, weren't they? If they can start with a win here, that would be absolutely amazing. It would be exactly what they need to get going. So brilliant work. Let's have a quick look there at the scorecard. 26 from Scott Austin, and Phil was absolutely right when he said that Scott gave them what they needed at that time. And remember, when he came in, they'd only just got to 21 off 4 overs, 2 wickets down. They needed the acceleration, and he came in because Rahman Mazumdar, remember, was retired out 7 of 15. They got the acceleration in, but then the only other batter who gets over the double figures was Scott Burdekin. One thing I also want to focus on there is the number of extras. Just the 8 extras, 6 wides, 1 no ball and 1 leg by. So Croatia, they know what they have to do this morning. They have to come back and fight hard. They need to let all their supporters and all the home supporters also know that they are up for this fight and they are capable of beating Cyprus, and they've given themselves a perfect opportunity on the bowling front there. Harpreet Jolly, what a good introduction for him. He picks up 2 wickets there, as myself and Phil G was saying. That was jolly good for him. Harry, well, I don't know what happened there. He picks up 2 wickets. He would have been on a hat-trick if he bowled his second, and he gets overlooked by the captain. And Aman Chobe, 1 for 16, but very unlucky. He quite easily could have ended up with 4 wickets. So we got a match on here, folks. Cyprus, 86 for 9. Croatia needing 87 for a victory in their 10 overs. Join me, Rico Fall and Phil G, when we return in about 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and well, you join us at a very important point in this sort of international piece of action between Croatia and Cyprus, because it's the first opportunity, a real opportunity I feel, that Croatia have got the opportunity to get a win over Cyprus. I know they weren't able to do it in that T20 format, but to start day one of the ECIs with a win after going down 4-0 in the last couple of days would be massive. I think this is a huge moment in this series, and a huge moment really for Croatia. This will really affect their morale and their confidence. If they can get a win here, then any doubt that they may have had in their mind about their contest in this ECI against Cyprus, whether they can get a win or not, that'll be just gone, and all of a sudden they'll be on a high, and I feel that will improve their performances even more. So massive innings coming up. Thank you for joining us wherever you are around the world. Hello to Narinda, nice to have you with us. Hello to Bars as well, and Naways, and a lot of people in the chat to see if Croatia can get this win. Hello to Sudesh as well. So here's the first in the reply, and it's Lovedeep Singh to start. He starts with one right at the batter. This might even go all the way. No, just slows up, but it's going to be a couple of runs. Lovedeep was rested yesterday. Remember, we were talking about him having a few issues with his back.
Interesting, yeah. So Phil G here as well, alongside Rico. Rico's just having a little bit of a technical change-up, I think, of the... how's the headset there? I know you had a few little buzzers.
Yeah, well, it sounded like I had Metal Mickey with me during that first innings, but...
It's me.
Thanks to thanks to Maggie. Maggie sorted it out. Well done, Maggie.
Well done, Maggie.
And, well, Maggie sorted it out, and Indulus also came over with another set, so I've got a spare set just next to me as well in case these go wrong. But, yeah, all good now. You don't sound like Metal Mickey anymore. And well, this is a very, very important innings, isn't it? I mean, I think
so important.
You can't underestimate how important this is for Croatia. Played away and beautifully played. There's going to be 4 runs as Luke Vuskovic, the brother of Captain Zach, looks pretty accomplished as he just guides that away nicely. 4 runs, deals with that climbing delivery from Lovedeep. Well, I like the way he's pretty composed. Looks very confident out there, Luke.
Yeah, he does indeed. He's I wouldn't say he's a splitting image of his brother. The obviously the Vukovic brothers out there for Croatia today. But yeah, you cannot understate how important this is for Croatia to get a win, having been whitewashed in the T20Is.
And Luke, as we saw him take his first wicket, we've also seen him scoring his first runs on the network as well. And already he looks like a huge plus for Croatia. Didn't qualify to play in the T20 internationals, but I think pretty soon he, like his brother, will.
Yeah.
So he's a good addition, very good addition. Oh, blasted away over the top of the infield, cracking shot. Played in the power play, and Luke Vuskovic does not look like he's going to be in the mood to play the same way that and have the same troubles as what the Cyprus openers did. That's a lovely shot over the top of the infield. 4 runs, beautifully executed. So good start, the perfect start this for Croatia. They just need to be going at around about it started around about the 8.5, but you can see they've taken that down pretty dramatically here, and another Another few runs on the last few balls. Well, that's a bit of a full toss. It gets punched down the ground. Will just be a single. So that's 12 with the ball to go of this over already. And it gives Rashid Hashmi an opportunity to face his first ball.
Yeah, not a bad start here at all, is it? It's good. And yeah, Hashmi gets a chance to have a look at it now. Luke Vukovic has done well, 11 off 5. As we said, he's the older brother of Zach, the captain. 12 off the over. Last ball of the over coming up. And just after this, as Lovedeep just loses the run up a little bit there.
Yeah, Rashmi has played this format before. He played plenty of matches in 23, and he played some there in 24 as well. Has scored 627 runs on the network. Has got got a couple of 50s to his name actually. His best score was 55. So he should be used to it. Just plays that one out. Doesn't need to give his wicket away. Quite sensible, really. You've got more than what you need. You've gone 4 over the 8 that you're really looking for, and that will help them bring that rate down a little bit. So good start on what they've done. The most important thing, they've avoided losing a wicket. So 12 without loss of the first.
Yeah, nice steady start there. Not chasing a huge score for the win, 87 for the win, and that is 12 runs already. That's quite an impact already. Don't forget too, the bonus point is in play as well. 61. Keep your eye on that. That's for that's very key to watch that one. This is also key as well. 150 matches since the Golden Ball. Now, that score has climbed appreciably in the last little while. Unfortunately, Wimbledon went GB free, and Stockholm went GB free. So, you know what, Rico? Once again, it's on our shoulders.
We will fulfill the Golden Ball requirements because it's full, me, and also Phil, you. Fulfill is what we do. We fulfill all of your requirements on the European Cricket Network, and maybe we will also bring you that Golden Ball.
Don't forget, we've also got a very good friend remotely directing us today, Imants, who has been with us on a couple of Golden Balls. So between the three of us,
yeah, good shout.
We might find a bit of magic.
Bring it on. I tell you what also would be magical. I'll tell you that after this ball from Islam. That one just doesn't come up. But I'll keep talking about how much of a big match this is for Croatia. And if they can get a win here, it'd be massive. They've got the possibility of doing it inside 7.
Yes. Oh, very much.
If they do this inside 7, I mean, what a way to bounce back. You could bounce back with a 4-pointer and Cyprus getting 0. That would send a message.
Yeah, I'll totally agree. Totally agree after what happened the last 2 days in the T20Is.
Yeah, plays this away and gets it in between 2, but there is a sweeper out there. It's the captain himself.
Just during the that's a bit nasty. Austin just takes
out.
Trying to field the throws that comes in. It took a bounce and it's hit him just in the knee area.
He's hobbling.
Yeah, no, that hurt. That really hurt. I heard the thud into the bone from here.
Ouch.
He's going to need a few seconds, I reckon. Just when Croatia doing their warm up, and I saw Sam Halton, and I said bouncing back today, and he said, well, we've got to get something today, and I said, come on, a little bit of optimism there, get the optimistic glasses on, and continue, kick on. So I think they'll find it now. Leg side wide, that one. Yeah, I think that you're right, Rico, with this potential game turning into something that they can easily, I wouldn't say easily get their hands around, because obviously Cyprus will be very aware that they need to defend strongly here. Yeah, this could be a big turning point for them in the whole tour. This could really elevate them this weekend.
Yeah, it also works 2 ways, doesn't it? I think if Cyprus have got a bit complacent and think that it's going to be a walk in the park, it's a bit of a kick up the backside for them as well, isn't it? To say, hey, just because you won the T20s, it doesn't mean you're going to walk these as well. So they will have to up their game as well. So it's good signs for everybody if Croatia win this one, as that one is going to get away. It's going to be 4 more runs. Now, remember, that was the longest boundary in the T20 internationals. And you can see that's also been brought in a fair bit because I think in the first 2 days of T20, you can just see the rope there. That's cleared the rope or gone past the rope quite comfortably. You can see with those boundaries brought in that you would expect to see a lot more runs. So Cyprus just weren't able to cash in this morning. They weren't able to break away from that T20 mindset, whereas Croatia look like they've done that pretty well. That's up in the air. Now, this is a catching opportunity, you feel, and it's been dropped. Oh, the captain has put it down, and then there was a chance for a run out, and now Islam messes that up. Cyprus imploding here a little bit. Scott Burdekin should have taken this. He gets this completely wrong. Has a second chance at it, but he gets the throw in quickly. Then watches Islam has a chance, and he just misses. Ooh. How does he miss from there? Can we see that again? Imans, how does he miss? And look at Islam. He's saying, I can't believe it. Watch this. How do you miss? Oh, my goodness me. What a let-off.
He's on the crease. He's actually on the batting crease. Oh, dear. Oh, wow. That's a big, big miss, that one. Oh, Nul Islam. We're giving him a bit of a rev up before about getting his first T20I wicket yesterday with the first ball. And came out and smashed a big 6 with the first innings in the ECIs. And just then he's just made a little bit of a hash of that one just at the end.
Should have been the first wicket, shouldn't it? And, well, we did say several times yesterday, Phil, when we were talking about Croatia, that we said that though we believe that Cyprus in that T20 international was the better side, Croatia didn't really have much of the rub of the green. Seems like this morning they're getting the rub of the green. Maybe the balance is starting to swing a little bit when it comes to the old, the luck ratio.
True. Yeah. Seeing that as well. Mind you, they weren't thinking that in the previous innings when they dropped 3 catches in about 10 deliveries.
That is true.
That was that. But you know what? Whether that's luck or just slippery hands or the sun in the eyes or whatever, it doesn't matter what it is. There's a couple of catches that went down there where I actually thought at the time, they don't have the luck again. But you're right, Rico. Maybe they got a little bit of touch of the green now.
Well, this one doesn't touch the green. Well, actually, it does touch the green. It doesn't touch the carpet. That's why it's being given a no ball. So it looks like DJ. This DJ is doing the old. Looks like he's doing a little bit of the old Harry Potter waving the wand when he signals the free hit. But yeah, no doubt about that one. That's not a good one from Roshan. And this is cashing in on the free hit. Ginnasona Shaka Lagya as Luke Vuskovic goes big down the ground. Adios Balota is always says Carreras.
Yeah, lovely shot that one. Gets right after that one too. Doesn't want to let that free hit go. Luke is putting together good innings here, and this is a good power play for Croatia as well. Don't forget that. We've just started the third over. 27 for no loss. If they can get 40 inside the power play, you would definitely feel a 7-over target is definitely within their grasp. A 4-point win for the first match of the ECIs. That's a big statement if they can get there.
It's massive, you know. That one is going to be a wide. Now, one thing, just remind me the bonus point equation. I mean, they're playing 7, aren't they? So I think the bonus point equation, if I'm right, will only come into play. Let's say if they got the wicket, he chases a wide one, and Roshan, he's absolutely delighted. Well, he's pumped. He might have even said something to Luke there. Luke gave him a little look back, but they do get a wicket. They needed that desperately, and they needed Luke to be gone because it was up until then a wonderful innings. But he chases a wide one. He didn't really need to chase this at all. Have a look at this. And yeah, he chases it, gets a little snick on it. You can see he's completely off balance. It's a false shot really on a ball that probably would have been a wide. He snicks it, gets it into the welcoming hands of Tharanga and Roshan. Oh, look at him, he's absolutely pumped. That's a big wicket. That one could make a difference as Luke goes for 18. Yeah, I actually think that because they're playing the uneven number, it's whoever wins. So whoever outrightly wins the tournament. But let's say, for example, there's an issue with one match. Maybe the weather plays its part, which is unlikely.
Sure.
Then if there are even Stevens on number of wins, then the bonus point does come into play.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's 7 matches, so you're absolutely right in terms of the mathematics of how that should work out. We would expect it to happen along those terms as you've described. If for some amazing reason one team picks up all the bonus points from all the games, whether they win or not, I mean, maybe that could also factor into it, but that's a very statistical unlikely result if that happened. But hey, it's also possible as well, so we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, it's a really good point, Rico.
But I do feel, though, that teams will still, I mean, like Croatia here, you still will be going for it, because I think that's what good teams do. They set themselves. It could be another one. Oh, boy. I think maybe, I mean, he doesn't get off the ground here, Amanul Islam. I think this is where you've got to take off. you've got to take off. And he doesn't. He's reaching for it, but he's got to get off the ground. I think if he gets off the ground, he gets a chance on that. What do you think?
I think so too. I don't think he's thrown himself at that one with enough gusto. I think that was an opportunity, red hot opportunity, that for 2 and 2. And how much would I love to say hello and goodbye to Sam Houghton, for he's just come to the crease and he's edged it for 4. Just need to keep momentum, Croatia. The run rate is only 7.33. It's not much at all. So they're doing it really quite well.
Hey, Shub is coming with some goodies.
Thank you, Shub.
Thank you very much, Shub.
You're the best.
And hello to, if Dora's tuning in, by the way, hello to Dora. And also to the whole of Shubby's family. Shub, of course, is a family man now with 2 kids. You wouldn't believe it. He doesn't look old enough, does he? That's Shub.
Not. He's only just started shaving, I think, Shub. He's very young.
Yeah, Shub just bought us some nice chilled canned coffees. They'll go down great. I tell you what, to go down great as well. Another wicket, and it does. Sam Houghton, who probably got lucky to get 4 of his first. And Roshan, well, Siriwardana, he is pumped as he knocks the timber over. Jog the putty. What a moment. And just look how pumped he is. It goes right through Houghton. Oh, look, he's starting the chainsaw. Isn't he? Look at him pulling the cord here. Watch him go. Oh, yeah. Oh, he means business, doesn't he, Roshan? I think he reckons he's got a point to prove here with his management as well after not playing. I reckon being dropped for that final T20 yesterday. Yeah. But he's serving up a treat at the moment. Houghton goes for 4 off 3.
This wicket was so important to Roshan. That celebration is genuine emotion. And he gives Houghton the stare. There was no lip movement. It was just a stare. Just as though just to say, I'm watching you walk off. Just remember, I'm watching you walk off. I'm not walking off. I missed that game yesterday because I wanted a few heroics, but he's come back today. So, yeah, this is good.
Oh, that's a good delivery as well. When he locates it right. Oh, my word. Well, DJ gets one in the body. Well, last night a DJ saved my life. Well, this time it was the DJ who was in fire. Oh, and he luckily gets the hands in the way and protects his good looks. And Zach is saying, hey, DJ, are you okay? He says, yeah, I'm fine. DJ says, I'm around to play another tune. Don't you worry about that. But the tune that was played there by Roshan Siriwardana was exactly the tune that Cyprus needed to be heard, because they've taken a couple of wickets, big wickets in the over, goes for 13. But Croatia 33 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, that was a bit of luck there for the umpire there. As he almost dropped a beat there. I was a bit concerned he was going to drop the base at the wrong time when that ball cannoned into him. And this game suddenly, with that amazing over, there was everything happened. It was an expensive over. Let's not forget that. It was expensive with 13 off it when there's only 87 needed for a win. That's an expensive over. But 2 very big wickets and a very fired up fast bowler who's also fired up his team as well.
Yeah.
So now suddenly Cyprus are a bit more chirpy in the field. They're a bit more, there's a bit more energy level which is raised up, and that's so important. You could see that after the first wicket fell, there was a possibility of a run out, and Austin was like lightning fast to get to the ball and try and throw the stumps down. You could just see something's lifted now. So I said it a couple of overs ago, maybe this is going to shake the cobwebs off Cyprus now. Although that delivery was not the right one. It was picked up on the full and put out of the park. What a good strike there from Captain Zach.
Mamma mia, that is a biggie. Oh, it sounded good. It's a full toss hit me ball, though, there from Scott Austin. Scott Austin, we felt yesterday in that last match also, he didn't quite bowl as well as he did in the earlier matches, match number 4. So he was looking to come back again into the wickets. Well, we're waiting for the ball to come back at the moment. That was big. Well, I know that the boundaries were bigger during the T20s, but this one would have cleared it and the rest. It went a long way.
It did indeed. Yeah, that ball's gone on a holiday. And the Grizzly now comes back in. Been taken away from the departure lounge at the airport. Get back here, he says. Oh, that's off the deck, I think. Yes, it is indeed.
Yeah, this is a no ball that gets signalled here. So Scott Austin. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, John McEnroe will be saying, "Didn't you see the dust fly?" Well, no, but I see the Grizzly fly. That's going to be another Maximo. So the 2 legal deliveries have been dealt with. The free hit gets put away, and that's a That's how you get, well, would you believe it, just 12 off one ball.
That's incredible. That's damaging. When you have the double punch of those 2 wickets in the over, that hurts.
Oh, that hurts as well. It's a Gundy ball. Scott Austin, he's struggling here. The other thing that's odd, well, I think Roshan only just manages to get that on the second attempt. The other thing is, have we seen Scott bowl from this end? We haven't, have we?
No.
It's always bowled from the other end. So that's another bizarre kind of move. He's bowling from an end he hasn't bowled from. Scott Austin. Full toss. Adios, Bolota. I tell you what, the 4 points are definitely on the card. Roshan just bowled an absolute beaut and getting 2 wickets and gave Cyprus a bit of hope. But now Zach is just putting away the trash, isn't he? Because that's Gundy bowling. Is full toss after full toss. And Zach is going boom shaka, boom, boom, boom.
22 off the over. Only 3 legal deliveries have been bowled, and all 3 of those have been put out of the park. 6, 6, 6. There's been a wide +3. There's been a no ball. 22 off the over, Rico, and another one. Well, it's way over there now. So every legal delivery has gone across the fence for 6. This over, what are we up to now? Help me out here. 28.
28.
Let me just get my calculator out.
28. 4 legal balls. Everyone has been blasted for a 6. There's been a no ball in there, and also there's been 3 wides in there as well. 28 off the over. Is not done yet. Goes for it again. Oh boy, now this one, he's putting it in. Well, he's putting it in the bog. He really is. That is a biggie, and we're seeing something special here. Are we going to see 6 sixes in the over? Zach, the captain, Vuskovic, is going brutal here. Oh, Scott Austin. He says, Skip, I'm never bowling from this end again. Skip might say, you're never bowling again. Never mind about that. 34 with the ball to go. Every legal ball's gone for 6. Will it be 6 sixes? Goes for it, and it will be. 6 sixes in and over, everybody. 6 sixes in and over here at the start of the ECIs. And Zach has done it. Zach, what hitting that is from him. He's gone absolutely brutal. It's monster hitting, and we've seen an over go for 40. Scott Austin has gone for 40 runs, and this match is done. It is done and dusted. They only need 14 to win it. Oh, Vuskovic, the captain. That was just brutal. 6 after 6 after 6. 6 sixes in the over, but also add to that a no ball and 3 wides. 40 coming off it.
Astonishing, absolutely astonishing. I'm almost speechless just watching those balls sailing. Every single shot went for 6. I cannot believe that. 40 off the over. What do we call a 40 run over?
Hypersonic.
Hypersonic.
Played
That's
it
a
down.
catch. No catch. Ooh.
Hypersonic over and
Hypersonic.
Cyprus. Oh,
Wow.
They are getting an absolute pasting here. An absolute pasting.
Vukovic has just mauled, absolutely mauled Scott Austin to pieces there, and he's still going.
Well, he might have got too greedy here. This time he will go. So that is the end of Zach Vuskovic. He was on a 6-hitting mission, but Vuskovic will go. And he'll go for, it's quite weird really. He goes for 37 of 9 when he just smashed, you'd think he smashed 40 of an over, but he hit 36 of 1 over, and that's the end of it. But well, that over will be remembered for a very long time, and it certainly will be going on our socials, and it will be watched all around the world as Zach Vuskovic, 6 sixes in that 1 over, which just basically took the match away from Cyprus.
That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. 6 of the best from his bat. Doesn't matter how he went out. The damage is done. The game has been flayed to pieces by that man. And the captain, remember the name, Captain Zach has demolished the Cypriot bowler here, Scott Austin, taking him to pieces and really swung the game right around.
Come on, Rise. Trying to make a difference. He bowled very well yesterday, did Kamala, when he came into the side. Didn't play on day 1, came in for Lovedeep. And good on him, actually. It's never nice for a bowler to come onto bowl when you know the match is done, when you know that you're bowling at a man who just smashed 6 sixes on the spin, but he gets his wicket. And let's see if he can get a few more here. Aman Jobi hits it into a pocket of space. There's no short mid-wicket, not surprisingly, really, as Jobi gets a single, gets himself another run.
So can just close very quickly. The Vukovic family responsible for 55 runs, chasing 87. That's not a bad rate of return for the family. There'll be a lot of celebrations in the household. That's coming towards us and over us for a big 6, well over the top of comms. Just for a second, Rick, I thought we were in with a chance there, a chance of getting very quickly out of the way. We didn't have to, as that goes flying over the top of our deck. There's our little home, and that is a lovely shot. So
good hit.
Very good hit, wasn't it?
Very good hit. Look like a completely different team, don't they?
They do. They really do. It's good to see the captain, though, Zach. He looked like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders yesterday, all day. He's come out with the bat today, and look what he's done. He's just flipped everything on its head. Yeah,
we talked a little bit about this, didn't we? I think here at the ground and also back at base. Good delivery, good comeback there from Kamal. End of a decent over from him. Bearing in mind that he came on to bowl after the last one, went for 40, picks up a wicket, and he does take it into another over. But can they get a point out of this match? If they are going to get a point, then they've got to prevent Croatia scoring 5 runs in the next 2 overs. I can't see that happening. It's 82 for 3. But we talked about Zach as we leave you to look at our upcoming events. And one thing we were saying about Zach was that, for a young man, he had to deal with a lot during those T20 internationals. He had to think about his own form. He had to think about, all of the usual things captain has to do. Who's going to bowl? How do we use the bowlers? Etc., etc. And we thought that maybe that did take a bit of a toll on him when it came to his own performance with the bat and with ball, because he did lose his form. But he's come back with a positive attitude this morning. It just goes to show what a strong character he is and what a good future that he has, and also in his hands, what a good future that Croatia have going forward as well.
Totally agree. That's a really good summary right there, Rico. I agree wholeheartedly.
That's whipped away, 4 runs. Delightful shot from Hashmi. And they just seem to have a different feel and a different rhythm about them, don't they, Croatia, in this format? Maybe it's just one that they're a bit more used to. I know that a lot of these players do play a lot of the European Cricket Series tournaments here in Croatia. We've been coming here now for, I reckon, about 4 years. So they're used to the format, and you can see that in their play. And they've just got to find a way to sort of transform that into the longer format as well. But what a start. And they're going to win this. Just need 1 run to do it. Scores are tied. And that will be it. What a victory from Croatia. And for those of you who thought that Cyprus were going to dominate this ECI tournament as well, well, you're wrong. Croatia have not just won this match, they have absolutely thrashed Cyprus. I don't think Cyprus knew this was coming, Phil. They didn't knew this was coming, and they didn't expect it. They are a little bit shell-shocked there.
They will be. They absolutely will be. They are. You look at the faces of the team, the Cypriot team, during that over where Zach went absolutely nuts and hit those 6 sixes. I was watching just a couple of fielders near us, especially there was Lovedeep Singh in front of us here, and every shot, the shoulders slumped more and more. I think on the 5th one, he slapped his thigh and he looked straight at us, and I just sort of gave him a look back, and he shook his head, and then he couldn't look at anyone anymore. He looked at the ground. Even with the last shot, he was already looking away. He knew what was going to happen. 41% of the required runs in that lone over, and that is emphatic. That is a massive statement. And you're right, Rico, this turns it around when everyone said, well, look, in the T20s, they were whitewashed.
Yeah.
They got no chance in the ECIs. Hey, hang on a second. They've just done something quite amazing.
Quite amazing. They win this match with 28 balls to go. They will get all the points from it. And the only good thing, the only one good thing that I can say about Cyprus is, at least by losing this match, they've given themselves a fair bit of time before the start of the next one to regroup, sit, talk, and come back with a plan. And they've got to come back with a plan pretty quickly. They are now in the shoes of Croatia in the T20 internationals.
Yep.
They are the ones who have to bounce back here. They do not want to go 2 down with 2 to play today.
That's so true. Really, really true. And unsurprisingly, Zach does get the player of the match in that. Just saw the confirmation that indeed Zach Vukusic picks up player of the match, as he should, for that blistering over. And we're going to see the highlights here of that over. There you go. There was, I don't know if we'll see all 6 of them, but it was just all six legal deliveries went to the boundary. There was a couple of extras in there as well, which made it 40 runs off the over.
Yeah.
But Rico, that was exceptional power hitting. And Austin, look, it wasn't the best bowling either, but he got the treatment he deserved.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? When you take a batter away from one format, the long format, and say, you know what, now you've got the license to do whatever you want to do. Just look at how the natural talent and ability comes out. Zach Vuskovic is a genuine big hitter of the ball, but when he was playing in the longer format, I think his mind was telling him, no, you got to bat longer. No, you can't. I know you can smash it to the boundary, but don't. You got to play the longer format. And what I would say to Zach is, yeah, you within reason. If you're getting a good ball, you got to respect it. But the others, if you can put it to the boundary, then put it to the boundary.
Yep.
Don't hold back, because what you can see there is he has got strength and power, and he can destroy a bowling attack the same way that, unfortunately, he destroyed Scott Austin in that one.
Yeah, he really did. And, and I tell you what was interesting is Austin took that little bad bump on the leg, and you couldn't say that's the reason for why he bowled the way he bowled. Not at all, right? But still, at the same time, it was he took the knock, he came on to bowl, and he just couldn't get it on the right spot. He tried and tried, he couldn't do it.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things. I find some things pretty strange sometimes, and I don't know whether it's just me because I look at things with a little bit too much detail. I just find it extremely weird that he comes on to bowl from an end. He didn't bowl one single ball in the T20 internationals, and he bowled very well in those T20s. In fact, you could probably say that if we were talking about MVPs for the T20 internationals, his name would be in the frame for the way he batted and he bowled and fielded.
Yes.
And yet here in this match, for some reason, whatever the reason is, Scott Burdekin says, yeah, Scott, you're bowling nets, but you're bowling from this end. Very strange one. We're going to leave you with that thought, and we're going to leave you for about 27 minutes because of that early finish. We have some extra time, but do join me, Rico Full and Phil G from the sauna here in Croatia. I can tell you what, they call this thing the igloo. It's no blooming igloo. It's an oven in here at the moment. We are sweating buckets, but we'll keep going just for you. Just keep on bringing us those cold drinks. That's what I say. Right, we'll take a little break, but we'll be back to see how Cyprus respond in match number 2 of this European Cricket International Series. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So welcome everybody, it's match number 4 coming your way right now. Cyprus and Croatia go at it again, go head to head for the second time in these ECIs. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network to bring you into this game, match number 4. We've just had a quite incredible match number 3, how about that? Both teams, they're just catching their breath over there, and I can see out the corner of my eye that Cyprus is still licking their wounds and Croatia is still high-fiving for an amazing performance. What a great win for Croatia. Turn things around from that T20I disappointment they had of the last couple of days, and this is such a positive spin for them. How about Captain Zach? What an over that was. 6 sixes, a couple of extras in that over as well, made it 40 runs off the over, a hypersonic over. I don't think I've seen a hypersonic over while I've been commentating, so for me that was big, that was massive. For you as well, I'm sure you enjoyed it too. For Cyprus, I don't think they enjoyed it. I know they didn't enjoy it. They're going to have to find something and bounce back here. We thought they were a bit lethargic when they were batting as well. They just didn't seem to find it, and they seem to be still in T20I mode possibly. We'll see what happens in the next match coming your way. Why don't we get over to Charles, who's got the 2 captains of the coin toss, Zach and Scott there. Charles, take it away.
Thanks, Phil. Welcome to the toss for match 2. Croatia with Cyprus to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it is a tail. Cyprus won the toss, they'll bat.
Okay, so there you have it. Scott Burdekin, the captain for Cyprus, says without hesitation, want to have another bat. We'll see a different Cyprus team batting. I'm absolutely sure of that. They seemed a bit slow out of the blocks in match 1. Match 2, it's going to be a different story. You need to adjust. Rico and I talked about this quite a fair bit during that first match. The adjustment in the mind to go from playing T20Is to playing T10s, it's not as simple as switching it in your head like that. You really need to think about it. And batters, bowlers, fielders, everybody needs to consider that. And I think we'll see a very different Cyprus coming out to bat in a few minutes' time in the centre there. For Croatia, they're going to be riding that wave of absolute optimism of, hey, we didn't do well on the T20s, but look at us now. We've won that first ECI. We're now leading the ECIs. It's a best of 7 competition too. They've gone 1 up. That's got to be such a really big thrill for them. Let's see if they can continue with that kind of luck and continue with that really great play as well, as I throw to Rico Ford, my co-commentator and good friend, who's there in the igloo, or as we like to call it today, the sauna. And it's over to you, Rico, to continue. The news on the toss is Cyprus win the toss. Scott Burdekin says he wants to have a bat first.
Thank you very much, Phil. And yeah, this is the sauna. I tell you who also is looking pretty sauna out there is Phil G. Yeah, there's no room for the jacket anymore. Phil G, put that jacket away. And in fact, just use it to wipe the sweat off us at the moment. You can see it is baking hot at the moment. We'll give you a temperature check, but before we do that, let's talk to you about some of the changes in this side. You can see the changes there. Oliver Tilley, Scott Bevan and Alfred Beresford-Pearce coming into the side there. 3 changes for Croatia, so that means that there's no Harry in this one. There's no Neil Smith, he'll be rested, and Alan Magnovic also will take a break. Some changes there also from Cyprus. Well, the man who's the coach, Braithwaite, comes into the side, and so does Wakarali. Wakarali coming in there for Lovedeep Singh, who will be rested again for this one, and Braithwaite coming in there for probably, I would say, from Mazumda. And the other change there is that the wicket keeper, Thuranga, not playing, of course, the wicket keeping duties will be done by Scott Austin. And I wonder if that's because he maybe picked up a bit of an injury there and they want to rest Thuranga so he goes behind the stumps. But what that does do is that takes a very good and very valuable fielder who's very good on the, of course, on the outfield. Takes that out of the equation there. But let's see how he fares behind the stumps. Welcome back to everybody. Hello to John Gray. That was tuning in the chat a bit earlier. He was saying hello to his wonderful family. Hello to you as well, sir. Hello to KG. Hello to Kroom, who's in the chat. And Tim Harmer also coming in, saying good morning to everybody. And Rob Thompson in there as well. Nice to have you all with us on a very hot and sunny day here in Croatia. Hey, but you know what? I know it might be hot. We're sweating buckets, but we're not complaining. We'll have the sunshine and the heat any day as we are set to go. And once again, it's going to be Adrian Verkajic to start off. He bowled very well, did he, in the first, the opening bowler. And he was coming in, and then the umpire just sort of puts everybody off. I think he's running in, and the umpire says play. The batter then says, oh, what? So the batter, Alexander Sen, has to back away. And so does the bowler. Anyway, Vidovic, in he comes, looking to make the perfect start again. And now this time it's him who... Well, are we going to start this match? Are we playing or not? What are we doing? If we're not playing, I'll have a nice cold drink. This time it's Vidovic, who has a bit of an issue. Probably just losing his step in, or he stepped on a pebble or something. So he'll go back. It's too hot out there to be messing around. And now there's a... Well, what's happening here? Now there's a bit of a discussion here now. Well, he's already bowled from this end in the last match and there was no issues. I just get the feeling that as he was running there, he's not going to bowl here now. He's giving the ball back to Zach. He's not going to have a bowl. Well, there you go. That's your shortest spell of bowling in history. He doesn't even bowl a delivery. He goes to bowl one and the umpire says stop. And he has to stop. And then he goes to bowl another. And as he's running in, he just doesn't feel right. I wonder if we can see that again, Imans, if you've got it. But there's something happens as he's running in. Maybe he just puts his foot on something and he just turns his ankle, and he didn't seem comfortable wanting to bowl, and he says to the captain, Zach, hey, bud, I don't feel right. And Zach says, what do you mean? You ain't bowled a ball yet? He said, I just don't feel right. So, well, that's going to be the end of him for now anyway. I don't know if he's coming off. Is the 12 coming on? I'm keeping an eye on this. Well, he's running now. He's running to his field. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So, well... he won't be bowling the first over. He's still staying on the field for now, is he? And I think... No, actually, I think he's making his way off. So, Adrian coming off, that's not a good sign. Yeah, he comes off. It looks like the 12th is going to come on, which probably... Well, I don't know who the 12th is. They still will give you who that is. But it looks like Harpreet to Jali, who bowled very well in the first match. He was impressive, was Jali, with 2 for 11. Looks like Charlie's going to bowl the first one. Or, yeah, it looks like this Charlie. So we're still waiting to see if there is going to be a replacement for Adrian. So, yeah, Harry has come onto the field. So Harry is on. Charlie to bowl. And the first one is hit beautifully over the top off the offside. 4 runs to start. And Alexandra Sen is a bit of a surprise choice of the opener, because Alexandra was the man we saw more often than not opening in the T20s. And let's just say he's the sort of guy that batted the whole innings and so 20 overs and scored around 40. So we're going to see if he can change up. Certainly starts well with the boundary, but then he goes the very second ball. It's it looks like just a straight delivery from where we are. We'll get a chance to look at this again. Unfortunately, Alexander Sen won't. He gets 4 and out, and it looks like to me he just misses a straight ball. I know that Phil G is joining me back here. Phil, well, there is a little bit of movement there, but I think he just plays down the wrong line here.
Yeah, he's moving around the crease, and he's done himself, I think, Rico. I think you're absolutely right. That ball didn't do an awful lot, but it's the batter who did an awful lot, and I think he's done too much, and Alexander Sen has to go after a lovely lofted cover drive for 4, and then he has to go on the second ball. He's just moved around and gone so far out of his crease. Have a look one more time. It's got a bit of swing through the air, a bit of shape through the air.
Yeah.
But he's just gone a little too far forward. Where are you going, man? Stay in your crease.
Exactly. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. The ball does look. It does swing in a little, but it's high. It's not the perfect Yorker, but I think he dances outside towards the leg stump, takes himself away from it, and misses it. So, well, I tell you what, the perfect dummy was done there by Adrian. He was going to bowl, decides he's not going to bowl. Harpreet Thali then says, well, okay then, if you're not going to bowl, I'll bowl. And he's picked up a wicket of his second ball. So he's going well today. That's his 3rd already after taking a twofer in the first 2 for 11. So good start this from Harpreet. Jali, good from him again.
Jolly good indeed. Hey, I had a look at Adrian Vidic. It looks like he jarred his knee on the run-up. Ooh, that was pretty close too. It's worked away on the leg side. Chase is on here for the fielders. The slide and pickup was actually pretty good in one motion. Bit too hot for the keeper there. Nicely done indeed though for a couple of runs. Yeah, I watched Adrian on his run-up. On the second run-up, it's a little bit uneven there.
They only take one. Can you believe they take one run there?
Surely.
I know that Mangala is in, and we were thinking that he's got a bit of an issue with his running.
Yeah.
But only take one, so that means that it's going to be Braithwaite. The coach Now, they were having a bit of a laugh about him yesterday when we were having our beers on International Beer Day, and Braithwaite was saying, "Nah, I'm the coach, I'm not playing." Well, they've obviously convinced him that he needs to play, so Braithwaite to face up, facing his first ball.
Okay, here we go then. So, Charlie, who's not express, but he's still generates some decent pace. It's nice and full, just driven down for a single here. They definitely just only take one there. Yeah, I was a bit shocked about that. I sort of looked away a bit. I was watching the replay of the fielders chasing the ball, also live action of following the ball, and I realised, yeah, you're right, Rico, it was just the one. There was always two there. But, yeah, the problem with Mangala is he is carrying a slight injury he did a few months ago, and it has slowed him down. He's not necessarily carrying an injury, but it's an injury that he sustained that's just restricted some of his mobility a little bit. And you saw that in T20 eyes as well. He was turning down the quick singles, turning down the opportunity to turn ones into twos. I remember there was... I think was he batting with Roshan, who was one of the Sen brothers, it was, who kept turning around. He was halfway down the pitch, almost every other delivery, going for a second. And Mangala just giving him the stare. He's pushed that one out. He has to run hard for that one.
Yeah, I tell you what, I think a direct hit would have had him in trouble, you know.
I think he was in a bit of strife there. Yep. There you go.
So, but that's the weird thing, though, isn't it, about it? He takes that quick single, but he doesn't take the second, which I don't think he would have had to run as hard to make it. So, interesting one. Maybe it's because it's of his own batting and he's going to get the runs to his name. I don't know. Don't quite get it. Right, Braithwaite back on strike. Has got off the mark. We have seen Braithwaite with the bat before for Cyprus. On the pad, going down the leg side. A little shake there of the umpire saying I'm not out. And, in fact, it was, I think his best score on the network was against Hornchurch. And that was earlier this year when he made 27 not out. So let's see if you can build on that. End of the first over, and it's fairly similar to over number one in the first match. Just the 8 runs come from it. Let's talk a little bit about the Euros of cricket happening, and we'll be starting on the Cardamom Oval on the 25th of September. 3 groups in that Premier Division, and some tough ones there. And, of course, Czechia will be in the Challenge Division, which will kind of be played in between the end of the Premier Division group stages and the Championship group. But we're going to see some very tasty cricket there. A lot of teams and countries we've been to, and we know they play damn good cricket.
Oh, absolutely. The mouth-watering Group A, Germany, Ireland, Romania, Belgium, Norway, Greece. That's going to be a really challenging group. We can go through all the groups, throughout the next couple of days, but just looking at Group A, that's mouth-watering.
This should be an easy catch, and it will be. Toe end off the bat from Gunasakara, and Chubey gets another one. And Mangala, things just not happening for him today. Gets that right on the toe end of the bat, trying to get it over that fielder that's in that short to mid on position. Catch is comfortably taken. Another one bites the dust, and that's the sub, Harry, who takes the catch. And it's a long and painful walk back there for Gunasakara. Goes for 2 of 3.
Yeah, now I said during my introduction we're going to see different Cyprus coming out to bat. Still waiting for that different Cyprus to come out and bat. I'm sure they're going to come out pretty soon because that is not an auspicious start from the opening batters here. This is already screaming trouble as, Alexander Sen got hit a 4 and out. And now Mangala just hanging out there for 3 deliveries, and he's had to depart as well. So a couple of real big hitters, good power stroke makers here, already back in the dugout here in match number 2. 8 for 2 inside the second over. And, yep, whoever's got the alarm bell, they're about to start striking it.
Yeah, well, Cyprus, you can see they want to have better intent. There's no doubt about that. They're trying to be more aggressive. They're trying to get things happening. But at the moment, Croatia, they're holding their own. In comes Chubey again. And that's hit firmly. And well fielded, slight deviation. And Harry, well, he probably wasn't expecting to be on the field. He was on the field before the first ball was bowled. Harry, and he's made a good stop there after taking a good catch. Just a single there from Adam, who has come in ahead of Austin this time.
Yeah, it was a good stop, actually. Yeah, that was hit quite hard down the ground. And good field placement to put the mid-off back at long-off for that delivery. Changing it up now for Raoul Braithwaite.
Shot. That's a really good shot. Gets into position very early, does Braithwaite. If you watch him here before the ball comes to him, he just kind of skips across And he's in that position early to play that away. Lovely shot. Wonderfully well executed. And he's probably says to Adam Sen, what are you running for that for? Stay where you are, buddy. Save your energy. That's game for 6.
Yeah, Aman Jalbi, he'll be thinking, I cannot put it short there again, because that was just too easy. That was really, really simple stuff, but it looks so elegant too.
Yeah, nice shot. Got to go a little bit fuller here, Aman. And he strays down the leg side. They're asking the question. The umpire looked like he was giving it some thought, but it did look like it was definitely straying down the leg. Yeah, have a look at this. It's going way down the leg.
Yeah.
And I think the Braithwaite would be a little bit disappointed that he's missed that. I think if he went with the same mindset as before, just hopped across and leaned into that, I think he would have been able to imitate the shot that he played before. There's the leg by signal there from umpire Vedran.
Yeah, even to try to glance that fine possibly, but yep, gets away. You're right. He'll be a little bit disappointed not to get bat on ball there.
That's the way to play it. Nicely played. Adam Sen showing the coach, hey, coach, this is the way you told us to do it. Is that good enough for you? And I think Rule Braithwaite will say, yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Just, he sort of opens himself up by taking that little shuffle outside off and gets the ball that he wants there from Chobe and puts that away. So better this from Cyprus. But can they get that partnership going? It's the sort of things that we were talking about Croatia yesterday and the day before. Partnerships. Can they get those partnerships going? And that's exactly what Cyprus are looking to do here. Get a little partnership going. And, well, this should be taken and it will be dropped. Ooh. Oh, dear. I think that's a big opportunity for Chobe to take this. It's a miscue from Sen, who goes to play the same shot again, but this time the ball's a little bit shorter. It's not quite there for it. And Chobe keeps his eye on it here, and having done the hard work and avoided the stumps and got there, he should have held on to that catch. There's a big opportunity that gets missed. Let's take a look at how things are looking. Not only do Croatia win, they get all the points, but points are not that important because they're just the guides. Certainly the bonus point. What is important is the net run rate.
Indeed, net run rate's big. And obviously, the team with the most wins is the team who's going to win in a best of 7, 2 teams playing only. Whoever gets the most wins is going to definitely pick it up. And Rika, you said it before in the previous match. In case for whatever reason the game is incomplete or it's abandoned or whatever the case may be, then other factors will come into it. Net run rate's going to be massive as well.
Yeah.
And we're now 2 overs down, 21 for 2 on the board. Third over is another little false start there. Bowler's just having trouble with the run-up. I think I had a look at the run-up a few times over the last couple of days, and it does look worn, and it is not quite flat. It's got a few little ridges in it. So a couple of bowls coming in, you just see they've just stuttered a little bit.
Yeah, it's pushed out nicely. Trying to get it in the gap there, but won't. That's nicely fielded. And, well, there wasn't 2 on there, never 2. Look at Braithwaite just looking back and say, no, Adam, there's not 2 there. But I think you've got to show the intent, and by doing so, maybe the fielder can make a fumble while they're watching you, but no problems there from Luke. Nicely done. The clarity on that, folks, about so we don't confuse you with the point situation. As Jali comes again. Slower ball. That's pretty well bowled, darted it in to the leg stick. So the priority, the way it goes is, if all matches are played, it will be straightforward. It will be fairly easy. Whoever has won the most matches will win. So wins against losses comes first. And if we do lose a match and the number of wins are equal, that probably is a wide, I think. Let's see this side on, perhaps. Wide is called there. Probably a wide on 2 accounts. It's probably down the leg side as well. But height-wise, I think that's going, well over. It's a wide ball.
Truly, yeah.
So then let's say if they only play 3 and it's 3 and 3, then it goes to net run rate first. If the net run rate for some reason is also equal, then they'll use the point scenarios, and that's where the bonus points, of course, come into play. So it's basically, from the forecast that we've seen out here, it basically comes down to the team that wins the most matches.
And if we can't sort it out after all that, I believe there's a game of Tiddlywinks in the Old Town Square, best of 3.
Yeah. What, before the bowl off or after?
Oh, the bowl off will come last.
Down the ground, lovely shot, beautifully played from Adam Sen. So back-to-back boundaries. That's a delightful shot. goes a little bit too full. For once again, though, is that little shuffle before, gets himself in a beautiful position, hits it straight down the ground. Seis carreras, manos arriba from the umpire. So Vejko puts the hands up. It's another biggie.
This partnership, 26 off 9 deliveries, building very nicely after early losses.
That's hit well, and it's going to get through the fielder. Cuatro más, 4 more runs.
Well, there you go. Just some of the replay there. There was a moment in the field where one of the fielders looked ruefully back to his friend there to say, what on earth was that? I think that the cover fielder it's either struck him or it struck something near him, and the ball has flown up Tortuga style and almost taken out a fielder who was going to try and back up. He's looked back over his shoulder and he's gone, Sam, what was that? I think we're all saying the same thing.
I think there was a genuine Tortuga there.
Yeah.
It just absolutely flew off the deck and got past him. Oof. And looks like Charlie just wants to make a bit of a change here in the field. Yeah, he's making some changes, some adjustments to that offside field, and he comes again to bowl the last of his spell, and it's that slightly slower kind of cutter which gets him another dot ball. 19 off the over, and Cyprus a much better power play than in the last match where they only got to 15 for 1. This time they've lost 2 wickets, but they've got a healthier score on the board. It's 40 for 2, and what's more important, that Adam Sen seems to be ticking along nicely. 23 of 8 deliveries.
Hey, Rico, this time in the last match, you asked me about the temperature, and we said, okay, after the power play, I think it was 24 degrees in the shade, and it was about 30, 31, 32 out in the centre. It's now 29 degrees in the shade here, just quarter past 11 in the morning, and the real feel is up to 34 now, and it's still climbing.
Yeah, I know it. I'm like in a sweat box, and the good news is I think I'll lose a few kilos, so I'm all for it. I'm all for it, as long as nobody sees me sweating away, because I think at the moment it's like I'm wearing a wet towel. It feels that way at the moment. They're making a change here. I think we're going to see Alfred Beresford-Pierce to bowl. He bowled beautifully well yesterday. He also looks like he's going to be bowling from an end where we didn't see him bowl too much from over the T20 internationals. He mainly bowled from the scorer's end. So let's see how he fares.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Rico.
Oh, now this one, what do they call here? I would like to see this side on. It's very close to being over the head. He's a tall man. And though he does charge down, well, that's a wide ball.
That's a
wide ball. If he's standing in his crease, yeah, there you go. The umpires will call it a wide.
Yep, good call.
Well done to 2 circles. Now, this is where 2 circles are going to be key with some of these bounce deliveries. And the right call, they make the adjustment, they do call it a wide. There is no way that wasn't a wide. And that one, this could be a no ball. This could be a no ball. I reckon, side on again here, folks. If this is over the shoulder, which I feel it could be, this could be a no ball. Because remember, the wide that went over the shoulder is one for the over. Can we see this side on?
If we can get it, that'll really tell a tale. Here we go.
Let's see the side on of this second ball. Come on, let's see it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's pretty quick. Is it on the way up?
Let's
see where it needs to be.
Keep rolling.
Let's keep this rolling. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Tell you what. Taken. Well, that's taken. So that's academic. That's the wicket gone. Well, there you go. From what could have been a controversial little moment there, Rick and I were looking at the replay very closely, and we're raising our eyebrows. Yeah, and well, the next ball, it's cut. Oh, it's just flicked off the pads, and it goes straight to the field at square leg. Who says, "Thank you. I'll hang on to that one." Well, that's a bit of a moment here in the game.
It is, you know. For me, when I'm looking at that second ball, I think that's over the shoulder. You can see the 2 umpires having a chat, and they probably think, I think it was okay because he charged. But remember, you have to go by where the batter would be inside his screen. It's a difficult one for the umpires. That's why the technology, I think, is pretty important to use.
Yep.
But I think if you looked at that at a fine-tooth comb, that should have been a no ball because it was the second one over the shoulder. So I think Braithwaite's a little bit unlucky. But you know what? That sometimes those little things work out in your favour because Braithwaite, he wasn't exactly motoring along. He'd scored just 8 of 7. But Scott Burdekin, who the captain, certainly is due some runs. He might just click in this innings, which would mean that Braithwaite getting out the way there could work in their favour.
pushed out there into the covers by Burdekin. So yeah, good break for Alfred Beresford-Pearce. He'll be happy about that, of course, after bowling that short ball that got called in the second one that we suspect probably could have been called as well. Doesn't matter. It's in the book as it is. That's the way cookie crumbles, and that's the way the umpires and TR saw it. So halfway through the fourth, 42 for 3. Sen putting together a very good innings here. He's 23 from 8, looking very dangerous. Good delivery. Good delivery, that one. Nice follow-up. Sen in a couple of changes of minds there. Maybe looking just to feather it towards a bit deep backward point, but in the end, he almost gets a feather edge through the keeper, but he misses. And Hashimi, who's into the side, he is keeping quite nicely today.
I've been very impressed with Alfred. He didn't play in the first match. He really bowled his heart out in the T20 internationals, but was a beautiful line, got lovely rhythm, and makes it awkward for the batters. This time he just goes a little bit too wide. It's been hit firmly, but straight to Sam Houghton, who has been positioned out there perfectly and doing the sweeping, and just keeps that to a single. Chases the wide one there, really, but doesn't get the result that he's after. It'll just be a single.
Adam likes to move around the crease. You do see there a lot with both him and actually his brother Alexander as well. They do like to move around. They like to keep the bowler a little bit sort of just in maybe a few changes of mind as the bowler's about to deliver the ball. So he doesn't mind shifting around the crease a bit. Makes a bit of room, hits it down the ground. This time it's Captain Zach who's fielding down here in front of us in the long off position. Nicely done, just a single. That's a good over, this one. And it's been completed now. We just that single off the last ball. So it's going to be 4 from it, a wicket as well. And Alfred Beresford-Pearce, his first over goes for just that 4 with a very important wicket there of Rawat Braithwaite. Have a look at the run right there. It's currently at 11. Tick downwards there after that over. And obviously the previous over went for 19. That was Jali's over. And then this one brings things back to where Croatia would like to see them going forward.
Yeah, very good over from a very good player, and that's what he does. And I just feel going forward in this series, if Alfred keeps bowling the way that he is, and Zach and also Harpreet Jali bowl the kind of form that we know that they can be in. Thali, first time we're seeing him, he's been good. It's going to be very difficult to score off them. They bowl so well on this pitch. So in comes... oh, that's a bit of a cutter which doesn't really get off the ground there this time around. This is Chobe, who's coming back to bowling second. He's also bowled well. It could be one of those ECIs where scores of between 95 and 110 could be around about the average scores, because bowlers are bowling so well, and batters will really, if one batter gets in, that might win you the game. There it is again. It's a lovely delivery. They're asking the question. I don't think this catches anything on the way through. No. I think they're just celebrating a good delivery, and probably can't believe that it hasn't taken the stumps on the way through.
Yeah, this is one of those deliveries which, look, it's bang on middle stump, isn't it? Yeah. But it just takes off. And, yeah, well taken by the keeper. Hashimi, as I mentioned before, is having a pretty good day with the gloves so far. It's just a good delivery, that's all. Beats the bat. It gets a little higher on Scott than he was anticipating, but he doesn't get a feather edge on that one. And we continue, 44 for 3. Same again, almost the same again. This time it was more of a swipe rather than a full-blooded drive, but he doesn't get anything on that.
He struggled with this delivery, hasn't he, Scott Burdekin? Yeah. It's he's not picking the length. He's not picking the fact that where that ball is being pitched, it's going to be rising outside the off, and he has to get rock back and play the uppercut. Yep. He hasn't been able to play that ball.
Ooh, that tucks him up. They do scamper through for one. That's a good call there.
He's
hurt. Who's backing up? Yeah, he's
That's
down.
got him. You know where that's got him?
That's got him.
That has rocked and shaken and moved the furniture from Scott Burdekin. Well, how do they teach you to deal with this in the forces? Because that's right in the cojones. And Scott Burdekin is saying, Mama, I need my mama. That has hurt. And all the men around the world are now crossing their legs and thinking, ouch, that's a nasty one. And that definitely does hurt you. It is right where you don't want it. And, well, I think it's not just the Grizzly that dropped there. 2 other balls dropped as well.
I think on a positive note, though, he did miss both his legs. So I think that's that's a takeaway for Scott there.
Now,
He'll take a second here, just a bit of a spell, get a bit of a breather and some water, and well, not too much close attention, because you really don't want too much close attention when that happens.
well, I mean, what spray do you bring out for this? I don't think the freeze spray is going to do any good because they've disappeared already. Maybe, I mean, if they're a bit rusty, WD-40 maybe.
What about the heat rub? Something like that. No matter what the medic brings out, you just got to sit on the deck and just say no, 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 no. Mate, look, maybe an ice pack just for a few moments, maybe something like that. Just while we're having a bit of respite here, I want to say good morning to Ray Tipping, who's in the chat. Ray, who's been keeping you and I company throughout the 220 hours. Good to see you again, Ray. And and everyone else in the chat. Good to see you all. I haven't said good morning to many people, but thank you for joining us, everybody. Mr. Biscuits is in the chat too. Hello, Mr. Biscuits. And John Gray has been keeping us company. And hello to everyone. Hope you're doing really well so far, wherever you are. Just while we're having this little moment of respite and allowing Scott just a little bit of privacy, just to get his bearings, back into place. And
Not his bearings, he needs to get back in place. But anyway, he's on his feet, which is a good thing. And
I was meaning his ball bearings. Just needs to get the furniture rearranged, and no one likes to have the lounge room moved around like that. So let's just give him a moment. The Croatian team are giving him a second, and he's up and walking, so that's good. And he's just gonna suck in a few deep breaths here, just while we reassess. It's 45 for 3. Still two deliveries to come in this fifth over before we get to have another little momentary break for Rico and I to, get you all into the igloo, which we probably could have done actually during that little disturbance there, but that's okay. Look, it's just one of these things that happens in cricket. I know there's a few tears in the chat there, a few people commiserating. And it's good to see so many people lined up in the chat this morning. Hope you're having a great Saturday morning wherever you are around the world. We're having a good Saturday morning, despite the fact that it's not even midday and it's already feeling like about 35 degrees here in the centre.
Yeah.
But it's that's what happens when we get a European heat wave here in this part of the world. We look like we're set to go, so we can resume the action.
Mr. Biscuits is in the chat. Hello, Mr. Biscuits. Where are you from, Mr. Biscuits? That doesn't come up, but it's been whipped away beautifully. Quick hands from Adam said. It's a really good shot, actually, because a lot of batters would have probably been surprised about the lack of a bounce there, but he plays that away beautifully. Quick hands and quick wrist as he just whips it away for 4 runs. He's going well, but he needs some support at the other end, and at the moment, Scott Burdekin, he needs some support at another end as well, doesn't he? But he seems all right. That thigh pad that he's got on there, by the way, looks absolutely massive. When you have a look at him again, just have a look at the thigh pad. That's bad bowling. Watch out in there, scorers. Coming your way. Incoming. Well, that's Samir, Marzi and Vasu in there. Hey, big shout out to Vasu. He was absolutely brilliant playing for Romania recently. I think it was wasn't he the MVP as well, Vasu Zaini?
Yeah.
He was brilliant with the bat and the ball. He's with us now. I tell you who's with us now. You're with us now as well. It's great to have you in. Got to be said, this is not an igloo. If it was an igloo, we would be loving ourselves in there at the moment. This is it's a microwave oven. That's what it is. It's really hot, but it's great to have you here with us. Rico Full here with Phil G. And we, of course, will be bringing you all the action from Croatia.
That's right. We're here all week, so don't change the channel. Don't feel need to adjust your TV sets. This is us here throughout the whole week, and also next weekend as well. ECSW action on the following weekend. And if I'm correct, wasn't it 2 years ago? It was the first ECSW here actually at this ground for European Cricket Network. So that's a really big, interesting milestone to talk about next weekend when the women are on centre stage.
Tilly comes on to bowl. It's cut away. Powerfully hit, and just going to be a single, so Scott just cannot bring the boundary up at the moment. I want to say to all the Indigenous people out there, International Day for you today, World Indigenous People Day, pays tribute to the Indigenous communities of the world. There's around between 370 to 500 million Indigenous people living in around about 90 countries. So they're a huge community. They add so much to the places where they are, unique set of languages, traditions, cultures and governing systems. So enjoy your day. Also, August Moon Festival is celebrated today in Greece. So I know we've made many friends in the cricketing community of Greece. So for all of you out there, if you are tuning in, enjoy the August Moon Festival.
Here's a bit of trivia for you. Did you know the parachute was invented by a Croatian?
Was it?
The parachute. Yeah, late 16th century.
I like the invention, but I wouldn't want to be the one who was testing them.
I was about to say, how many test candidates did they have before they went, that works? That is the one that works. I'm very, very sorry to the rest of you. I'm very, 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 very sorry. But that one works.
Oh, dear. Chile again. He moves right across. Once again, Funky. And it's a long chase. Andre, iba. No puede. Qué guay, qué genial. Qué fantástico is este golpe. And Adam, he is certainly turning on the style. We talked a bit about this yesterday, didn't we? That we're saying that maybe one answer to this pitch, because it is pretty bouncy, is to play the ramp and the switch shot. And Sen played that beautifully. Lovely shot there. Goes for 4 runs.
That was a really lovely shot. We've seen a couple of ramps here from Cyprus batters in the last few days. They've been practicing that. Looks good.
And now firmly hit down the ground. Work to be done by the fielder. Can't get there. Excellent effort from Luke. But there was too much power on that one, Luke. Tried to get a hand to it. I mean, just look at the effort. It's tremendous. You'll see him coming in to your shot here. Luke comes across, but just couldn't get a hand onto it. The ball just bobbled over the hand. Lovely shot there from Sandy. He's going nicely, and at the moment, he's getting Cyprus to a fairly decent score. Slower delivery down the leg side, though. Would be a wide. Tilly just can't get it right. Was trying to just get through the over there with a dot ball. He'll have to bowl another. And if it goes to the boundary, those wide balls are pretty expensive. One of those wides has already cost 1 boundary. Could they get another here? Sen definitely will be going for it. I wonder if he hops across again. He does go across, but this time Tilly kind of follows him. It will just... Oh, well, he almost loses it. They think about a second. Decide not to. Well, Zach just lost that for a moment. I think the batters, if they were alert to it, probably could have stolen another. It would be the end of the over. And 6 overs have now been completed. And Cyprus, they're going at just over the 10. They're 66 for 3 at the end of 6.
Yeah, so once again, it's proving a little bit difficult for Cyprus to break out of the blocks here against this Croatian bowling attack. And also the fielders are pretty hot around the field. They love to throw themselves around. Some very good efforts in the field so far. I need to give a shout out to the Vukasic brothers there, Luke and Zach, fielding it long off and long on. And obviously we saw Zach just lost sight of the ball for a moment there. But Luke's been a live wire over towards our right-hand side here, fielding in that sort of... It's kind of like he's a wide, long on, moving in towards a deep mid-wicket area sort of fielder there. They haven't gone to put him straight. They're trying to sort of have, try a bit of best of both worlds there. But the fielding has been very, very good. And for the batting, well, Sen is standing tall here, 42 from 16, and he's the shining light right now. And Cyprus love to see him kicking on.
Powerfully hit in the gap, 4 runs. Beautiful shot. And Scott Burdekin, boy, he needed that boundary. I was just about to say, Phil, that if he doesn't get a boundary, then they're going to have to make a change. In fact, that's not Scott Burdekin. With the scorers, I hope the scorers get that adjusted. That's Sen, isn't it? They've given that 4, I think, to Burdekin.
No, Burdekin's definitely an on-striker's end. I can see him there. He's still watering his eyes a little bit. Definitely that Sen on strike. And he goes again. And the desperate dive, it smacks into the frame of the dugout tent there for another boundary. And if my calculations are correct, that should be a 50 for Adam Sen. Just going to get confirmation of that, but I reckon he's brought up his 50 with those two. Yeah,
that's 50. That is 50 because he's hit a 4 and when he was on 42, and now he's hit another boundary. I think, they've got that the wrong way around.
They've got it wrong way around, yep. They'll fix that up, and that will be Sen's 50 off 16 deliveries. That is excellent batting. You can tell it's Sen because he skips across. Scott is not prone to be skipping across the same way Sen does. And at the also same time, they're two very different looking fellas as well.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, that's Adam Sen on strike.
Yeah,
100%.
and he's got a 50 to himself as well. And I think that 50's come off just 18 deliveries. So very well
18.
batted. Very well batted. And I'll make that... got to add the things on here. I make that 6 4s and 4 6s. Good knock. I think the scorers probably just getting that sorted now. So well done to Adam Sen. Great knock. And give him a clap. That's his 50, everybody. Give him a clap. Give him a clap. Yeah, well batted, Adam Sen.
Yeah, good stuff there. I'm sure the news will get through to the dugout at the moment. They're a little bit sort of at the back of the dugout there. Little bit of noise now, but yeah, no, that is a 50. And he raises the bat and says, yeah, very, very belatedly.
He probably said, I knew it, but where were my applause? Hey,
There
Mr.
he is.
Biscuits from Jimmy Addison County, from Burnley. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being one of our family. Nice to have you with us.
Good on you, Mr. Biscuits.
Yeah, and Helix was joining in the chat as well. Hello
hey,
to
Helix.
Connor. And who else was in there? Oh, yeah, Enrico. You said hello to Enrico. I didn't get a chance. Enrico, nice to have you joining us. Hello to everybody on this weekend here in Croatia. Hope you're having a super Saturday. And, well, why don't you let us know what else you got planned for your weekend? Hello, Kroom. And Kroom is saying, who are we playing today? Here comes the bowler again. So, slower delivery. Just turned away. It's partially, I think, fortunately stopped there by Scott Bevan. Nice to see that he's playing. I'm one of those, a lot of people say, Rico, you're mad. I'm one of those who says, I want to see Scott Bevan have a bowl.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, he can only get better, right?
Yeah.
So there's that.
They applaud his 50 again, because now it comes up on the board.
One more time.
I think they didn't believe us. They thought, until we see it on the scoreboard, we're not going to give it. So I tell you who's not happy about it. This man who's on strike, Scott Burdekin, has just lost 10 runs. And there is a fielder out there who should get there. He does. What do you think here? Look, I know that I'm probably more ruthless than you. Scott, is it worth him being out there when you got the other Scott out there, Scott Austin, who can come out and blast it? I think he's hurting them here. 4 of 8.
I'm concerned about Austin because he did take a bad knock and now he's been listed as the keeper, which means they're not going to bowl him. I'm just a bit concerned because he's a live wire in the field as well. We saw him do a Jonty Rhodes-esque run out on day number 1. So he's capable in the field. I'm thinking just on the back of what you're saying there, maybe Scott's going to give himself maybe to the end of this over. What can he do here? He might just, because he's already done it in the previous game. He has taken batter off for his retired batter. It was Rahman who he retired.
Yeah, Mazumdar,
Yeah, Mazumdar. So I reckon if he doesn't get a boundary here, you might see him taking himself off and saying, come on, someone else get out there. 3 overs to go after this delivery. You get out there, make something of it.
All right,
Keep
now
slow.
it does keep low.
What do you
Probably
think?
still not the right shot to play. Is it? I think if you look at where the ball is always going to pitch where it's pitching.
Yeah.
I wonder what Scott is thinking. I think he's I think he might just I think he just gestured to the dugout there. Let's talk a little bit about this. The Western Shield, starting on the 18th to the 24th. Rise and shine. And our saying for the Meltel and the Western Shield is that it is the launching ground for tomorrow's champions. And I know that there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes there at HQ, and pretty shortly we'll be releasing some of those teams and some of those plays. And I tell you what, there's certainly some stars that are coming, and there's going to be a lot of chum. Yep, there'll be a lot of sparkle when you hear those names.
There will indeed. Looking forward to that one. We're less than 6 weeks away from that, so that's getting very close. Actually, 5 weeks away, I believe.
Oh, lethal, devastating ball. Definitely one for the over. We'll look at this side on as well. I want to see how high it is, because sometimes they don't look like they're going over the head. But let's see where this ends up going once it bounces. It's going upwards up. You know what? I think that's another one for me that if he's standing in his upright position, is very close to being a wide. I'd like to see the umpire just wait a little bit longer before they bowl the next delivery. They're not really giving us time to show the third umpire, that's Ivana, to see it again, because I think that's 2 that have been missed, that have been over the head, and one of them should have been a no ball.
Yeah, I agree. And that was a very important one.
Yeah,
that one that
Braithwaite getting out.
about. Braithwaite getting out, yeah, indeed.
Oh, Gundy.
Wow, Burdekin goes for the ramp. He ends up almost having to reverse his ramp as well. So it was completely, it was obviously premeditated, but completely missed. He's probably thankful there was obviously the wide call. Would have looked a little bit silly there. Swings and misses. Now, Scott's going to have to go into that room full of mirrors, have a good hard look at himself, and I think I wouldn't be surprised now with, what are we now, 7.2 overs gone. He has to consider that for the team's sake.
Got to make that call. I mean, as much as he don't want to, I think he's saying, right, one more ball. He's played at it, and where will it go? It will go for 4. I think he's now said, all right, give me one more.
Yeah, he did. He looked to the dugout, didn't he? He looked to the dugout and said, give me one more. That's really funny.
Have a look at this. So he hits the 4, so we'll follow that 4 runs. But look at Scott here. As he gets to the other end, he might have already said, so here it is. He might have already said, right, come on, come out. Then he says, actually, you know what? Give me one more because I just hit a boundary. And he goes again, and he might stay there a little bit longer because I think he's going to get another boundary. Well, he's given himself a lifeline, has Scott Burdekin, the captain. He was about to walk off. He hits a boundary and then says to the camp, all right, I'll have one more. Give me one more. And he's hit another boundary. Well, he's now up to run a ball. He's moved to 12 of 12.
Rico, I can confirm this time he waved. This time he waved at the boundary. He just put the hand up like this, and that was like a traffic cop saying, you're done. I will continue on my way. I think he's okay now. He's found his zone.
Still got to keep going, hasn't he? And now it's that ball that's always... He's trying. You can see this time he says, I'll get low and try and hit it on the up. Yep. He is trying, but he just can't get bad on that ball outside the off. And I wonder if that now means that this could be his last delivery, the last one in the over from Luke. Hit powerfully, goes quickly, and he's going to get through the fielder. Well, that's Sam Houghton. Now, Houghton's normally... Look, there's that signal again. I don't know what he's saying. Nah, you stay there now. It's another boundary. That's 3 boundaries I've hit in 4 deliveries, but I wonder if that's another Tortuga there for Houghton because he's a very good fielder. I'll be very surprised if it goes through him. But it's a good over because that one goes for 15. It breaks a hat-trick of overs that went for 11, by the way.
Yeah.
Over number 5, 6, and 7 all went for 11.
Oh, that's... Don't know if we can get that one. That's something for the ECM bingo card when we release them. I just saw Kev Kroom in the chat talking about a couple of football games that he's going to watch later on. One in Billericay. And that was... Hearing that name made my hair stand up on end because I have distant relatives who live in Billericay. And my grandfather, who was the whole reason I moved out of Australia and moved over to England, my grandfather saw out his years in Southminster, which is just down the road from Billericay. So I know the area quite well, Kev. So, yeah, we saw the name and my ears stood up on end underneath these headphones and I thought, oh, Kev, you're in part of the world where 25 years ago, that was where I started to call home. So, yep, nice one. This partnership, though, that's even better. 52 from 28, and Sen's contributed 30 of those, and now Scott Burdekin's starting to pick up as well with 16 of those runs. 52 from 28. This is potentially I wouldn't say match saving because we don't know how it's going to go, but this has brought them back into the fold. This has brought them back up.
I was saying, when I was talking to you, that the way that the bowlers are bowled, and they continue to bowl well, that scores between 95 and sort of that 110, that could be kind of the average score. They look like they're getting to the 120s. As we're going to see an unusual change here. Well, I said unusual because I'm pretty surprised to see this change. Sam Houghton comes on the bowl and he bowls a 7-up first up. Game-changing moments.
Yep.
The return of form, Scott Burdekin when he was about to retire himself out and then hits 3 boundaries. And now this, Sam Houghton comes on the bowl. A wicket-keeper wants to turn his arm over and he bowls a Gundy full toss that gets peppered to the boundary. That's 7, and then this is a free hit.
100 up as well. Ooh. Goes along the deck this time, straight to the player who's patrolling the boundary line. So just the single there. A bit of a sigh of relief from some of the Croatian fielders there to be happy about that one. As I can see, the 12th for the sub fielder for Croatia, just running across with a water bottle. That's Neil Smith, who's sitting this game out. Houghton in again. Oh, flat batted. Bang! Down the ground, 6 runs.
Sam Houghton just got to get the ball to pitch and to Scott Burdekin. He's got to get it outside the off. You can't be bowling these to a guy who is waiting to unleash after dotting up so many balls. He's found his mojo, he's found his form, and if you're going to bowl full tosses to him, he is going to put you away. So all happens in the 9th is the saying that we have in the T10 format. Houghton comes in again and he delivers another full toss, which Burdekin just doesn't get right. He's missed out on this one. I don't think there's any issue with the height, but yeah, Scotty, he should have been putting that one away. Yeah. It's been called a no ball here. Now, they've called this a no ball. I'm actually quite surprised. So that ball for me is on the way down. I think if he's inside the crease, I think it's probably below the crease. So they're giving it a free hit, though, you know.
Oh, boy.
So, license to go the full Monty, Adam. better delivery. Houghton, he actually changes his changes it up, but he's not bowling off. He's not bowling the spin anymore. Look, his run-up's getting bigger and bigger with each ball.
It is too. He's just taken an extra step backwards that time.
It's a better delivery, nicely played. Houghton slides and thinks about throwing it in, but probably not a wise decision because nobody's backing up. So another run. So this is exactly the over they needed here. Remember, the last went for 15 after 3 lots of 11. This one's already gone with 18 with 2 balls still to go. Adam Sen back on strike. Powerfully hit, but it's just dropped.
Effort.
It would have been a great catch. Does save the boundary, but that's Luke again. The 2 brothers just touch hands. It's a wonderful effort. But Luke will be disappointed he's put this down because he's done the hard work to get there. We'll have a good look at this from that camera if we get a chance, but we're not going to because Houghton's coming in again, maybe at the end of the over if we still got it. And a bit of bat onto it. So that's the 20 of the over. They're thinking about another. They're hesitating. There's going to be a run out here. Oh, that is just criminal. And Scott Burdekin has barbecued Adam Sen. That's the way I see it. Burdekin, he sells Adam Sen down the river, and that's a bit of a disaster going into the last over because Adam Sen was 62, looking dangerous. And when you see this again, Scott Burdekin goes, stops, goes again and stops. Adam Sen does everything right. He reacts to the movements of Scott, and he's going to get grilled here. He's going to get barbecued.
Yeah, this is disappointing. To watch this one again, just look at the bottom of your screen there, what happens here. If we can get back to it now, we don't get to see it. But yeah, at the bottom of the screen, you can see Burdekin, as Rico described, he start, stop, and knew it was too late. Sen knew it was too late. Everyone knew it was too late. But Sen, look, Adam, he gets a get around from the dugout, quite rightly so, because he's played a colossal innings at a time when they were in a bit of strife. And he stood tall. And he's belted a very, very good 60-odd in quick time. Put together a terrific partnership with Scott Burdekin here. And despite Scott Burdekin going down early on, he's bounced back well. But yeah, he's going to feel a bit of a sting from that run out as well. He'll know that he had a lot to do with that.
That hurts them. Scott Burdekin now will go on strike for the last over. It will be Oliver Tilley to bowl it. Oliver, his first went for 11. So Scott, can he get them past that 120 mark? Expected 126. So let's see how they go here. Shot. That's gone, going, gone. Massive 6. It's in the zone for Burdekin. It's 2 pitched up. And Tilley gets driven straight down the ground. Lovely hit. And that's his zone, Scott Burdekin. I mentioned before, he sometimes gets tucked up with the shorter delivery. He's a good cutter of the ball, but he hasn't adjusted to the bounce of this pitch. And that will be well bowled. Plays it into the deck. It's a good delivery, good change-up from Tilley. It's a slower delivery. Burdekin does play this into the deck. And Tilley does the fielding of his own.
He does well there, doesn't he? Charges in again. Well, he has to stretch for this one. There's calling out there to Sam to look after that one. He takes it cleanly on the bounce this time. No little wobbles there out on the point boundary. And so just the one. So the over is not too bad. 7 from it so far. They got the 120 on the board. So they have reached 120. Let's see if they can build on that. Maybe with a couple of sweet hits there from Austin. Just guides. Shouts of yes, yes, yes. Straight to the player. They've gone for the run out here. I think the umpire gave a bit of a shake of the head as he slowly makes his way in to re-put the stumps into the deck. From side on, we'll show you the story. It was pretty close in the end, but yeah, home clearly there. The bat dragged along the deck.
Very good technique and very good calling as well. Scott Burdekin, yes, 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 and he was off.
Yep.
And the technique is good as he slides the bat in.
2 to come. Oh, goes for the big hit towards deep mid wicket, just gets an edge onto the pad, I think, and then just squirts it backward a square for a single. So the score's up to 123 for 4. Sorry, 122. The scoreboard's already ticked over. 122 for 4. Burdekin 33 from 22. He's down on his haunches. He's feeling the heat he's probably feeling the heat in more ways than one. And it's going to be Scott Austin, who's just been there for a few moments. He's going to face the last one. Let's see what he can do here. and he's been, had to have a second bite of the cherry on the stumping, but I think it's a clean stumping, and that is how it's going to go. We'll have a look from side on. Austin, well, what are you going to do? It's the last ball of the innings. You're going to have to go for it. Let's have a look one more time. He's so far out, it's not funny. Just to make sure, he did take the bail off the first time around, but just to be sure, I'll get you a second time, Rico. He said, hang on a minute, is one bail enough? I think I've got to hit the stumps as well.
It's the perfect dismissal for a keeper, isn't it? When you just clip that bail off, that's all he had to do.
That's it.
Really did. Rashid does his job well. Austin will be disappointed, didn't get anything off that last ball. And, Scott Burdekin, it was an interesting innings from him. He really did struggle, didn't he? And I think several times, not just us, but a lot of people were saying that he probably had to retire himself out. That was a strange one, wasn't it? A straight ball, kind of made complicated there by Alexander Sen as he sees his stumps knocked backwards. And then we saw Braithwaite come out, but he would see Mangala give his wicket away as well when he got the toe end of it. And the sub Harry was in the action on 2 occasions, taking the catches. This was beautifully whipped away from Braithwaite. That was a really nice shot. And we thought, well, maybe this is going to be the start of something as Braithwaite and Adam Sen started to get going. But Adam Sen played some lovely shots. It was a really good inning when all the other batters, as you can see, really struggled. That was a really good knock from Sen. Nice catch taken there. Made it look easy, doesn't he, Harry? That takes another one. That was the end of Braithwaite. They needed a partnership. But it's fair to say that most of the runs actually were coming from the bat of Adam Sen. He played some lovely shots. That time he had our scorers in trouble. He was also able to play the magical scoop shot, which we think could be pretty key going forward. This was a great effort there from Luke to try to stop that one. He couldn't. And then when needed be, the captain also stepped up. He was under pressure. Having seen Sen making it look easy at the other end, he was really struggling. There was the 50. And that was beautifully played down the ground. Lovely little bit of timing. That was when Houghton came on and bowled a beamer first up. 20 would come off the over. There was a little bit of carnage, but then there was this. A real mix-up between the two batters. And, that run out there would make the difference for me. Quite easily, it could be 10 to 15 runs. So that's a big moment in the match.
Yeah, it was a bizarre run out, wasn't it? The partnership was worth 72 from 34 deliveries, and they looked like they were just playing such a good game together. You feel that, I agree with you, that's 15 runs I reckon they're going to miss because those two couldn't stick together and keep working together. Yeah. It was a very, very good partnership between the two, and it's little surprise that they're both the top scorers there. Adam Sen, that's 62 out of 122 runs in total. Very good from him. Scott Burdekin, the captain, with 33. He was knocked down, but he wasn't knocked out. He got back up again, and just like in the song, he does get back up again, and he doesn't mind. He keeps going. 12 extras in there as well, was the third top score. All the other batters unable to get to double digits. Have a look at the bowlers here for Croatia. Started well, fits and starts, but then things got a little bit away from them. Sam Houghton's over was a bit of a horror one for him. Luke's single over also went for 15, but wickets shared between the other bowlers. Tilly, Alfie, Aman and Harpreet all picked up wickets, albeit for a few runs. But Alfie pretty economical from his 2 overs, 1 for 15 from 2. Very good indeed from him. Tilly, you know what? 1 for 21 from his 2. Very good for him as well. I was very impressed. So that was excellent stuff. And so the score is going to be 122 for 5 after 10. Cyprus have got runs on the board. Do they have enough? There's a few people in the chat suspecting that after they got over about 110, they felt that's enough. They feel that Croatia, maybe that's about their stretch. Well, we're going to find out in about 7 or 8 minutes' time when myself and Rico will return for the run chase here in match number 2 in this ECI, Croatia taking on Cyprus in a best-of-7 series. Don't go too far. Phil G here for the Europe Cricket Network saying, put a pin in it. Be back with you shortly.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mlados Cricket Centre here. We get set to go in the run chase coming your way very shortly indeed. So 122 runs on the board. Bonus point equation looks like this, 85 runs or less. That's the secondary target to think about there for the fielding team to restrict. The batting team too, for them to pick up all 4 points, and of course 7 overs or less. You pull that one in, well, you're going to get 4 points as well. We saw that in the previous game. We may see it in this game as well. You never know. Croatia riding a bit of a wave after that first win, very emphatic first win, and now they're chasing a bigger score of 122. They get off to a flyer, anything goes. For Cyprus, they'll feel a little bit more confident now with these runs on the board. Now, I think that's really important for them and for the bowlers too. They've got something to work with, but they've got to do a lot of work under trying conditions out there as well. The field and the pitch has got its little gremlins in it as much as the weather does, but the weather here is very testing indeed. A few players already just sort of showing a few signs of slight, I wouldn't call it fatigue. Fatigue's a strong word to use, but they're feeling the heat out there. And also, I had a quick chat to Adam Sen. I just went for a bathroom break past Adam Sen. He said to me, under the lid for all that time, he said, it's a struggle. It really is a struggle under the lid in the heat out there. And I pointed out to him that in the centre, it's probably about 34 degrees right now. It's barely even cracked lunchtime. It's just gone midday, and the temperature's already risen up into the low mid-30s. So it is tough going out there. Spare a thought for all the players and the umpires out there as well, and also for the crew around the ground. It's warm conditions here. It's a mini heat wave that's hit this part of Europe and hit pretty much all of Europe as well. And we're almost set to go in the run chase. Big innings, this one. Massive. Croatia get a win here. They go 2-0 up in a best-of-7 series. Cyprus absolutely emphatic. They want to level the series. Run chase starts right now. Islam's got the ball. We start with a wide. Pressure relief in that one there. Rico Full is back with the inside the commentary igloo here in our own little private sauna. And Rico, we are set to go. This is a really big, important run chase. Real character building, this one.
Yeah, very important one. Cyprus, they've worked hard to get to that 122. Now they're going to see if their bowlers can defend it. And Croatia, they're looking to make it another victory. That's nicely played. It will gently go to the fielder. No issues there for Lovedeep Singh. I think Lovedeep, they want him to come back well in this one, don't they? They need him to be at his best. So Lovedeep, they've also got Wakarali in the side now. Wakarali didn't play in the last. Now we know that in the T20s he bowled beautifully well. He was nailing those Yorkers. So I think they've gone for their strongest possible team in this one. I really do. But can they get the result thereafter?
Swings. Oh, they've missed this one, haven't they? That's going to get away. Is it going to go away? No, it actually pulls up about a metre inside the rope there. I'm surprised, Rick. I thought they had enough pace on it to get all the way.
I think credit here to Scott Austin. He does get a bit of glove, I think, onto it which takes the pace up. Look at Scott Austin. He's walking back. Did you see that gesture? It's like, what am I supposed to do with that? I mean, yeah, you're right. What are you supposed to do with it? He tried to do everything right. You've got to go side on. You can't go face on.
Totally, yeah.
He tried to go side on. Look at him here. I love it.
Elevates, uppercuts, and over the point, backward point for 4 runs. Yeah, you're right. Poor old Austin there. And he's not too sure about what that previous delivery on. We're sure about that one. And so is Scott Bevan, one of our favourite players, bit of a character. He opens his account with a slashing drive outside the off and goes over the top of the infield, 4 runs. It'd be good to see Scott Bevan get into the runs here. He's toiled throughout the T20Is and he's getting a chance here in this second match to do something with the bat. Didn't get a chance to have a bowl in the previous innings. Didn't see a lot of him in the field, to be honest, either. They didn't call his name too much. Gets someone on the full, hits it straight down the throat of mid-wicket. Well, Scott Bevan, unfortunately, I don't know what to say, Rico. We've been pleading for him to get a good chance, a good innings. Not this time.
That was blasted, though. It has to be said. That was absolutely thumped. And what a good catch that is. I mean, this ball was motoring.
Yeah.
I mean, he's hit it out the middle, but I mean, it was right at the fielder. It's actually taken a really good catch. That was clobbered. So that's the first one that goes down. I'm just trying to confirm for you who was the catcher there, because it's a shirt number that I don't have on my scorecard. So somebody I think is wearing probably a different. It looked like.
Is that Hardeep?
I don't know. Hardeep's not supposed to be playing this match, so
I think Scott Burdekin, I think, is sitting this one out for fielding, and I think 12th Hardeep may have been.
Hardeep is on?
I think Hardeep's on. Yeah.
We'll soon find out.
We'll get that confirmed.
Well, they say it's Rahman. It's Mazumdar. So Rahman Mazumdar looks like he's out there. You're right. Scott Burdekin isn't out there, probably again because of heat. He was out there struggling, and we saw him struggle coming to the end of the innings. So no score out there. So Rahman Mazumdar. Isn't it quite interesting that in both matches, we saw that in this one, it was supposed to be, the first ball was supposed to be bowled by Adrian. He didn't bowl it. And he went off. Sub came on, which was Harry. And Harry took the very first catch.
Incredible, right?
And we're seeing the same here. The sub has been involved in the first wicket. And that's the end of the over. It's a tidy one. They were 8 for 1. And guess what? It's 8 for 1 here for Croatia as well. 116 matches since the Golden Ball.
Also like to point out that Adam Sen hasn't taken the field either. Taranga has come out in his place, and I suspect that's to do with the fact that Adam Sen, when I just mentioned before that he was also talking about the heat, being stuck under the lid, he was looking quite uncomfortable when I had a brief chat with him as well. So I'm kind of, I'm kind of not surprised that they're using the sub players here.
Yeah, look, that it makes sense in a way, because I think it's very important to also consider the health of the players, and you don't want anybody to get any heat exhaustion or heat stroke. Tries to play that out in anger. Nothing there. Wakar Ali, this guy is one to watch. He's a steamy little character, is Wakar. And the umpire just having a little chat with him there and saying, hey, look, when you follow through, don't be in my way, or you can't get too many decisions from me. You're not made of glass.
Fair enough too. So yeah, when Wakar Ali's bowling, watch out for the fast straight one. Just watch out for that. He comes steaming in again. It's been hit nicely through the mid-wicket area, all the way along the deck. 4 runs. Desperate attempt in the field to try to cut that one off, and gets it straight through everybody. 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, well, Mazumdar, he took a very good catch to one that was straight at him. It really was a good catch. He had to be pretty quick and alert. It was around about chin height when it got to it, but that one has been hit too well from Rashid, who's been joined out there by Luke Vuskovic.
A few people asked, why isn't Luke out there opening? Well, you've almost got your wish, because he's out there now. It has been pushed down the leg side. Doesn't quite get the swing that he wanted. It came a little bit too late. Yeah, Luke Vukovic, he's looking on here today. I've enjoyed the way he's been getting around the field. He's quite desperate. He's just like his brother Zach, throws himself around the field, desperate to get everything, desperate to save and catch anything that comes near them. And he gets his chance with the bat. Oh, he's at the non-strikers in at the moment. Oh, that one's hit the leg. I think it's made hit the unprotected part of the leg.
Yeah, you could see that he hobbled a bit, didn't want to show any pain, doesn't want to give the bowler the satisfaction of knowing that he's hurt him, but that did hurt. And Luke, first time we've seen him playing in the red, white and blue of Croatia, and he already, to me, looks like a really good addition in everything that he's done so far. So
Yeah.
I'm expecting him to perform well in this series. Makarali, we know what he can do. Oh,
Good
wow.
lift off the deck, isn't there? Oh.
The grunt. We're used to seeing the grunted slow ball on the network. There was nothing slow about this. This was grunted with pace on. Oh, he fired that in quickly, didn't he, Wakarali?
That's a spectacle. And it hits the deck and it gets a little bit of extra lift. It just makes it look all the more menacing. And Hashmi's made it look a little bit silly there, spinning around like a top. Can't get bat on ball. Once again. Tell you what, he's going to get the edge in a minute. Now that edge is either going to go to the keeper or it's going to fly away for possibly 6 through the vacant deep third area. You watch. That's my hit prediction, folks. Let's see what happens because he's just fishing for that.
It's a good observation from you to have somebody who's bowling with wheels like this and targeting the outside off. I'm surprised they haven't got the third back.
Against Hashmi, put the third back. And this will be the straight one, I reckon. Oh, it's a bit straighter.
It's short. He bangs it in short and gets clobbered. I think he was going for the element of surprise here, Wakarali. He said, right, I've been full, straight, and now I'm going to try and tuck him up. But that one holds up nicely, and Rashid Hashmi goes boom, shakalugya. So an over that was looking up, it's just going to go for about 5. It does end up going double figures in the air. That 6 means that 11 come from it. And at the end of the over, they are 19 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, good over that one indeed. That was a bit of a steadier as well, though, for Croatia, having lost that first wicket in the first over, rather surprisingly, as it went there. So they've held it together. They've got 11 runs from it as well. They need to be going at, 13s at the moment from here on in to pick up a win. So definitely up there with a chance. Well, not just chance, a red-hot chance to really reel these ones in. Supercomputer still like Cyprus, the tune of 73%. How about that?
They're going with the runs on the board, aren't they? Supercomputer, and that's up in the air. He's going to get over the infield. Fielder waits for it, takes his time, fires in the throw. That's Kamal Razors out there. I'm liking the fact that they're changing the bowling round here a bit. So we started with Islam. Wakarali bowled the second. They don't go back to Islam, even though he just went for 8 and took a wicket. He's going straight to Lovedeep here. So he doesn't want to give the batters the chance to get settled. Braithwaite pulling the strings at the moment. The absence of Scott Burdeking.
Shot elevates. And I reckon that has just gone across the line. Good eyes from the umpire to not wait for the replay. That from where we're standing, Rico, I reckon that's cleared the rope by about 6 or 7 inches. No, probably about 1.5 foot actually in the end. So there you go. Nicely done. Great shot. And that is going to be a good bit of pressure relieving from Hashmi. He's starting to get on his bike now. 26 for 1. Still 4 to come in the power play. This is a very important power play.
Very good power play. You're right. Sorry to butt in there. One thing I was going to say there, Phil, I don't think, looking at this track, when you try to force the ball short into it, it doesn't do the same thing as when you're just bowling it with rhythm. Look at it. There's the proof in the pudding.
Exactly.
There's the proof in the pudding.
Exactly.
And I think this might. Let's have a look at this side on. Umpires better wait to see this because I think this could be a wide. This has gone viciously. Watch this. This is vicious. Oh, look at that. I think actually probably just one for the... If you're standing upright, it probably catch you. But that's right on cue what I was going to say here.
Totally. Yep.
When you're trying to push the ball through, it's not doing the same. And Rashid has already shown he likes a short ball. But when it's just momentum and it's just sort of a length naturally, it takes off.
And also gets up a little bit there. It takes him, I think, on the midriff. Just flies off the side. Interesting enough, we had this conversation with a couple of the Cyprus bowlers in the lounge yesterday, enjoying International Beer Day with them. And one of them said, you want to bang it into the deck and get a short ball. And we said, no. No, you put it on the back of a good length. You watch and see what happens.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. If you bang it in short, look what happens. Hashmi will hooks you around the corner for 6.
I think if you force it into the deck, it slows up and holds up.
Yeah.
If you bowl with your natural rhythm and flow, the ball short of length, that's fly. Now, Lovedeep should know that. That's why he was so successful in the T20s. And he comes again here to the dangerous Hashmi. That's caught him again. And also, the ball that he got that just took off has unsettled him. It's unsettled him because, and I like that though, that's a lovely moment.
Well done.
I wonder if we can see that again between Lovedeep Singh and Hashmi. You know, both come together, just shake hands, they sort of say, hey, you're okay. I mean, that's caught him. It's caught him around the chest. But look at Lovedeep. He's just walking straight over to him.
Yep.
And look, that's a beautiful moment. That's a lovely moment that's captured. Lovely moment. That's what's important to see. Yeah, you want to win. You want to play hard. You want to play tough. But you want to respect each other.
Yeah, that was a really good moment. Even Austin pointed to the batter and he said, are you okay? So that was good from Cyprus. Really good. Just like to see that sort of thing happen, you know, in the game a lot. And I know, you know, bowlers, fast bowlers, they're ferocious. They're a bit wild sometimes. They've got a bit of fire in their eyes, and they get a wicket. They sometimes give a send off. But you know what? When they heard about it, they heard as well, and they want to get over and make sure it's okay because they want to have it a fair fight. They want to make sure it's not, you know, anything untoward. And I really appreciate that from Lovedeep just as much as you did, Rico. Good little bit of sportsmanship there.
Yeah,
Elevates.
Well, that's a good one. Oh,
hello.
Crowd catch down he goes.
People. Keep your eye on the ball, people. And Lovedeep again goes, he went down again to Hashmi and he said, you're definitely okay now, aren't you? He literally, there was a bit of a funny moment there. He kept going through and he put his arms around his shoulders. He said, after that shot, you're definitely okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost like he offered him one on the legs and Rashid said, thanks, buddy, I needed that.
Yeah.
The loose delivery, really.
I'll bowl you a Gundy if you don't put it away. Oh, you put it away. You know, that kind of thing. And he goes again. This time he hooks it around the corner, keeps it down low. It goes towards the comms. Where the comms, it goes through the scorers area, just along the deck, so the scorers don't have to jump out of the way. And they field it and throw it back. That is a nice over for... well, it's a good over, albeit that, Hashmi may have a bruise to wear from it. But 37 for 1 after 3. And that over ends up being expensive. It goes for 18.
Yeah, look at like for like. We'll see a little graphic coming up here now. It's only 3 runs in it. They have lost a wicket less. You'll see that here. 40 was the power play score for Cyprus. 40 for 2. 37 for 1. Yeah, Lovedeep, I'm not quite sure what he's thinking was there. He's bowled one short ball which got punished. He then went to just keeping it nice and smooth. Then he went to dig it in again, and when he dug it in again, it was just easy picking 6 and 4. So it's not clever bowling, and I think Braithwaite out there, of course, he's standing in for the captain at the moment, but also is the team coach. He'll be filthy with those 2 deliveries because they were just poor. That's the only way to describe them, and that has allowed Croatia to stay up with the rate. Are we going to see another change? No, we're not. Islam, who bowled the first over, and now will come back. His first, of course, went for 8. He did pick up a wicket. So maybe Braithwaite is just allowing the bowlers to have a bit of a breather in between overs. In comes Islam.
Almost a stretch for that one, and it's shown a wide. Gets him chasing the wide ball, though, quite fair enough outside the line of the tram lines there. But Luke's chasing that one. He wants that one. I think he got out to a ball that he chased wild as well in the previous match. Just didn't need to go after one and end up just scooping it in the air for a pretty straightforward catch. So he needs to be aware of that. Not everything that comes his way needs to go to the boundary, especially if it's wide outside the line. Maybe sometimes you can just take the wide. That's better. Clubs that down towards the boundary. There's protection down there. There's 2 protectors on that one, a square and someone a bit straighter. And just watching Hashmi there almost ran into Raoul Braithwaite. And I know who's going to win that collision if that actually happened. And it ain't going to be Mr. Braithwaite. Braithwaite probably just would have looked down and said, I think a fly just ran into me. No offence to Hashmi there. No offence intended. But he would have just brushed that off.
He certainly would have. Hashmi's already taken one, of course, in the chest.
Indeed, he has. Oh, what a lovely strike that is. Downtown, straight as you like. Look out the scaffolding. It goes over the scaffolding. Directly over the top of the scaffolding as well. That's a lovely strike.
Yeah.
That's Maggie up there who's taking evasive action, I think. Oh boy, that was pretty close in the end, but in the end, straight over the top.
It's a glorious stroke from Luke. glorious stroke.
Clean hit.
It was just not quite the Yorker length delivery, but beautifully put away. Have a look at the percentages here. 51% to 49, where we are in the Goldilocks zone. What a delightful shot. Just noting there, Hashmi, I think he might be struggling a little bit here. Rashid, every opportunity he gets, he's on the ground. I think that one that caught him on the chest is certainly probably bothering him. Yeah, players, their stamina is going to be well tested here. I think you definitely got to keep getting those the fluid down you, keep getting the vitamins in you. This is going to be a hard slog for the players these next couple of days. Could come back there from Islam.
Actually, speaking of keeping the fluids in you, we're talking about the players and the umpires, Rico. We need to make sure we keep the fluids going as well. Because one thing we tend to do in comms here, and I know we do talk about it a fair bit, is, well, not just the talking, but obviously, you know, the analysis. We're making notes, we're typing messages, we're getting information, we're relaying it back to you as well. And sometimes it's pretty easy just to suddenly realise, you know what, I haven't had a drink of water for about half an hour now. Yeah, and then even during the match break and innings break, we've only got a few minutes to tidy things up and then go again. So, Rico, make sure you stay hydrated there, my friend.
You're correct. And this one will go all the way. Balle, kinna sona. And Luke says, I have the power and I have the force. May the force be with you. And that is a lovely shot. I'm liking Luke here, you know. I'm liking Luke. This guy's a player. I mean, his brother, we know what Zach can do. Zach hit 6 sixes in and over in the early one. But Luke, he just, I don't know, there's something about him. I think, see this one first here. There we go.
Oh,
there
come on.
is definitely something about him. That is on the way, and he's putting that in the toilet. That is a big hit. Luke has this, he's got this thing about him where he's what I would call the ideal batter. If it's a good ball, there's respect, but he'll work a single. He'll play it away. If it's there for his shot, he murders that Grizzly. And he's already smashed 3 big uns, hasn't he? 3 big sixes in this over. 21 of it. And Umanul Islam, his second over, is going magical.
Last ball of the over. It's already magical, as you say, Rico. This one is flicked nicely. There is a big gap there. Goes out towards the scorer's 10. Well fielded there from Marzi, who comes out of his comfort zone, picks it up and throws it back and says, yep, that's 4. I can confirm that's 4. Here he comes. There he is. That's from someone who knows what he's doing. Yeah, good work, Marzi.
Well done from Roku. That's his new name now, Roku. Yeah, Rocco. And
Nice.
makes the stop. He's feeling much better today. You can see it shows that he's fielding. I tell you, who's not feeling so good at the moment. Cyprus with that over game for 25. They have just accelerated big time, and they've taken this chase to just over 10 and over.
Wow, that's incredible. That the cried run rate now. Almost. I mean, another couple of good hits, they're going to get well below 10, which you'd think when the score of 122 was posted, a few people in the chat were saying, well, that's enough. That's more than enough. Well, shows what we all know. Oh, shouts to catch it. And nobody moved for that whatsoever because he's actually pierced the gap quite well. 2 fielders screamed at each other at the same time, catch. And there was no chance of a catch. That's a really lovely play shot.
It's in the gap, and yeah, we heard the screams, but the screams turned into silence as the ball goes past the boundary. So boundaries coming quick and fast at the moment here for Croatia, on their way to, well, you got to say, another victory here.
Oh, indeed, they're looking good, looking really good. Raya's in. Gets one pass. That's one of those lifts off the deck without bending the back too much. Exactly what you were talking about a couple of overs ago, Rico. That is a really good example. You see how that's so deceptive to the batter. They're in a frame of mind. They see the length and they go, oh, I know what I want to do here. And suddenly, it's too big. Well bowled. That's just pushed into the gap again. This time, fielder does get around. Not going to look for a second, though. Just the one. Oh, they're still on. They still want to get a second. Hashmi, he won't stay at the non-striker's end. He's just, is there 2? Is there 2? And Luke says no. Luke says, mind yourself. It's all right. It's okay. We're doing well here. These two came together at the fall of the first wicket on 8. So it's been a 59-run partnership, and it's been blistering. It's been exceptionally good. Hashmi is on 32. Luke is on 25. Add that up to be just one more as it goes straight to the fielder. That's Roshan out there, whose throw hits the stumps. Nicely done.
Good area so far here from Kamal Ray. Sometimes he does drift a little bit on the leg side, but he knows he can't afford to do that. You've got two batters who are in. They're seeing the ball well. They're putting away the bad ball, the loose ball. And it's just a case of trying to keep that ball in the right areas outside the off and try to get the breakthrough. Breakthrough is pretty important here now.
Swings, gets a lucky edge. And also for Cyprus, it luckily goes straight to the player who's there at fine inside the circle. Didn't have to move a muscle and keeps it to a dot. So a little bit of luck running their way. This partnership, 60 off. Well, that's now, what, 4 overs and 1 delivery. So they've been hitting at 15 and over, this partnership. But this is a good over. This is slowing things down nicely from Kamal.
It's a good one. I wonder if they go to Roshan to bowl the next. I mean, Roshan Sriwadane was pretty successful in the first match. He's the only one really who bowled pretty well. They've still got him up their sleeve.
Good ball again. Just cramped for room. Flicks it off the toes nicely, but there's protection square. Now, what's happened here? Hashmi's gone down again. Maybe just... I don't know if he slipped or whether he voluntarily just went down just to catch his breath there. I hope he hasn't slipped. Just watching here at the strikes end. Oh, you know what it was? I think when he touched down, I think maybe he had to suddenly realise, I'm just short of the line. I've got to get more of the bat over the line. And he had to like squat down and push it over. And he does indeed get it. But it's just a 1 run off the last there. And that's going to be 5 overs gone. They're going to take a drinks break here at 69 for 1 Croatia, chasing 123 for the win. And just remember too, if you've got access to Telegram and you prefer to communicate in Hindi, then you can find us at European Cricket Network Hindi on the Telegram network. Get involved with that, get all the updates, find out what's going on with the Melton Shield and the Western Shield coming your way in the next 5 weeks' time. In 6 weeks' time, it's going to be ECC, and we've still got plenty of cricket between then and now, and plenty of cricket after that as well. So European Cricket Hindi, that's your ticket right there if you've got access to Telegram.
Yeah, and feel free to get in touch there in Hindi. And, well, while they're having some drinks, some important days being celebrated around the globe. Singapore National Day is a public holiday celebrated today. Day is set aside to commemorate Singapore's independence from Malaysia. So there'll be the official address from the Prime Minister today. And it's delivered on a National Day's Eve. And people can enjoy watching spectacular fireworks there in Singapore. Well, we've got our very own fireworks here at the moment. And most of them are coming from Croatia, who, well, after being perhaps a little bit flat in the T20s, are coming back strong here. They've had some drinks, and as I suspected, you can't really wait too long. They will try Roshan in this over. That last one was a good one from Kamal. Just the 7 runs come from it, and that's exactly what they need again here from Roshan. They need a good over. They need a good reply. Roshan does tend to come around the wicket. So the only danger here is, I think the batters, if they want to, and both these batters have shown signs of being able to play the shot I'm about to talk about, they can just jump across the off and play him right across the line, try to meet the ball full and go into that square leg area. So Roshan has to make sure he gets this ball in the right areas from the word go, going right across the right-handers. Here's the first. And he goes too wide to start off with. That will be a wide. He's got to be careful also not to go running across the umpire. The umpire's got to be able to see. So Roshan, first one, a bit too wide. And he comes back again here. And, well, that one's okay. It gets worked away to the fielder. Braithwaite comes charging in. Loses it for a moment, but finds it, gets his bearings and gets the throw in pretty quickly. The interesting one here. You feel that the breakthrough has to come from Cyprus, and it has to come pretty quickly. Otherwise, this match is going to get away from them pretty soon. That's firmly hit. Work to be done by the fielder. Can he get there? And no, he can't. 4 runs. Thunderous shot from Luke. This time it's all along the deck. And there's no chance of cutting that off at all there, Lovedeep Singh. Interesting how long they also wait before they go to Waka. Waka Ali's a bowler that can get things working for him. There's Roshan again, and yeah, it's well bowled. Nicely delivered. Once again, he's guilty of just standing in front of the umpire, so I don't think he's going to get any favours go his way if he's asking for a decision from the umps, like a little caught behind, or although the LBW is unlikely, he can still go for the appeal, but gets a dot ball in. That's reaching for it. Hit it well, and it's going to be 4 runs. They have a sweeper out there, can't get to it, goes for the little bit of extra width. You can see how wide that one is. It probably would have tested the umpire as well with the wide call. Another boundary. And Phil, where is this wicket going to come from? They need it sooner than later. Just 44 required now for victory in 26 balls.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to come from either, Rico. I don't think they do either. Sit down the ground just for a single. Seem to be doing it just in their own time and at their own pace at the moment. This partnership now 72 off, 5 overs and 1 delivery. So 72 off 31. That's where they want to be. And it's 43 off 25 for the win now. Just having it their own way. No pressure.
Oh, not a good delivery. Now, that's the one that's I was worried about. If Roshan Siriwardana doesn't get it right and stays on the pads, he can get punished. Fortunately, this time, it's almost like Rashid is not expecting it there, so misses out. Still a wide. Has to be re-bowled. And the extra delivery will be whipped away. And Braithwaite, who's standing in at the moment here for Scott Burdekin, who after his efforts with the bat, it didn't take the field the same with Adam. And of course the thing with Adam is they probably could do with his bowling, because Adam Sen bowled very well in the T20 internationals, and with Scott Austin behind the stumps, they haven't got that genuine slow bowler. So I think they're missing that from their attack. So they will go back to Kamal Ray's, who bowled the best over so far, you would say, when only the 7 came from over number 5. But can he do it again? That one from Roshan goes for 13.
Yeah, it's a good point you raise, Rico. Yeah, who can they turn to take pace off here, and a genuine pace off bowler, not a part-timer who occasionally rolls the arm over, but someone who they can turn to with a fair bit of trust and reliance and say, look, can you give me 2 overs, please, and just try to slow things down. Crash this one in towards the boundary rider, who's getting a bit of work to do there deep, but he can't do enough to that one, because that's going to get past him for 4 runs. That's a well-placed shot there. And again, I'll come back to what I said before, Rico. They seem to be doing this with, I wouldn't say with impunity, but they're doing it at their own pace.
The other thing it's worth pointing out, we saw that Cyprus with themselves when they were batting played a number of shots in that area, but it always went to hand. So I just wonder if they've got the lines right here with that fielder, because every time the ball seems to be hitting that direction, I think more often than not, it's made its way to the boundary.
Yeah, totally agree. I need to do something here. It's a good delivery, but it's just played better. I mean, I can see that he's taken pace off a little bit there. He's trying to get a full delivery, trying to get through the defences, but it's just played better. Yeah,
I think these two are, it's a very smart partnership. They know what they need. They need under 10 now. They're waiting for the bad ball to put away to the boundary, and then as long as they can keep taking singles, they're going to go on and win the match.
Oh, well, there's the breakthrough. And you know what? It's a silly shot.
Yes.
It was an unnecessary silly shot from Luke, who just got a little bit too carried away with maybe some of the praise we've been lavishing here in the commentary here. It was a dead-on delivery that it didn't do a lot. It was just straight, and it was not the right one to hit. It was premeditated, and he's come undone. And sorry, Luke, you made it look a little bit silly there with that shot selection.
Yeah, look, if you pulled it off, we would have been raving about it. But I'll go back to what I just said just before that delivery. What did I say? Now, these two, it's a smart partnership. They're playing smart cricket. They know what they need to do. They're just waiting for the bad ball, getting a boundary and taking singles, and then he goes and does that. It wasn't the ball to play that shot to. Kamal goes wide, angles it in, knocks the timber over, and Luke, for all the good that he's done, he's going to be made to look a little bit silly when he goes back and watches that. But well done to Kamal. He's just got to keep the ball up there. He does. He gets a breakthrough. Now you get a wicket. Now one wicket can bring another. One thing it also does stop. Before that wicket, both batters were going well. You know, you had 35 there from Luke, you got 40 there from Hashim. So it didn't matter who was on strike, they were scoring boundaries and scoring runs. With a new batter going out there, that could stop happening. So they can get themselves back in the match here, Cyprus. Just should be just a single here, and it will be, yes. Roshan will do the fielding, so good fight here from Kamal bowling. He's second over. He's been the pick of the bowlers quite simply so far. But now he's bowling to Rashid. Now Rashid, if they want to win the over, probably feels that they are searching for one boundary. I won't get it there. That's right off the... You can hear when it's a decent delivery because you need to use every bit of the bat to keep it out. And that was right at the bottom of the bat. And that's why it sounded the way it did. Good ball from Kamal. But once again, fair play to Rashid. Digs it out, takes a single.
Yeah, I agree. That was, it was good, and it did sound incredibly toe of the bat, sort of that icky noise. You think, oh, I better have a look at that bat because it may have a split in it after that one. Last ball, the over coming up. Swing, big swing from Tilly. Just no foot movement, and again, it's that length. It's that nagging length that lifts off the deck a bit more. And he goes to the big swing and misses it by quite a fair bit in the end. Hey, let's have a look at the fancy dashboard for the next match coming your way as Henry Beresford-Pearce appears back in the Croatian team along with with Alan there. Alan Magdalenic comes back into the side. So Alfie and Henry, the two Beresford-Pearce brothers, will be back-to-back there in that team, and they'll be taking on Cyprus, who is unchanged. But also do note, though, that for the fielding here in this game, there's been a few subs being used. So very intelligently using the subs and giving a couple of their players a little bit of respite before they have to come back for the third match this afternoon.
Yeah, well, let's see if they do come back as well, because, of course, don't forget, these teams would have been submitted a while ago. Mate, if Scott is not, for whatever reason, fit enough. Right, this one is a catching opportunity. And Braithwaite, well, fantastic from him. We'll have a check on his feet here, but I think that's a brilliant bit of fielding from the coach. Braithwaite, watch this. The foot is fine, takes a catch. Where does that foot land? Is that inside? We can't certainly see from here, but it happens pretty close to where the officials are. Yeah. It's right in front of them. So it looks like we're happy with it. We go back to the action. This is another scream, and oh, it just doesn't carry. Just doesn't carry the game for another, and this is going to be close. And now it's a missed opportunity, I think, here from Scott Austin as well. It's all happening. Here we have a look at this first. It was great work then from Braithwaite, saves the 6. Here's the throw. Good, strong arm from Kamal. And what happens here? Austin. The Austin. That's very, 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 very not good. Oh, dear. That should have been out. Austin trying to take it. He's got two hands. Got to use both. He had time to use both. It's a missed opportunity to remove Hashmi. Oh, that was massive.
That's huge. Make a note of that one, folks. This one's coming down and over the top of comms. No, right next to us. It lands right next to us. Hashmi brings up his half century in style with a big smash down the ground. One more time. Crash. It's a little agricultural. It's a little towards the toe end of the bat. He gets a round of applause to the dugout as he notches up a half century. Well done. An ECI half century for Hashmi there. 51 from 25. He's holding this innings together.
Yeah, have to say, though, shouldn't be there, should he? As this was going to be a wide from Roshan. He can't be putting the ball on the legs. He'll get punished. Should have been gone. They should have had him run out. And I'm just going to say this. Look, I don't want to be unkind to Scott Austin. I know he's trying to do a favour for Tharango, who probably does need a bit of a rest. But if you don't have your best wicket-keeper out there, if you don't have a proper keeper, then mistakes like that could be costly. And this is how costly it will be, because Hashmi, who should have been out on 44 when he went back for the second and should have been run out, he has now, after that, gone and pumped 2 big sixes out of the ground.
That sounded so good. That echoed around the ground, bounced off the trees and off the university buildings behind us. That sounded so fantastic. That was a commanding strike for 6. If the 6 to bring up his 50 was good, that was better. Wow. I want to give a shout out to, I saw Paul Burdekin in the chat who's joined us. Hello there, Paul. Wonderful to have your company.
All right, now, will this go to hand? Is anybody going to get there? And it's been put down. Cyprus, you are your own worst enemy. You are your own worst enemy. The opportunities have been there. Hashmi gets dropped again. This time on 59. Should have been run out on 44. He is punishing them. And, well, Roshan is just throwing his arms around like, you know, it's coming up to the end of the world. This one's in the pads, can never be out. Always pitching outside the legs. They'll take a simple leg bye to bring this over to an end. I suppose in terms of the points, which we know are not going to play a big part in this, at least they're going to get a point from this, as in they've survived the bonus point. But Kamal must be thinking, what's going on? He's bowled 2 brilliant overs, both gone for 7, but around him, the other bowlers are going for too many. Roshan goes for 20 there. But I have to admit, I'm very surprised they went back to Roshan and didn't try Waqar Ali.
Yeah, true. Waqar Ali was needed to just after the partnership was broken, just to put another emphasis on that, to just make sure they could, well, to try to hunt down another wicket with a very established, very smart bowler and say, look, Waqar Ali, you know, can you bowl on the back of Kamal's over where he got a wicket? Try to get us another wicket or two. They did turn to Roshan. It does go for 20 runs. It's an expensive over. And it almost seemed like Hashmi was just let off the leash then. He was going for everything. 2 towering sixes. That second one was absolutely awesome. And now it's only 14 runs required.
Only 14, and Waqar Ali coming on to bowl when, well, he should have had at least 20 more to defend if he came on earlier. Only 14 required. Bowling to Rashid. That could be close. Umpire shakes her head. Ooh, I would like to see this again, but umpire was pretty sure. I think the umpire's saying you're in my way. I think, look, he's absolutely right. I think that's absolutely out. I really do. I think he's caught on the back foot, but look where Waqar Ali is. Waqar Ali is standing right in his way. There's no way the umpire can see this. I mean, you can see that. That is plumb. That is hitting the stumps. Umpire can't give what he can't see. This is Will say to Waqar, I can't see through your beep because you're not made of glass. That gets played away, and that's going to be 4 runs. So they have thrown this away, Cyprus. Little moments of madness in the field, in the catching, in the bowling, has cost them dear.
That's unbelievable. The replay there. And Lovedeep just in front of us here said, what do you think, guys? And I shook my head and said, he's run in front of the umpire. The umpire had no vision whatsoever. Otherwise, you know what? It could have been different. It's not. It's not out.
I'm telling you from here, that was plumb.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely plumb, but umpire can't give it if you're standing in his way.
Yep.
There's no way. So Waqar Ali's only got himself a bowling. Now, we'll say this as well in defence of the umpire. The very first ball in his first over that Waqar Ali bowled, the umpire said to him then, and it was the other umpire, it was Vedran, because he bowled from Vedran.
Yeah.
When Vedran was umpiring, he said, you got to be out of my way because I can't see. So he's been told, he's aware of it.
Yep. And they should know this too. I mean, they're not new to the game. Instead, it's Croatia needing only 10 from 9 for the win. And Hashmi has played a brilliant innings here.
Yeah, David Skinner was saying he's so happy for Rashid. And I think we all are. It's been a very, you know what, we've seen some really good innings, not just from Rashid, but I think we saw that from Adam Sen, we saw it from Scott Burdekin. But look at him there. You can see the toll it's taken on him.
Yeah.
Folks, just think about this for a moment. So out there in the middle, it's probably close to 38 to 40 degrees in the sun. You imagine being out there for that amount of time, running around, but with a lid on. It has got to be baking underneath that lid. Oh, God, great delivery. That's that Yorker that we know that Waqar Ali has. This is why, and it's too late now, this is why for me he had to bowl the 8th over. He had to bowl the 8th over when 34 was required. He didn't. They went back to Roshan. He went for 20. Now he's trying to do the impossible. Still needing 9 runs here. But Waqar Ali has removed Tilly. That's the end of Tilly. But Rashid is still there. Rashid is the one who's going to stay there and win the match here for Croatia.
Now, Rico, I don't think this is premature. If I go to the drawer and I pull the drawer open and I find in there something, I'm going to say tingle.
Tingle?
Tingle, anybody?
You're saying tingle?
Tingle.
All right.
It's shaping up nicely here. It's not over yet. There's still a bit to do here. So I'm just going to throw it out there.
It depends on this delivery. I think the batter that's coming in now, and it is Zach. He probably doesn't have to be told this, but I feel that they've already told him, hey, you got 1 ball here. All we want you to do is try and hit it as hard as you can, get it to boundary. Because if he swings and misses, and let's see if he gets out, and then they're needing that, what is it, 7 is it needs? 9. 9 needed in 7 and
Oh,
dropped him.
no.
Dropped him and could have dropped the match. I'm going to say it. Could have dropped the match. Cyprus, they have been untidy in the field. They've dropped catches. They've made misfields. They've missed run-outs. There it is. It's in. It's out. It doesn't get taken. Oh, that's a huge moment. Huge moment there. And I think that's a sub again, isn't it?
But Rico, he does stop the ball getting passed for a boundary. That is important. That is really vital. If that had gone to the boundary, they need a handful, literally 2 or 3 runs off the last over. As it is, he does stop the boundary, doesn't take the catch. Zach goes down to the non-striker's end, and they still need 9 from 6. If that had gotten past him, it might have been 5 from 6, with Hashmi facing as well. So it's not a bad thing that, okay, the catch was dropped, okay, but he didn't let it get through. I'm telling you.
Where's that graphic? Let's have a look at this golden ball graphic. Remember, if the scores are tied, we go to the golden ball, where, of course, the teams stay as they are. Croatia will be batting. Any batter that hasn't been out can face. And one bowler, whoever's bowled any one of the last 2 bowlers, so it could be Wakarali.
There we go.
Or it could be this bowler here. And it looks like they're going to Lovedeep here. Oh, they want a big over from him. We'll have to bowl 1 ball, and they'll need just 2 to win. We ain't there yet, but we could be there. They're needing 9 off 6. Lovedeep bowling to Rashid Hashmi, who has done everything right so far. Can he stay there and win the match here for Croatia? We go into the last. Lovedeep bowling to Rashid.
This is turning into an absolute belter of a game, this. Rashid was just down on his haunches. He's just collected himself now, Rico. He's now set to go, but he needed a few deep breaths here. Lovedeep, who's been fielding in front of us for the last couple of overs, now charges in. Final over coming. 9 runs required.
Got him!
Stumps akimbo. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What are we seeing here, Rico? What are we seeing here? Hashmi has to go. He was down on his haunches for a good 30 seconds after the end of that over. He needed a moment to compose himself. He's absolutely baked underneath that lid. I know he is. And he has been done. Absolutely done with a beautiful full delivery there. And, oh, that's a very happy celebration there from the bowler. Lovedeep got a wicket. Oh, what a great delivery.
What a great delivery. And Lovedeep Singh gets the perfect Yorker. And he went for 18 in his first, by the way, Lovedeep. Gets the Yorker. You see the pain of Rashid. But have a look at this. Look at the celebrations. Look at here. Dekh Apana Munda. Jabardast bowling. Chakade Phatte, he says. And not just once, not just twice, not 3 times. 4 times he does the Chakade Phatte celebration. New batter comes in, Aman Chobe. I think they've got to be thinking about getting a single and getting Zach on strike. Zach is probably the man who could finish this job off. I'm not seeing a change in the field. I'm really surprised there's nobody in to stop the single.
They have to get someone in. Aman's just going to tap this and run. They're going to run. They're going to run. They've got to run. And it's an easy run in the end. That's the easiest of buys.
Where's the thinking there? Where's the thinking there from Cyprus? You know what they're after. They want to take a single. They want to try and get Zach, the man who smashed 6 sixes in an over. Austin will know all about that behind the stumps. He was the bowler, went for 40. You got to stop him getting on strike. They couldn't. And that means that he will be on strike here to Lovedeep. I just feel they've made... Look, if Cyprus win this match, I'm going to say it, they win a match they don't deserve to win. Because they've made so many errors. But if they win it, they get lucky.
8 from 4. Lovedeep charging in.
Oh, Gandhi.
Oh, no, leg side.
What a let-off.
Oh,
what a... Could be run out. Could be run out. It's going to be close. It's going to be so close here. We're going to have to go to 2 circles. This could be massive. Well, he reckons he's got his man, Lovedeep Singh. He's still doing the Chakde Phattes. I mean, it should have been put to the boundary or left alone. Then they get all in a muddle. And watch this. Does he make it in or not? He's gone. He is gone. That is massive. Lovedeep Singh gets the wicket of Zach. Why they were thinking of running there in the first place, I don't know. It's pressure, you know, Phil G. It's pressure. And apne munde de prone haake dande punje rakh dete Lovedeep Singh ne. This is incredible from him. Oh, what a moment in this match that is, Phil G.
What was Aman thinking? There was no need for that. I tell you what, Zach should have just screamed, no run, no. Stay there. And if he had got run out at the non-striker's end, hey, so be it. But Zach needed to stay on strike. And now it's going to be 8 from 3 with a new batter out there as well at the non-striker's end. That's Horton who's come out. And, well, Aman, you've put all the pressure on yourself now by taking that single.
Oh, love deep. Full. Get sliced away. Should just be a single. Got to hold on to it. What is he doing? What is he doing? Oh, well, and also the batters, why don't they try and come to?
Yeah.
Lovely. Look, they're trying to calm him down. Look at Braithwaite coming up to the ape. Hey, kid, calm it down. They only get a single. All right, we're needing 8. 8 off 2, people. 8 off 2 for a victory here. They do take the single. So Aman Chobe comes back on strike. Oh, what is it? 7, beg your pardon, 7. They take the single. 7. So one of these.
Oh, boy.
You've got to run here. Whatever happens, got to run here.
Absolutely.
You've got to get a run here. Otherwise, well, golden ball is on the cards.
Houghton's got to make contact with this one. Heavy contact. Oh, it's leg side and they're running. Oh, no, it's another run out.
No,
oh,
he's
no,
not.
It's not.
He's not. And he's thrown it away. Oh, he's been backed up by Rothschild. Oh, this is just crazy. This is crazy.
Nuts.
Cue the music, Phil. What music do you play to this? I don't know. Panic stations. Mr. Mannering, don't panic. They are panicking.
Oh, no.
They'll get a wide there, but they'll get a wide. Oh, loved it. Thing is, he was so lucky with the one that he got the run out to because it was down the leg side, Gundy ball. Zach should have murdered it to the boundary, hits it straight to the fielder, then gets run out. Oh, 6 off 2, people. 6 off 2.
6 off 2. So I'll say what I said a few moments ago. Houghton needs to make contact here. He really needs to make contact. A 4 would be good. A 6 would be better for Croatia. He's missed. Oh, no, they're going to go through for the 1 by. Austin throws it back. He doesn't throw it back hurriedly. It's just a bye.
6 to win. I think that takes it to now. 6 to win. 6 to win. Now, 5 you can't. So it's basically got to bang a 6 here to get a victory. Lovedeep's got to make sure. That he doesn't make an effort. So 5 runs to win. 5 to win. 5 to win. 4 takes us to a golden ball. 5 to win, everybody.
Here we go. Nothing leg side. No ball.
It's
okay.
in the air. And where's this gone? Oh, has it gone for 6?
Has it gone for 6?
It's gone for 6. Braithwaite has dropped the match.
Oh, my goodness. What a finish.
Has not just dropped the match. He's pushed it over for 6. It is going to be the match to Croatia. Braithwaite has put it down. The agony, the pain. Here it is. It's in the air. Braithwaite. Oh, he's brought it down and the ball goes for 6. Can you believe it? What a finish. Nobody expected that. Croatia win the match. Sam Houghton gets a full delivery on the pads, puts it away. Braithwaite should have taken the catch. If anything, he should have prevented the ball going over the boundary. He couldn't. Maybe the play there, Phil G, is just to push it forward and say, I don't care if I drop the catch. I'm not giving the boundary. It goes over the boundary, and in the cruelest of ways, Cyprus will lose the match. And it's the man who's been doing all the coaching and giving him all the tips. Rule Braithwaite, he will rule that moment, won't he, for a long, long time. Puts the catch down, puts the match down. Croatia make it 2-0.
Hart goes out to Braithwaite there on the boundary line. Gallant he was, gallant with the jump, and he'd saved a Maximo only at the start of this innings as well. He's done it already in this match, and it was an amazing save he did as well. Rico, I thought he was going to do the same thing. He didn't have to take the catch. All he had to do was to knock it into play. He just had to protect the boundary line, and I think it just went to his head. Take the catch, take the catch. At all costs, take the catch. He just had to knock it back in.
It's reflexes. It's reflexes. You're right. You know, he runs in from the boundary. You see where he is when he goes for that catch. He's about, I reckon, 1 metre to 2 meters away from the rope. He charges in. He gets good little bit of hands onto it. but the ball unfortunately slips through the fingers and it hits his hands hard. That's why it carries on to the boundary. That ball still had a fair distance to go from the moment it struck him and went over for 6. Oh, that is so cruel. And you're right, though, Braithwaite, who did save a boundary for 6 earlier, and we would have definitely have talked about that when we turn around and say, yeah, that's it there.
That's it
we
there.
would have talked about that, saying that could have been what won them the game. But remember what I said, and Cyprus are going to hate hearing me say this when you look at things like that. I did say really in that 9th over, towards the end of the 9th over, that if Cyprus win this match, they had no right really to win it. They made so many errors. They dropped catches. There was the missed run out there. The game runs away when they shouldn't have done. How crucial was that? Remember, LBW, he was a goner. He was plumb. But the bowler, Wakar Ali, was right in his way. That could have made a huge difference to the match. They made too many errors. And as a result of that, I feel it's very hard to turn around and say that they lost the match because of that last catch. Look, that's another one that goes down. So you could be really cruel and say, yeah, Braithwaite, he loses the match for them. He had a chance to take the catch. And I think Braithwaite's going to be really down. And he knows he's let his boys down there. Yeah. But I think when you look back and reflect, they lose the match because of all the other errors they made. You can't focus on what happened right at the end here. This is it here coming up, isn't it? Absolutely right. But look how far he is from. But all he's got to do there is think about just stopping the boundary. If he can stop the boundary, if that ball doesn't go for 4 or 6, you've won the match. Look at the pain there. Look at the bowler. That's Hardeep. He can't, Lovedeep, beg your pardon. He can't believe it. They can't believe it. Sam Houghton, he can believe it. I bet you Sam Houghton's mum. Hello, mum. She's up and about, jumping up and down at the moment, saying, yeah, you did it, son. I know she loves to follow his son when he's playing. So hi to Sam's mum. What a lovely moment for you. What a lovely moment there for Croatia. They will go 2-0 up with 2 to play. What a finish, Phil, to that match.
That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Still getting my breath back as well. Good summary there too, Rico. Look, I agree with you 100%. Teams don't lose matches because of just one single thing that happens. It's a series of moments that don't go their way that end up with the win not going their way. And you know what? We could talk to Braithwaite about that till the cows come home. He will still feel like a dagger in the heart of that last little moment, because that's what people will remember. They'll remember the last thing. It's like you go to a lovely restaurant, you have a great meal, but you remember how good the dessert is until the next day. You always remember the last thing that happened. In that, people remember the last thing that happened, which was Braithwaite not saving the boundary, which, you know what, that's not the defining moment. There were many defining moments. The leg before that wasn't given, huge. Yeah. In the previous innings, there was also a high ball that wasn't, that should have been maybe called no ball. Ifs and buts and maybes, at the end of the day, it's an exciting match. We almost got a GB. We got so close to it was one of the most thrilling matches we've had in a long time on the European Cricket Network. I loved it. I know you loved it.
It was so close. I thought we were going to a golden ball there. I thought that Braithwaite, when the catch got away from him, was going to drop past him for 4. I was ready to scream the house down. But in the end, it was Croatia doing all the screaming. And Vinny Sandhu was doing a little bit of lurking. Now, Vinny, you have a few issues with this. Is fulfill. We fulfill everybody's expectations. We fulfill the drama. We fulfill the entertainment. And we fulfill all of the entertainment that you saw in that last match, fulfilling the needs of European cricket lovers. So keep working on that, Vinny, but it's good to see you in the chat. Well done to you and Tina G for finishing off Wimbledon in style. But what about that? We got pretty close, didn't we? So many emotions in those last few overs. The over that went for 20 from Roshan, I thought that was a strange bowling change. I would have saw Wacker to come in there. Wacker then did bowl the 9th, and it's a very good over. 5 for 1, but he should have had another wicket, but of course he stepped right in front of the umpire. It wasn't given. Then Lovedeep, oh, you got a feel for Lovedeep. He did the only thing I will say about Lovedeep there, don't forget he did bowl the wide. Zach should have probably finished it off with the ball in his legs, but he smashed it to the fielder, and then there was a big mix-up, and there was a run-out. Hardeep, I keep saying Hardeep, of course I mean Lovedeep. Lovedeep then executed the run-out with a direct hit. That was a massive moment, and then it was, at one point it was 8 needed of 3, but then there was a bye that was in there, so there was issues there for Scott Austin, who was also behind the stumps, and yeah, you could see that he wasn't you could see he was a makeshift keeper and not the expert keeper. All those little things added up, but yeah, everybody will remember the way it finished with Braithwaite putting the catch down on the boundary. What a match, what a moment, what a day of cricket we're bringing you on the European Cricket Network here in Croatia. International style in this European Cricket Internationals. Croatia go 2-0 up in just about 15 minutes time. We will be back to talk you through match number 3. Time to get our breath back. We'll be back, and I think we'll be talking you through a very, very important match when it comes to Cyprus. They know they've got to win it, otherwise they're going to be going back to base here, back to, of course, our wonderful base, Diamond Hotel, knowing they're going to have to do it all tomorrow. This is the big match coming up. Join me, Rika Vol and Phil G when we return.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match number 3. I hope you've all drawn a collective breath, maybe a sigh of relief if you're a Croatian supporter, and if you're a Cyprus cricket lover, stay with us, there's still plenty more to come. What a game we've just finished. That's absolutely incredible, mind-blowing. Thank you very much to the players for putting on a sensational competition. Match 2, it went this way, it went that way. Croatia in control, suddenly Cyprus are back in control. It was nuts, it had everything. I loved that, I hope you loved it as well. But now it's time to just simmer down, have a little bit of bite to eat for the players, a bit of a drink, a chance to sort of cool down in the shadows too, and just say, right, match 3's coming. And match 3 is indeed coming. It's the third game of today. We've got 4 games today. This is the match 3 coming your way, and the sun is high in the sky. The temperatures are hot in the middle. You saw in that last game how much it means to these players as well. And Croatia, they have got themselves a second win. They go into this game 2-0. For Cyprus, they're absolutely gutted to go in 0-2. It should have been 1-1. They'll be thinking it isn't. They've got a lot to do here. They need to look to their senior players and say, come on, let's get into this. Let's see what we can do here. So why don't we get over to the tournament referee, Charles Croucher. He's got the 2 captains for all-important coin toss. Take it away, Charles.
Thanks, Phil. Welcome to the toss for match 3 with Croatia and Cyprus. They'll call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We'll have a bat.
Cyprus have won the toss, and they'll bat.
Thank you, Charles. There you go. The Cyprus win the toss. Gonna bat first here in match number 3. And for the 3rd time, they win the toss and they elected to bat first, get a score on the board and defend that total. Let's see if they can defend successfully for the 3rd time here today under very, very warm conditions as we head into the afternoon match. A lot to prove here for Cyprus. They cannot possibly afford to go 0-3 as we head towards the last game later on this afternoon. They will love to get a win here. Get it to a 1-2, then reset for the last game and then come back fresh tomorrow for 3 more games tomorrow. There's a bit to do here. For Croatia, on the other hand, they're still riding a wave. Their lunchtime break now is going to taste even more sweeter knowing that they've got 2 in the can already, 2 out of 2. Let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be a great game. If it's half as exciting as match number 2, this is going to absolutely knock your socks off. I can't wait for this one. Let's get over to Rico Full, my co-commentator and good friend. He's in the commentary igloo, and I like to call that the sauna as the sun gets high in the sky to take over the commentary here. Rico, the news from the toss. Guess what? Cyprus, they won the toss. Going to have a bat first. Here we go.
Thank you very much to Phil G, and giving us a little bit of an insight to this 3rd match coming up. No change then in terms of what Cyprus want to do. Their hope is going to be 3rd time lucky for them, having a bat first. For me, it's all about how they get over that loss. Honestly, a loss like that can really mentally hurt a team, and of course they'll be exhausted as well. And whereas a win like that, Croatia, all of the energy comes back into them. I think a loss like that sucks all the energy out of Cyprus. There's the team there. So we saw. I'm a bit confused why the name for Harry, I think, is the right name. Beresford Pierce keeps changing. It is now Henry. We're going to have to just find out with somebody if it is Harry or Henry. Nobody's corrected us when we've been calling him Harry, but we will try and find out. Maybe we'll just shout out to somebody. But yeah, he comes back into the side. Alan also comes back. But yeah, no changes listed there at all for Cyprus. So they are unchanged, whereas Harry and Alan come back into the side. And while the players go out to join the umpires, veteran and DJ, we can have a look at their percentages here, 62% to 38% in favour now of Croatia. They are taking the lead in being the favourites. And I'll also take you back in time to 1992, the last day of Test cricket for one of my favourite players, David Gower. He was bowled for 1 by Waqar Younis in the 2nd innings as Pakistan won by 10 wickets at the Oval, take the series 2-1. In the previous 2 tests, Gower had scored 73 and 31 not out. So there seemed to be something personal in Graham Gooch's decision not to take him to India that winter, an omission that did England no good. Gower made 8,231 test runs. An England record broken shortly afterwards by, guess who? Yep, Gooch himself. So the players are making their way out in the middle. Also on this day, birth in 1926 of Dennis Atkinson, who took 47 test wickets, but is best remembered for his only test 100, facing an Australian total of 668 in Bridgetown in the 1954-55. West Indies were 146 for 6 when Atkinson was joined by Claremont de Pisa. Their stand of 347 is still a test record for the 7th wicket. Atkinson scored 219 and took 5 for 56 to become the first to do that double in test back on this day in 1926. Dennis Atkins. Okay, have you all got your breath back, everybody? I think Phil G is at the moment being treated. He's they've popped some pills into him. They're pumping some adrenaline into him, and also he's tucking into a little bit of lunch, and I'll cover the first innings for him while he enjoys the lunch. And thank you to the Federation that has provided that for us. And I will then take the second inning. Can I just confirm? Thank you very much, Phil G, who heard me, that it is Harry. So we don't know where Henry's quite come from, as that's played away, and it's a good bit of fielding as the first one is hit for one. So Alexandra Sen, and I'm liking this. Rule Braithwaite has just said, you know what? I'm opening. I like that. I'm opening. He said, I know what happened. I know the way the last match finished, but you know what? I'm opening. I've got a point to prove here. I've got to do something for the side, and I think I can do it as an opener. So he's going to join Alexander out there. Alexander Sen and Rule Braithwaite. He gets a short one, which he doesn't quite get out the middle. It just gets tucked up a little bit there. So that's over the top this time. Beautifully played. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, it's a similar delivery this time from Adrian Vidic. It's down the leg side, but whereas Braithwaite wasn't able to put this one away, no issues there for Alexander Sen. It was a nice height as well, wasn't it? Allowing him to get it over the fielder there on the 45. Also, I'm going to be very interested to see how Hashmi continues. He is behind the stumps now. He was really struggling towards the end there when he was batting, where the heat was getting to him, pressure. He got out at a crucial moment. Would that have been the match-changing moment? It wasn't to be. Slight little bit of delay here. I'm not sure what that is about. I think there might, just some changes being made in the field maybe. And meanwhile, they're just having a chat. Not sure what they're looking at there. There seems to be just a slight delay here. I can't see anybody waving anything at me to say we need to see something again. So I just think it's just waiting for maybe the scorers to get something sorted. I can see the sheriff is out of his tent. I think they're just checking something here with the squads. Actually, maybe there's a wrong bit of information that's been put on, like the wrong name. Maybe they're changing Harry's name. It could be, but anyway, let's just wait a few moments. I suppose while we're waiting, and talk a little bit. I tell you what, why don't we start with a question? My question here is, can anyone tell me what was said that had Jonathan Agnew and Brian Johnston in absolute hysterics in the Test match special box in 1991? It was quite a magical moment. I don't want to say too much because I might give it away, but something was said which had Jonathan Agnew and Brian Johnston in hysterics in the Test match special box in 1991. So I'll give you something to think about. We'll just leave that up there. What else can I tell you? That on this day in 1977, as well as taking 143 Test wickets for England, Chris Old could bat a bit as well. He showed this in a hammering century in only 37 minutes for Yorkshire against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. He hit 6 sixes, 13 fours, and scored his second 50 in only 9 minutes. Hey, that's pretty impressive. That's the sort of thing that we do here on the European Cricket Network. Nobody sort of needs this delay. I'm not really sure what this is about. So Zach is now kind of talking to the two batters about something. There's definitely something that's not right. I wonder if it's to do with, I think it's something to do with the teams, that the player that's been listed here. Something's not right is being picked up on. So it's almost like there's a player. My guess at this is that there's a player that is playing that probably shouldn't be or hasn't been listed to play, because you can see there's Roku is up there. He's having a chat. Shubi is there as well. The sheriff also getting involved. It looks like whatever it is seems to be sorted out. I think Marzi was on the hot phone. And August Moon Festival celebrated in Greece. And the day that we had that full moon in August. And this year it falls on the 9th. The August moon is the brightest moon of the year. So much so that it almost rivals the sun. Almost, though, of course. And the day ushers in different festivals. So they're celebrated there in Greece. So enjoy your celebration there in Greece. And also, as I mentioned, also International Day of the Indigenous People. And the next ball is a short one. It's got through the keeper, and I think that's going to go all the way for 4 byes, and it will do. Doesn't come up at all. You can see this. It doesn't come up. It misses, or it just shaves the off stump, but the bat will stay intact. And that's how it looked like to me anyway. And then it goes all the way behind for 4 byes. So a little bit of good fortune there for Alexander. And, good comeback this time round. Hello, Dave. And hope you're well. Good to have you with us. And hope your journeys have all gone okay. And who else we got there with it? Hassan was in the chat. Paul Horn is joining us again. Hello, Paul. That's played away. That's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played through the covers. That's that's silky smooth all along the deck, like the Microlino mobility partner. Glorious stroke played there by Alexander Sen. That's going to be 4 runs. It takes us to the end of the over. It's a good start, this, from Cyprus. They haven't lost a wicket. They have 14 on the board. And Adrian, who's first few times I've seen him bowl, has been pretty tidy. But that goes for 14. There was, of course, the 4 byes in there as well. Challenger division. Now, we said before, this is kind of the sandwich filling when it comes to the ECC. And this will be played after the group stages of the Premier Division. And, well, take your pick. Estonia will be looking to do one better this time round, but not going to be easy with Guernsey and the Isle of Man in there. Turkey, Serbia, and Luxembourg also are part of that group. And then Malta, Czechia, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Croatia, and Slovenia. So Croatia, we're seeing a good look at them here. And Cyprus in there as well. So these teams will certainly be doing homework on each other. As that one will be 2 runs taken there by the 2 batters. And of course, I know that Phil G will be keeping a good eye on that as well with Czechia also in that group. So some good sides, some good players, good teams doing battle. And of course, the winner of the Challenger will then get promoted to the Premier Division. Well, that's a Premier delivery from Harpreet. Harpreet has just been on fire here today. And a beautiful delivery. And Jali gets another one. Harpreet Jali nicely bowled. And just finds a way to get through, doesn't he? So it's a breakthrough that they wanted after a pretty good start from Cyprus in that first over. That's going to be the end of Braithwaite. He did put himself at the top of the order. I think he wanted to come out and get rid of some of the hurting after the end of the last match. Of course, it was that moment just there where he's walking off, actually, where we thought he could have won the match for his team. All he had to do was stop the ball going to the boundary, but he dropped the catch and the ball hit his hands hard and flew over the boundary for 6. If it went for 4, we would have had a golden ball. And if it didn't go to the boundary, I don't think they were going to run the 4 or the 5. They would have won the match, but not to be. And now he gets bowled for just 3 of 3 by Harpreet. So Braithwaite feeling the pressure at the moment. Two brothers are now out there in the middle. It's the two sends. Adam batted very well in the last match. We were looking to find that touch pretty quickly here. Firmly hit, and that's 4 runs. What a glorious shot. That is beautifully played. And Adam crunches that away. Just gets him to position early, doesn't he? Look, takes a little walk, one little step forward, gets the ball exactly where he wanted it to be, and that's clobbered away. Yeah, Paul Hone joining Dave, and Dave is saying straight through him. It was Dave. And hello to Mahmood Ali, who was also in there. Yusuf, nice to have you with us. Nice to have you all with us on this scorching day in Croatia. Well, Mehdi Hassan Rakib is saying Cyprus will win this one. Well, I think the neutrals, and of course we also in the commentary position are pretty neutral. I think all the neutrals are hoping that Cyprus can win this one, because it just means that the last match of the day becomes interesting. I think ideally everybody would like it to be 2 apiece going into the 3 to play tomorrow. That'll be the wish, but I don't think Croatia will be wishing that. Croatia probably thinking, well, you beat us 4-0 in the T20 internationals. We want to beat you 7-0 in the T10s. But that's another glorious shot. Oh, this one for me is one of the shots of the day. Well, is this your 1xBet shot of the day from Adam Sen? That is a crunching hit. Look where he is. So he walks forward, and I think the bowler then feels, well, all right, I'll try and tuck you up. But where I think Harpreet is a good bowler, I don't think he has the pace to trouble Adam Sen with the short delivery. So I think he needed another solution to that. That's another one that's going to get away. So boundaries flowing, and you can see that Adam Sen is trying to take the pain away after 2 matches that they've lost so far. They got absolutely clobbered in the first. Remember, when they lost by 7 wickets, Cyprus made 86. Croatia got there with 28 balls to go. And then we had a nail biter in match number 2 with, well, it was Croatia's. I would say it was Croatia's to lose, and they almost lost it. And Cyprus almost walked away with the victory, but it was a cruel finish for Cyprus as they ended up losing. The very last ball had to be hit for 6. Sam Houghton got the 6, but it was a catch that went wrong, and the ball fell over the boundary. And that'll certainly live in the memories of Croatia and Cyprus for a long time. That's another one that gets put away to the boundary from Adam Sen. He's on fire at the moment. Remember, he scored 62 in 26 in the match number 2. And just taking over from where he left off, really. But what he knows what he needs. He needs the same sort of response and partnership from somebody at the other end. That's the way it's looking at the moment. The points, don't worry too much about the points. That could come into play. You've got to look at the win and loss. And it's 2 wins to 0. They play 7. And I think the points and the net run rate only come into play if, for whatever reason, we lose a match. And in terms of wins, it's equal. Then you look at net run rate. And if, by any chance, the net run rate is also the same, then the points come into factor. Chobe glides this onto the pads of Alexander, who plays a nice shot. But once again, he's probably disappointed that he's found the fielder out there who keeps it to just a single. Key point, I think, here is, though, at the moment, is just to not to let and give up any balls, no dot balls. 21 came off that over from Jali, even though he did take a wicket. Let's hit down the ground, 4 more. Lovely shot. This is beautiful power play batting at the moment from Adam Sen. He's finding the gaps. And he's played shot. Have a look at the shots he's played so far, by the way. So, straight drive. We've seen him play the pull shot. We've seen him cut. So, 360 player is Adam. Very different to his brother Alexander. I think Alexander is more correct. Strokes the ball around. Probably a bit more elegant. Whereas, in terms of brute power and hitting, I think Adam Sen will take all the merits for that. That one's a little bit too wide here from Chobe. Aman. So here we go again. And that's high in the air, and it's going to beat everybody. And we'll go for another boundary. So 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Well, this is what they've got to do. They've got to find a way here to get on top. I don't think they've kind of been on top really in any of these matches when it comes to today. They've found a way to get into the game, but they've got to find a way to get on top and stay on top. That's the important thing. And by the way, I'm going to correct myself, and thank you very much for that, actually. I have to say to David Skinner and all the excitement. I'm giving the credit to Sam Houghton for hitting the 6. Of course, it wasn't Sam Houghton. Sam Houghton may have been celebrating, but the 6 actually was hit by the man who's doing the bowling here. Chobe, he's the man who broke the hearts of Cyprus. And now he could break their hearts again, up in the air, and it will be taken. So Adam will go for a quick fire 26 off 8 deliveries. And there he is again, Chobe, who did hit the 6. And 6 that came off the hard hands of Braithwaite. Now he's going to get the wicket there of Adam Sen. Good wicket to get. Sen was looking dangerous. And well done to Chobe. No mistakes there from Rashid. Hashmi as well. I said at the time, I wonder how he is behind the stumps, because after batting for so long, he's straight back out there in the action. But just the bounce, the extra bounce, gets the miscue there from Adam. But still a very healthy 26. Scored it quickly, but can they keep that momentum going? 26 of 8. Rashid takes the catch, and Chobe gets the breakthrough. And now Mangala comes out. Now Mangala hasn't quite found the form that he showed yesterday. I wonder if what your thoughts are, folks, on Mangala coming out here. There's still plenty of time to bat, so I don't mind it. But I mean, in this format, I just feel that maybe someone like Scott Austin probably perhaps wanted to come out a bit sooner. He's probably been more of a gun than big no-no-nos there, shouted there from it. I think we all heard that. Yeah, I think he's just been a little bit more powerful and quicker off the mark than some of the other batters. So when you lose somebody who was scoring runs very quickly, you want to try and replace him by somebody who can come in and do the same. But look, in terms of power plays go, 45 come from it, but they do lose that vital second wicket, that one of Adam in that over. Good over there from Chobe, just goes for the 10. So the way the split's gone there is 14, 21 and 10. You'll be pretty happy with that, I think, Cyprus, but they want to try and bat Croatia out of this match. And the question there is then is how many do you need to bat them out of the match? Now, there's no Luke playing in this one, so Luke's not in the side, so Zach becomes key with the bat. So, you still got Rashid there, but how Rashid will do after being behind the stumps for all this time and then having to bat again, that is going to be a telling factor. I think they'll want a bit more from Oliver Tilley with the bat as well. Sam Houghton will probably play a key part as well. So, how many do they need? I think, well, I stay with what I was saying before. I'm thinking you've got to get past, I think 150. That's what you're looking for. Well, what's happened here? How has that ball ended up going where it's got... I want to see what's happened. We've missed something here. How does the ball end up where it ends up? What happens? Do we see anything here? Emans, what happened here? It's almost like the ball is going to one player and he goes to pick it up or throw it and it's ended up something else. Because that ball doesn't follow the pattern that it was hitting. I guess we'll never know. We don't see it. Alfred charging in. And inside edge. It's going to go towards the bat. Oh, he's tricked himself as the fielder. But it will be just a couple of runs that get taken there. Alexander and Mangala still not off the mark. He's just faced that one legal delivery. And that's pretty close. Alfred, we've been bigging up his bowling. When he runs in, by the way, because the ground is getting so dry, it's almost like he's steaming in. It's a great shot. I don't think you can just see a bit of it there as that one's going to go through. I wonder if have we got him running in? Not so much. I mean, even the delivery is a good delivery, but if you see him running in from the camera, from the tower, you can see that he's smoking. It's like fire. It's like fire is coming out of the soles of his shoes. I think we'll get a chance to see it here. Emans is going to try and follow him here. But just watch. I mean, it must be a peculiar sight for the batter as well. Just watch him. Oh, look at that. He's like, I'm on fire, you know. And he's on fire. It just, I just think the approach here, Alexander Sen is doing what we saw Scott Burdekin doing. Here we go. Watch this. Look at that. That's... cricket a la playa, anybody? Yeah, I think the approach is wrong. They're coming forward to a ball that you know is going to be rising, going about shoulder high. I think you got to be going back, rocking back to that and trying to uppercut. Going forward, you're going to miscue and get out the same way probably that you saw Adam Sen get out. There it is again, same delivery. Just no answer to this heavy ball. Let's take a look at this side on and we get an idea of just how high this is. It's not over the shoulder. It's around about chest. We see here as this comes through, very difficult to get away. And I've said this before, it's a height that I feel that our European cricketers do struggle with when they come up against some good fiery bowlers, even there at the Gardner Oval. When they're bowled that sort of line, they have no answer to it. Alexander, what can he do this time? He does come out to it, and this time he gets it where he wants it. This time it is a little bit fuller, and he's worked that away cleverly for a big six there on the leg side. Nicely played. Ginna Sona Shakalagya. Nice hit. Just felt he needed that one because otherwise that over would have only gone just for the 4, but the 6 coming off that last ball there takes it to 10 off the over, and that's where they kind of want to be, I think, here. 4 overs completed, 55 and 2 wickets down. Have they counted wrong here? Have they miscounted? I think they've miscounted here. They're taking drinks at 4 overs. It should be 5 overs. Something's gone wrong here. Hey, why don't we go back to the Challenger for a moment, because I started talking a bit about this. So... Challenger division, Estonia, of course, they lost out last year there to Greece. Greece who will now be playing in the Premier Division. I'm expecting them to come back strong. They'll be well tested, though, with the likes of Isle of Man and Guernsey. And don't forget the likes of Luxembourg can play, and Serbia and Turkey play some pretty good cricket. On the other side, Malta. Now, Malta are improving all the time, like Czechia. I think both teams, Malta, Czechia, I think you can throw Cyprus and Bulgaria into that equation as well. They're teams that historically have had a lot of older players. They've taken a while to make a change, but those changes are coming into effect now. We're seeing that with Croatia, for example, in this tournament. We're definitely seeing it from Cyprus as well. So change is happening. Change is good. And as I mentioned before, Cyprus and Croatia will be checking each other out in this one, won't they? And I know that Malta, they've experienced some good form for them as well. I remember Malta, things went tragically wrong for them when they were at the Gardner Oval last time, but they're starting to play some good cricket. So a lot of change, and of course Slovenia also in that group. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. I wonder if they took the drinks there because we did have quite a long delay. Yeah, I'm just seeing here. Because there was a long delay, because of an incorrect lineup, and the players were out there for about 4 or 5 minutes for them sorted out, they're going to take drinks at, drinks at 4 and 8, I've just been told. So taking 2 lots of drinks now. And I think that is reflected on the way that the temperatures are starting to go up big time. So that's something for us to remember. So there will be another drinks break at the end of the 8th over as well. So I think when we've talked about the temperatures and how hot it is, that's totally understandable. It's nicely played. That's going to really challenge the fielder, who dives at it, throws himself at it, but it kind of ricochets off the fielder and goes to the boundary. Good shot this from Mangala. He plays that nicely, opens the face of the bat, and beautifully played. And Mehdi Hassan Rakib is adamant that Cyprus will win. He says, mark my word. All right, I've marked your word, Mehdi. I've marked it, and let's see if it does go that way. And a few people are not so convinced, but I think all the neutrals would like to see that high in the air. And this is really, oh dear, he gets so lucky there. That's Harry, who just can't get there. That should have been a wicket. And what I was going to say there, if Mangala, and he should have been out there, let's face it, if Mangala got out there, I would be saying I find it puzzling that he, to the same ball, he just guided the ball to that wide third area past the short man on the 45 and got forward. Then the same ball he gets again, he tried to hoik it, and well, he should have got out in a very similar fashion he did in the earlier match. So he's very lucky he gets dropped there on 4. Let's see if he's able to capitalise on it. A big moment there. I think we also should maybe take a moment, as that's crunched firmly, but does go to the fielder. Nicely done. No mistakes there from Alan. Yeah, I think it's not often that in the T10 format we'll see drinks being taken twice in an innings. So after 4 and after 8, that tells you how hot it is. So just spare a thought for the players out there. It's not easy. Trust me, it's not easy. We're struggling, and we've got a bit of a shelter. We're sort of sheltered from the sun, as that's played beautifully this time. Perfect timing, and well, the hand of Charles Croucher comes out just to save this one going into the knees of the officials. Helena appreciates that, who's in there. And yeah, there's Charles, gets a hand onto it, says, don't worry, Helena, you're safe. I'll protect you. I'll protect the equipment. But yeah, it's very hot out there. So every time you're chasing a ball and you come back with a bowler, every time you finish an over, you're really going to be struggling to get your breath back, to get the air, get some fresh air. And so when the ball does go up in the air like that, your body's already feeling it in the extreme temperatures. And then you've got to try and find it. You're squinting to look up into the sky to find the ball and take the catch. Hard conditions. So every time a catch is taken, and every time you do see a bit of good cricket from the fielding side or the batting side, I think you've got to appreciate it. In these conditions, steps across does Alexander Sen, but he's played and missed at that one. You can see the momentum has just slowed up, hasn't it? The way it was going with Adam Sen was out there. He was scoring at a pretty brisk rate. Also, on the same note, a big shout out to the umpires. They're doing a wonderful job out there. A veteran out there with DJ. So 66 have come off the 5 overs. That's not a bad one there once again from Aman. He's gone 1 for 21 off his 2-11 coming off that one. That's our calendar. And I've talked a lot about the lead up to the Milton Shield, Western Shield there as well, and ECC. Straight after that, we have more cricket, Italy, and there you are. We will be going to Cyprus. We've got some international action there, and ECI. Malta, the encore, and then we finish from 17th of November to the end of our season there in Spain. First we go to Valencia, the Levante cricket ground. We also go to Alfez de Pi. Well, this one's not quite going to Alfez de Pi or Spain, but it's going the distance as Mangala gets it right in the slot. Mangala very similar, I think, to one or two other batters in the Cyprus side, like Scott Birdkin. If you put the ball in that area, kiss it goodbye, it's gone. Got to be short of a length. Got to be testing them wide outside the off. So not the right length to start off with here from Harpreet. And this time he goes wide, too wide, says the umpire. So that one will have to be bowled again as Harpreet Jolly comes back into the attack. Yeah, so we will go to Valencia, Levante, we'll go to Alicante, Alfesta P right there on the coast. And then, of course, we will finish. That one might, I think it's only just caught the pitch. I wonder if we can see this one more time in once. It's not far away from being a no ball, actually. Let's see. Yeah, not that far, but it is definitely a wide. Trying to keep it, I think trying to do what I said. You don't want to be bowling it in the hitting zone of Mangala, who he doesn't seem to like to hop across to bring it in reach. He just stays. See what I mean? That's the difference between him and maybe the likes of so Adam Sen that we saw. So his feet kind of stay rooted to the ground. He doesn't really hop across. Watch this again. Look at his footwork. And apart from that one foot just coming forward a little bit, he doesn't hop across. So he doesn't get himself in line. This time he charges. And hits that firmly. Good defensive fielding there from Sam Houghton. That's the way to do it, isn't it? I mean, it's bounces before him. Could have gone anywhere. And Sam Houghton just saying, nope. All I've got to do is push it forward, keep it to a single, and that's what he does. Good defensive fielding there from Sam Houghton, who was very much on the back foot there. Jolly. Just making a change in the field now to the right-hander. Alexander Sen, he knows it's time for him to unleash. He's got to start getting a little bit more aggressive. They've still got batting to come, of course. He's trying, but I think for all his efforts, he'll just get another single. That's a good bit of fielding. No mistakes, no errors. Yeah, batters still to come in. And, Roshan Sriwadana would really love to get in the runs. He's been a bit off the boil at the moment. You've still got, of course, Scott Austin. You have the likes of Scott Bird again. I wonder if Lovedeep Singh might get a go. I've seen him score runs there at the Ipswich Cricket Ground. A useful hit of the ball. Mangala, 17 of 8. Expected score around 133, and as we've already seen, asking the question, I wonder if that just come off the thigh guard there. And I think that's what the umpire was saying. It's a good take behind the stumps again from Hashmi. We'll see this, yeah, right off the cooler. Good take though. There you go. And that's the old rock and roll type of fielding, does Rashid. A shot that's been heaved over the leg side boundary. That'll end up by the fence. Good hit, nicely played. Mangala this time, look, a little bit of showboating. He just puts the bowler off a little bit, perhaps with a little jive, a little jig he does before getting that ball where he can reach and put it away. Dispatched to the boundary. 82 on the board now at the end of that, the 6th over. 82 for 2. So still 4 overs, 24 balls to go. Yeah, going back to that score, 133. It's probably gone up just a tad with that boundary. But I think teams here batting first have got to be sniffing at 150. That's what you've got to be looking at, I think. If you want to get 150 in the ball, then you start to think, we should win from here unless things go pretty pear-shaped. So let's see if Cyprus can keep that acceleration going. It's going to be Tilly to bowl over number 7. So here's Oliver. Starts with a full delivery. I think he does keep the pace off it though, which is why the batter's not been able to get a good, clean, solid strike on it. Alexander Sen once again just looking at his bat. Probably think, I can see what he's thinking. He's thinking, all right, I'm not getting any boundaries here. I'm just getting singles. So that strike rate's not too impressive. But look, if he's getting singles, then Mangala can keep the boundaries coming. You take that. Short delivery, and you don't bowl there to him. That's an error, and that one is going to be right up there by the fence. I think it might have actually gone over the fence. So that one will have to be found and thrown back by somebody, but that's not a good ball. And Mangala Gunasekara, he hasn't had too many short deliveries bowled at him. That's why he's not scored maybe as many runs than we know he can score, because he's very powerful in that area. He's your typical, I would say, classy left-hander that loves the short ball, and he's demonstrated that to Oliver Tilley, who probably will do well not to bowl another one in that area to him, and probably has to take a leaf out some of the other bowlers and go back to try to keep him quiet there on the offside. Now, they've made a bit of a defensive field change here, putting a fielder back to a bad ball, actually. And that's pitched up, and they get the wicket. It's full and straight. It's the perfect comeback. Well, maybe it was the old double bluff. They bring up the fielder who was on the boundary at backward point to push back square leg, and then Oliver Tilley goes full and straight. He also takes a bit of pace off that one, and Mangala has played all around this. Here it is again, clever bowling, and Mangala Gunasagara will be taking a slow walk back after getting 29 on the board, 29 of 12 deliveries. It gets done, it gets bowled there by Tilley. And just picking up a wicket at a good time. And Scott Austin will be the first Scot to come in. He comes ahead of his captain, Scott Burking, and that's why he's coming in. There's that delivery. It's slightly slower. It's a little bit bit of the off-cutter, I think, here. There's the stumps that go down. And Mangala gives his bat a little bit of a fist bump as he makes his way back. So here's Scott Austin. He needs to just keep that momentum going. We know that he can. We were wondering a little bit about his fitness. He did seem to take one on his leg. He was limping around a little. Let's see if he's recovered enough. That's powerfully hit. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, maybe he has. It's a full delivery from Tilley. Very similar perhaps to the one that just got the left-hander out. But he's given Austin the room to manoeuvre it. And Scott Austin there just coolly hits it out of the middle of the bat, straight down the ground. And it bounces a couple of times before it goes for 4. It's a good strike from Austin. Now that one just skids through. Yeah, there he is. It's the old mumble, and Scott saying, well, what am I supposed to do with that? It's the same for both teams is all you can say here about this pitch. I know there's been a lot of talk about it, but it's the same for everybody. John Gray, hello John, was saying much needed wicket for Croatia. Yeah, they just get the wicket at the right time. And Bolo saying castled. Wide being signalled here this time by umpire DJ. And I just looked at the DJ there. He said, I think he's got the widest and the biggest laces that I've ever seen. They stand out a mile. Look at those laces there from DJ. Oh, that's peppered. Oh, it's in and out of the hands of Alan. Oh, that was hit very hard, but Alan Magdalenic didn't have to move. And that's a chance. Austin gets dropped on 4. And we'll keep a note of that because he scores pretty quickly. And we will go back to the calendar. A lot of people were asking what I was talking about there when I was talking about Spain, Valencia, Alicante. Well, there you go. That's the reason I was talking about Levante Cricket Club. Looking forward to going to their ground. It is a baseball ground there in Spain. A beautiful part of Valencia as well. Alicante Alfes de Pi right there on the coast. And that's the Sporting Alfes cricket ground. And looking forward to catching up with some of my friends there. And then, of course, we go back to the Cardamom Oval on the 1st of December for the conclusion of our 2025 season with the Euros of Women's Cricket at the Cardamom Oval. Right, Alan. I didn't take the catch, but I think this is where the captain says, all right, you put the catch down. You have the right of reply. Let's see what you can do. I like this. Alan Magdalenic getting an opportunity now to have a bowl. And that last over from Tilley went for 13 in the end. There was the wicket in there. Played well. It's going to get that in the gap. Fielders coming across. Once again, excellent defensive fielding from Houghton. And the batters, they will get a couple. Alexander said just hasn't been able to get boundaries as much as he's trying. And, you know, he's just probably saying, well, I'm trying. What else can I do? It's just the boundaries don't seem to be coming. Well, this one will be a boundary, though. It gets pitched up, and that's more of a classical shot. I said before that the two Sen brothers, they're very different in the way that they are. I think Alexander is the more classical stroke player. He's the one that can build an innings. You would say, and you can say it now because we've seen it, you would say that he's the longer format, the T20 style batter. He can bat you through the innings and give you just good reward. Whereas in this format, maybe just a tad slower than what he needs to be. That's a wide delivery from Allen. Gets that one all wrong. But whereas, of course, Adam Sen is very brutal and he's a hard hitter. He scored 26 of just 8 deliveries when he was out there. So you can see the difference between him, the two brothers. It's a bit like the story of the hare and the tortoise, isn't it, really? But there's a role to play with this style of batting for Alexander. Here comes Magdanic once again. And that is hit hard. Gets it over the infield. Will come back for 2. Here comes the throw from Houghton, who's done a stunning job out there, sweeping the boundary. We kind of talked about this, myself and Phil, where in that second match, where a lot of these shots going out on the offside from Cyprus are being fielded by the sweeper, whereas when Croatia were playing those shots, full toss, it's going to bounce kindly for Zach. They will only take the single. Zach fires it into the gloves of the keeper, Hashim. But yeah, when Cyprus are hitting those shots out the offside, they always tend to be stopped. Now, I don't know if Croatia have just got better field placements and better lines, or whether Croatia just hit the ball harder in that area. Well, that's hit pretty hard. It's come off the foot of Allen, and that's a pretty good layoff. In fact, he could have hit it back on the volley if he wanted to, Aman Chaubi. That ends up being a good assist. It's the end of the over. Once again, it's not the worst. We'll go for 12. And nice to see Allen turn his arm over. And Cyprus have moved to 107 at the end of that over. 3 wickets down. But probably not getting that acceleration that they would like here. So 12 balls to go in the innings. Are they going to get to that 150? I don't think so. I think it will probably stay at that somewhere around maybe that 130 mark. If they go at 2 lots of 15 here, which they should be setting themselves as a minimum, that takes it to 137. So one big magical over could help. Remember, they will take a second lot of drinks here today. So I did put a question in the chat a bit earlier, and it was, can anyone tell me what was said that had Jonathan Agnew and Brian Johnston in hysterics in the Test match special box in 1991? So why don't we show you the answer? Here it is. In 1991, the day that Ian Botham just couldn't quite get his leg over. That was when Botham hit his own wicket, and that was his dismissal against the West Indies at the Oval. But it sparked absolutely hysterics from Jonathan Agnew and the other commentator, Brian Johnston, and they were in hysterics in the Test match special box. And they just couldn't stop talking. They had the attack of the giggles. And that's what it was. So in 1991, that famous phrase when Ian Botham hit his own stumps, Jonathan Agnew said, Botham just couldn't quite get his leg over. Well done if you got it right. Thinking about it now, it has me in giggles again. It was a magical moment of commentary. And of course, we've had plenty of those as well. When myself and all of the commentators on ECN have had the giggles. Right, Tilly earns himself a second over. That's firmly hit, but it's only going to go as far as the fielder, who throws his in back to Rashid. Maybe the one big observation here is that Cyprus just haven't been able to get enough batters who are able to clear the rope, whereas, in this format, Croatia have been better. There's no other way to put it, really. I think that probably sums it up quite rightly. That's nicely played away, but it gets out of... Should be coming back for 2 here, and they will do pretty comfortably in the end. But, yeah, I mean, whereas in the longer format, T20 International, the value was much bigger, so we weren't seeing quite the big amount of sixes. In fact, I think that we're hitting, on average, about 3 sixes an innings. But the boundary's been brought in And it's Croatia that are able to hit bigger, and they've got the stronger hitters. We've seen that from Luke. We saw that from Zach. We saw that from Rashid. Whereas with Cyprus, we've seen it from Adam. Scott has done it occasionally, but the other batters have struggled. So I suppose it's fair to say at the moment that Croatia, they seem to be better suited, batting-wise certainly, to this format. Cyprus struggling to get boundaries away here. And that's the way to do it. And if there's one man that can turn on the stall, and that I think is going to be 4. I think that's going over the boundary. Good effort there from the fielder. That's Kekik, who's chasing this hard. And Kresimiri Kekik. But nicely played, good shot. And Alexander Sen, I needed to find something different, didn't he? Because he couldn't, hitting it in the V, on cutting and pulling, he just couldn't find the boundary. So he says, you know what, I'll go behind. Nicely played. He moves to 37, 116 for 3. A ball to go in the 9th. Hasn't quite all happened in the 9th, but that was a nice moment. That was a nice shot. And there's the 4. A signal there by the umpire. And now loses his wicket, going for the big shot. Slightly quicker delivery from Oliver Tilley. Picks up his second, finishes with 2 for 22. And that's going to be the end of Alexander. Goes in the last ball of the 9th over. And a well-deserved wicket there once again from Tilley. He's come good, hasn't he, here in this match. And that's going to be the end of the opener. So Alexander Sen will finally go for 37. 37 of 23 deliveries. 1-6 and 4 fours. But he also will go bowled by Tilley. We have seen 3 batters bowled. 3 of the 4 wickets that we have seen are being cleaned up. Scott Austin still there. Now, let's see who's going to be joined. Who's going to join him out there? Austin will be on strike for this last over. And it looks like it's the captains, Scott Burdekin, that's come out there. So the 2 Scots are out there. Austin will be on strike. How many can they get off this over? I said that if they went at 15s, that gets them to that 137 at the moment. That looks beyond them. Expected around about 128, says the computer. And won't get any easier because Alfred Barefoot Pearce has bowled really well. But one thing I will say, though, I wonder if Austin goes to play the ramp straight away because he knows it's going to be that heavy length delivery. Well, shapes up to go down the ground, misses it. It's a good delivery. Austin still protesting about the behaviour of the pitch, but that's the way it's going to be, Scott. It ain't going to change. And straight through him, dot ball to start. Cyprus struggling here. They've scored 122 in the last match. Almost defended it. 86 in the first was not good enough there. Remember, winning the toss and batting first, the captain wants to stick to this. It hasn't worked for him in 2. It's another dot, and I think Scott Burdekin will probably want to take a walk over there and have a chat with Austin. I think they are talking. I think he doesn't have to get close to him. Austin's is probably being pretty vocal about those 2 deliveries. I think he can play that scoop shot. I think that's what he should be trying to play here, honestly. I know that Alfred has got a bit of pace about him, but I think he just has to get set to play the shot because there's nobody bat there. And there you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And he will get 4 runs for his efforts as well. Good shot. It's a slower delivery from Alfred. I think he sees that Austin shapes up to play it, so he says, I'm going to bowl it a little bit slower. But the problem is that the bounce, if you don't get the right length, the bounce is always going to be there. Austin plays a good shot, actually. He just had to adjust, had to wait, and plays it away. Good shot. That brings the 120 up. 3 balls to go. Can they get past the 122? All those extra runs could be very valuable. We know that from the way that second match ended. Oh, it's another swing and a miss from Scott Austin. This isn't what Austin was out there to do. So that's 12 deliveries, 15 runs. It's one thing that we haven't seen. This was, in fact, something we saw a lot from Croatia when they were playing in the T20 format. There was a lot of dot balls, and myself and Phil spoke much of it. They're just dotting up. In this format, it seems to be the other way around. Timber, stump's gone, and that's going to be a pretty miserable end of the innings there for Scott Austin. Excellent bowling, though, from Alfred Beresford-Pearce. You can't fault him. He knows that Austin is going to try and do something here. He says, right, he's going to probably try and ramp me. I'm not going to give him that delivery. So Austin in two minds. He does step across. Look, he's ready for it if it comes, but it's pitched right up there. You can't ramp that. Not a ball that length. It rattles the stumps. The timber has been knocked over. It's a wicket for Alfred. Picks up his first. His bowling figures have been sensational. Just gone for 14 off the 11 balls he's bowled. So with a ball to go, with Roshan Siriwardana coming out, at the moment they are still 2 behind the 122 that they scored in the second match. So they want to go upwards. They want to be improving. Here comes the last delivery of the innings. Roshan swings hard. There is a fielder out there who gets a hand on it. You might as well come back. You're probably not going to make it. It's going to be run out for one, but you had to do that. Roshan, he does get back on ball, so they're not going to get to the 122. The 121 is the score, so 122 will be the chase. The 6th wicket goes down. So once again, I have Croatia in front here. Croatia, their batters just seem to be managing, finding the boundaries better than what we've seen there from Cyprus. If you have a look at that innings, there was 5 Maximos in there, 3 of them to Mangala in the 29 that he made. Then in terms of number of fours, I think we saw 13 there, 5 to Adam Sen. He also did get 1-6 on each 26th, then 2 there from Mangala, 2 to Scott Austin, and both of those incidentally were the ramp shots he played. And then in that long innings of Alexander Sen, he got 4 boundaries in 4s, 1 in 6. Let's roll the highlights. And Cyprus, they'll be disappointed the way that it's finished, because they did get to 66 at the halfway point. So they would have been hoping to get, keep going at the same pace and end up in the 130s. That was what the score predictor was saying, that they would get to about that 133 mark. I mentioned the win predictor there. Interesting to see what the win predictor is going to be thinking at the end of this one. It wouldn't surprise me if it's something like a 68% advantage to the likes of Croatia when we have a look at that again. That was a nice catch taken there from Hashmi. Boy, hasn't he been putting a big effort in for his team. And there were some nice shots there. That was one that Alexander Sen was able to muscle away. That was his one and only 6. Mangala, he was starting to get grooving, but he would be done by that good full straight delivery from Tilly. Tilly always found a way to come back when he was hit for a boundary. This one was hit firmly down the ground. That was a lovely shot there from Austin. There was a scoop then played there, but just after playing that scoop and getting the boundary, it would also be the end of Alexander Sen going for the big shot down on the leg side. But Tilly, like I said, always finds a way to come back. This is the one that we were saying that we probably needed to see a little bit more of. Austin did get that one away, but he never got another chance to play the same again. And Alfred kept him nice and quiet, and then would rattle his timber to finish him off. And he did finish, or they finished with 2 wickets on the spin. Here they would take the single, and Roshan Siriwardana coming back for a 2 that was never going to be on the cards, but it was the last ball of the innings. They had to go for it. So well done to Croatia again. They managed to contain the batting of Cyprus. There was just a one fair for them, I think. That was when Adam Sen was going well. When his strike rate actually 325, but he got out after just 8 deliveries. And Mangala went at 241, 29 of 12. And Alexander Sen, he was going at 160s when he got out. Scott Austin, he'll be disappointed with his 15 of 13 balls that he chews up. It just goes to show that it's not that easy to score runs out there. But Cyprus, they don't get anywhere near the 150 I was saying that they need to try to get to. And they were on about the 137 pace at one point. But that fell away pretty quickly. And that was thanks to some good bowling. Oliver Tilly this time taking 2 for 22. Wickets there also for Alfred, for Aman, and Harpreet. Well, Harpreet, he has been I think fantastic here today, though he was a little bit expensive in his second over. Adrian puts a good shift in there with a nice tidy over in there as well for his team. So, and Aman Chowbe, I've got to give him a mention. He's been pretty tidy all the way through. So Croatia doing the right things once again, keeping Cyprus to a score of just over that 121. So 122 will be the chase. Join me, Rico Full and Fuji, when we return. And we will return in about 10 minutes time to see if Cyprus can finally notch up a win here. Well, we were talking like this about Croatia in the T20 International. Croatia are showing that in this format, they seem to be at the moment a little bit superior to Cyprus, especially in the batting department. But Cyprus, I think they need to hit back here and hit back quickly. They wouldn't want to go 3-0 down, because remember, if you go 3-0 down here, then there's only 4 to play, and you've got to win all 4, with 1 more to be played after this match today. So match number 4 will be played today, and then you've got 3 matches tomorrow. So Cyprus, to make it an easier path for them to win this ECI, I think they've got to win this match. So join us back in about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And welcome back to the run chase here in this third match, this third ECI T10 encounter between Cyprus and Croatia. Phil G here into the commentary igloo here, while Rico Fort has a well-deserved break, muscling his way through that first innings there, unaided by yours truly. So he's off now to have a lunch break, well-deserved as it is. So 121 on the board after the 10 overs, so that means for the bonus point equation, it's simple. It's pretty much 84 runs or less. The fielding team to restrict the batters to. And if the batters can reel this one in 7 overs or less, they get themselves a bonus point. We get the feeling the bonus point won't have a lot to do in a 2-team series best of 7, but we're still keeping an eye on it. It still gives you something to play for as well. So there's that to happen. And just remember, currently, the first 2 matches went the way of Croatia. All 3 matches, Cyprus have batted first, put a score on the board, and so far in the first 2 games have failed to defend. So, third time's a charm. What do you think? Third time lucky, possibly. They'll be thinking so will Cyprus. They'll be thinking, we can defend this now. The sun is high in the sky. It's I wouldn't say it's the hottest part of the day right now. Almost sorry to say. We've still probably got a couple of hours, about an hour to go. It's currently screaming at 33 degrees. It's 38 degrees out in the centre. The temperature could climb maybe 1 or 2 more degrees before it starts dipping. That's the story from the weather front. I've been out there in the centre a few times in the last couple of minutes, had my lunch, and then went out to just watch the coin toss as well for the next match. And I could see that exactly what was happening. It was very, very, very warm, and it's going to be even warmer tomorrow. But let's worry about this now, because this is a very hot game right in front of your eyes here. Cyprus cannot afford to lose another game here. If they lose this game and they go 3-0 down in this series, they have to win every match that comes after this to try to snatch the title of ECI champion. So the run chase starts. It's going to be Lovedeep who starts proceedings, bowling to Rashid Hamshi and Alfred Beresford-Pearce, who's at the non-striker end. Rashid, spare a thought for Rashid. He batted almost all the way through the previous match number 2. He's kept wicket throughout the first innings in this match number 3. And he goes back out there again, under the lid, under the baking sun, to open the batting and try to do the right thing for his team, for his country, for Croatia, who would love to get a 3rd win on the spin and almost take the series away from Cyprus. He's cut that nicely. I think the fielder got a little touch on that, just a little hand, but it is not going to be enough to stop the momentum. That ball does go to the boundary for 4 runs. Nice start there. That just cuts it backward a point. Desperate attempt in the field. I think there were fingertips who just managed to slow that down ever so slightly. It does make it to the boundary though, so good start there for Rashid. Made an excellent 60-odd in the previous game and saw his team home only just, although he did lose his wicket towards the end there, but he guided his team to a winning position. Well, they almost choked, but almost doesn't always cut it. This time, he just elevates this one through the gap, and that's an even better shot through the cover region for 4 runs. So strong on the offside along the deck, a little bit elevated that time, but well out of the hands of the fielders who are desperate to try to effect a catch or some sort of spoil. So nicely placed and nicely played. Good solid start here for Croatia. Looking for 122 runs they are in their 10 overs. Going along nicely so far. It's a good start. Lovedeep Singh will probably have to try to rectify the situation and try to get some normal service resuming. He'll be desperate to get a breakthrough here in the first over. Oh, wow. Strays onto the pads there and gets treated accordingly with a huge strike off the pads. 6 runs launched. Well, Lovedeep standing in the middle of the pitch area there with his hands on his hips, 2 hands, the absolute teapot stance. He can't believe that that ball has been knocked away like that effortlessly. That was a gorgeous shot, absolutely gorgeous shot. Hashmi has got all the answers so far. Maybe they're just not asking the right questions, the Cyprus bowlers here. Maybe Lovedeep needs to have a bit of a think about this. How do you approach this man? He's turning out to be a little bit of a surprise package today. Hello to everyone in the chat. Dave B just realising he's out of live. Get back into live, Dave. Get back in. It's a warm bath. Stay here with us. Turns that one around the corner, this time all the way along the deck. As calm as you like, as easy as you like. That's another boundary. This over is getting blown apart. And poor old Lovedeep Singh, he's still standing in the mid-pitch with his hand on his hip saying, well, what have I got to do here? This is some classic batting here. This is first, second over third, the power play. This is good power play batting. We saw a pretty good power play from Cyprus. This is equal to the task and then some. Still got one more to come. 18 off the over thus far. I said spare a thought for Rashid Hamshi because of the effort that he's putting in, you know, with both keeping and with the bat. He's had to sort of like, you know, really stretch himself a bit here. Oh, that one kept low. Oh, it's gotten away. No, yes, they are going to go. Hesitation. They're saying bowler. Well, bowler's not back at the stumps. He's still standing mid-pitch. And he's lucky his mid-off and mid-on ran across to try to take the stumps. So when you're screaming throw to the bowler's end and the bowler's not there taking the stumps, that could be a problem. And it's just one of those little pet peeves that I have, and I'm pretty sure Rico has that pet peeve as well. If the bowler doesn't take the stumps, then how can you effect a run out successfully? You're just hoping that someone 30, 40, even 50 metres away can hit the stumps with a throw, and that's not playing the odds. 170 matches since the Golden Ball. Let's see if we can fix that one up. What do you say? It's climbing ever so gently. The last time I saw a figure like that was when Rico and I were in Romania, and we saw it up to 111, and then we knocked that one on the head quick smart. So this is 117 now, and we almost got a Golden Ball in the previous match. It was so close. It was so very, very close. We might see one here. You never know. I get the feeling we'll get one sometime across the next few days. It just feels like it's shaping up to be one of those particular series. But this ECI so far has been really, really good, enjoyable. Hope you've enjoyed it as well, wherever you're watching from. So this is Kamal now. Shouts at catch. Fielder is out there now on the boundary line, patrolling there for that shot. So they've done the due diligence, and they've said, right, we need a boundary rider on the cover boundary to make sure that Rashid just can't keep hitting through the covers and getting boundaries. So they've blocked that little way for him to get runs. 20 on the board. Now Beresford Pearce gets his first look as Kamal loses his run up. Kamal Rise came into the side yesterday for the T20 Eyes, missed out on Thursday, came in yesterday, had immediate success. He's had pretty good success today as well. Just been cleared onto the leg side, puts pressure on the fielder. That's what quick singles can do, puts pressure on the fielder, charging in. Roshan, that was coming in from mid-wicket, couldn't stop the single, but it's just a single. Dave B saying, I'm here with you. Good on you, Dave. And now he's got the hashtag, give Gowers a golden ball. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for the support. I kind of feel like now I need to yield up a golden ball to like Tina or Vinny. I feel like they're going a bit starved at the moment. Oh, I got him straight through him. Just straight full. Took pace off a little bit as well. Hashmi has to go. This is a massive wicket here now, and there's a bit of a get around here for the bowler. They know how important that wicket was. Hashmi, who tore them to shreds in the previous game, has to depart. He was looking dangerous. 19 from 8 deliveries, and he's gone. Bowled neck and crop. And now there's a good get around. Cyprus come together, and they come together as a team, and they are well ecstatic here. Kamal, he just does bowl straight. He gets a lot of bowled dismissals exactly like that. We saw it yesterday a lot. Now we've seen it today as well. That's something you need to watch out for. It just angles in. Starts wide, angles in, and gets the batter playing on a line that he's just not picked. Well, Rashid, thank you for the 19 runs you put towards the scoreboard, but that's it for you. You're done. And Croatia suffered just a little bit of a setback there in their search for 3 wins on the spin here. So Alfred Beresford Pearce at the non-striker's end. He greets the new batter coming in. That's, of course, Adrian Vidadic. Let's see what he can do. Adrian, of course, looked like he jarred his knee when he was trying to bowl at the start of the game. Let's hope he's all right now. He did actually go for some treatment. He looked really, really out of sorts, very proppy as he walked off. I didn't see him walk on just then, so I can't tell if he's still a walking wounded. I'd hope not coming at first drop. Oh, similar delivery. Chops down. You know what? He is proppy. He actually he is walking proppy here. Now, why would you send someone out who's clearly looking as proppy as that? He's He's already walking wounded. I don't get that at all. Have a look at this. Right in your middle of your screen there, he's wandering around like he's got a fake leg or something like that. There's something not right here. I hope he's all right, because that's not good. I thought he jarred his knee when he was trying to bowl, and you can't run with a jarred knee. You just can't do it. Short, elevated, and that has been put out of the park, I reckon. Or has it bounced just inside the line? Umpires are waiting for the confirmation. Just inside the line. So I didn't get all of that one. Spins it round. Alfred trying to elevate this one. Yep, just there you go. Good spot, good vision there. And obviously right in front of the tournament ref, who gave the 4 signal and said, no, if that was a 6, I'd let you know. 26 for 1. Last ball, the second coming up. Run rate required for Croatia is 11.75. But Cyprus with a breakthrough in this over, that will give him a lot of buoyancy. Well, that's pretty sweet. That's gone up in the air as well. And that's going to land away, and then go for 4 as well. No, it does go for 6. Well, how about that? I thought that went for 4. No, that went for 6 as well. It just carries the boundary line. So there you go, 4 into 6. There's a bit of magic from the old bag of tricks from Alfred Beresford-Pearce, who puts that one this time out of the ground. And this is good acceleration, 32 for 1 after 2. So despite the wicket, that's continuing there. Continuing very nicely there, Alfred. Just recently joined there by Adrian. Have a look at the standings there. You can see Croatia sitting happy on top there with 7 points from the 2 wins. They had a 4-point win this morning with a very good run chase. Then they had the very tight game, incredibly tight match. Match number 2 decided on the final ball, where they needed a, well, it was a 5 for a win, 4 for a golden ball. It went for 6, and so they notched up the win there. 32 for 1, 2 overs gone, and we start the third. Oh, it's just in that spot, in that exact spot, that little zone where there's just a little bit more lift. When they hit that mark, there must be like a little square on the pitch right on that spot, and when they hit that, the bowlers, it just elevates a bit more, and it just gives the batter something to think about, or you always see the bat going underneath the ball there. Aminul Islam in again. Oh, he bottom edges that one. Just fingertips from the bowlers, and he wished he hadn't have got fingertips to it. He gives his left hand a bit of a ring there and says, yeah, ouchie wawa, that's not pleasant. Did not enjoy that one bit. It's a single. So Beresford-Pearce back on strike. Adrian Vidic has just joined him recently, looking like he's a bit proppy, so we're keeping a close eye on that, as a nice little breeze just comes through the sauna here and just brings the temperature down again. Thank you very much for that. Nice. Oh, collected beautifully there. That was so comfortable off the pads there. Didn't even have to move. He could see it coming in towards the pads. He knew the length was going to be true, and he's picked it up beautifully. One more time. Look at that. Just that little shuffle, and then middles it. Absolutely middles that one. What a lovely stroke. So Alfred doing the job here, taking over where Hashmi left off. Now, Dave B, what if you're telling me here about cider? Rains Park became a cider fest. Oh, okay, yep. Oh, yeah, I don't mind a bit of cider, Dave. You know me. I like a little drop of cider. I found there's, funny enough, across the road from the hotel, there's a place that sells cider, and it's a raspberry and lime flavoured cider. And I've got to say, that's pretty special. So, Dave, thank you for the shout out on the cider. Yeah, that's I wish I could get a chance to, maybe next year I might get a chance to pop up to Wimbledon just to watch, just to see how that all goes. I know I'll be catching up with a few of the Blue Crew sometime in the next few months, potentially down there in Malaga. Fingers crossed I get to see you guys down there, and that's going to be good. That's going to be fun. As the search for the ball is continuing, hopefully you won't have to search for me too much. I'm sure I won't have to search for when I get my chance to get down there to Malaga. For the second time, I was there for ECC 21 with, of course, Danny Hudacek, who we all know, and Terry O'Connor, who was CEO at the time of Czech Cricket, and then he obviously moved to Estonia, and now he's residing in Brisbane, where he's got his umpires. He's a third grade umpire now, and he's now umpiring very senior cricket there, and I think he's actually started playing again as well. So Terry O'Connor, we know him in the chat as Ufus. Haven't seen him for a little while. I know he's been very busy. Always a pleasure when he pops up. Always a pleasure when the grizzly can pop up as well. I think we've got a pill back. I'm not sure if it's the original because it did go into a fairly lush undergrowth there. Shining in the afternoon light. Iman's my good friend and director in my ear letting me know that is a new one because it's shining so beautifully there in the lovely reflection. So bowler in again after that short delay, looking for the lost ball. And that's going to be a wide, tempting too far outside the off. And Alfred just pulling out of that shot at the last minute saying, nah, not doing that one. So once again, just hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the T10 action, this ECI weekend that we've got for you here. Third match of 4 for today, and then 3 matches tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely baking tomorrow. There's a few more temperatures on the forecast. Sorry, a few more degrees on the forecast for tomorrow. Some big temperatures coming your way. Coming our way, I should say. It's not coming your way. You can't really see the temperature through the vision here, but I can tell you now it is quite uncomfortable for players. Batters talking about what it's like batting under the helmet there in the middle for longer than about 5 or 6 minutes. They're already sort of saying, you know, we need to get the drinks break. As Rico pointed out, drinks breaks been taken twice throughout the innings, which is the right thing to do. Keep the players hydrated. That's again just going to push too wide there. Croatia still need another, 82 from 44. That run rate to win, 11.04, just ticked down there with that extra being added to the scoreboard. And good to see Saeed join the chat as well. Hello there to Saeed Fardeen. Welcome into the chat. And congratulations on your success or your call up yesterday in the final of ECS Wimbledon. It was wonderful to see you out there. I saw the pictures shared on social media this morning and last night from Ian Smullen, our good friend Ian. So good to see you, Saeed. Thanks for joining us here this afternoon. 41 for 1, last ball of the power play coming up. Cuts, and that is a very nice shot. That goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. So Alfred Beresford-Pearce, he's looking strong out there at the moment. Cuts another boundary, goes to 21 off 7. The score is 45 for 1 after 3. This is a good power play, going along at 15 and over at the moment when they only need to be going about 11. So this is a pretty good run chase currently in the balance. 1 wicket fallen though so far, and on a comparative moment, have a look at that. There's just 1 wicket away. Same runs, just 1 wicket difference there. 45 for 2 was Cyprus at the same time after 3 overs. So we could be coming in for a close finish. I need to keep my eyes on where Rico's disappeared to, just in case this gets really close, and I need him to be in the igloo here in case we get, I hate to say it, maybe a dot ball, maybe a golden ball, you never know. If it's a GB, I will find Rico, don't worry about that. It can't be a GB without Rico full. I mean, it can be, of course, but I don't want it to be. Anyway, that's a long way away. There's still 7 overs to go. There's plenty of time for both these sides to pretty much wrestle the ascendancy away from the other here. As now we turn it to the 4th over. It's going to be Kamal bowling himself out. Shouts a catch and taken. Well, there you go. That is simple as that. That's how fast partnerships get broken here. It struck not too well. It wasn't quite middled, and it wasn't elevated either. It went straight to that man in the covers who has taken a very good catch. A few drinks coming out a little bit earlier now after 3 overs. But unfortunately for Croatia, it does mean that Adrian has to go. He's still walking off a little bit gingerly. I'm not sure why Croatia would send him out if he's got a bit of a hobble. Yeah, that's someone who's got a problem with his knee. When he was bowling at the start of the previous innings, you might remember, he came into bowl, he had to stop twice. The second time he stopped, he had a genuine hobble, and I think he jarred his knee. And this one, he's hit it. It's a good catch, good low-down catch, just right next to the umpire there, who confirms, yes, indeed, well taken. So Adrian has to go. Let's have a look at the up-and-coming events as they all get together and have a bit of a break here. And you can see there, obviously, we're here in Croatia. And then we've got T20I action. We've just finished the ECI this weekend. It's ECS for the men starting on Monday, then ECSW starting next weekend. And that's going to be exciting to have the two women's team going head-to-head again. They did this same time last year. That was a fantastic series. So looking forward to that one towards the end of the week. Norway starts on Friday the 15th as well. That's coming up shortly. ECI and T20I action. Germany Kiel, the ECS in Germany. Rico will be over there for that after the conclusion of this series. Romania Encore, T20I, ECI, ECS action. Then Austria, Danny Hudacek will be down there in Vienna at the Seabahn Sports Ground there, ECI and T20I. And then both Danny and myself will be flying over to Hungary for the Hungary ECS T20I we start with, and then ECIs, and then ECS. A big, massive month of cricket coming your way. That's a packed August all around Central Europe there. I hope you're going to stay with us throughout those up-and-coming events. I know I'll be a part of that. Hope you will as well. So the drinks break has been taken with the fall of the wicket in the 4th over. As I said before, we're going to be taking a couple of drinks breaks throughout the innings usually at the end of the 4th, unless a wicket falls, in which case I'll take a drinks break, and at the end of the 8th, and ditto on that as well. You can see now, Tilly is going to face the music as Kamal comes steaming in. Hones in on that York and length delivery. Dug out just for a single. Dave B just helping people out there, saying Fardeen. His surname is Saeed. Thank you, Dave. But Fardeen Saeed with a blue spanner as well. We know him quite well, one of the blue spanner crew who managed to pull the Guernsey on for in the final in Wimbledon there yesterday. Had an enjoyable match. Got himself a little medallion as well for his trouble. And unfortunately, Spencer weren't able to get the win in that particular game, but I know you probably had a good time there, Fardeen, so welcome into the chat. Good to have you with us. And good to have everyone with us as well. And he gives a shout out to Tina and Vinny for all the support. Yep, nice one. Nice one, Fardeen. Oh, good lift off the deck there. This pitch, I've said it before, I'll say it again, it's its own character. It is its own movie character and its own film here. It does its own thing. Every now and then the lift off the deck is something quite special. And I use the word special in inverted commas because goodness knows what's going to happen next. It's a real character. And the bowlers, they love it. They don't even have to bang it in short. You see sometimes bowlers steam in, they bend the back, the grunt delivery. Oh, that gets an edge. Flies, could have gone anywhere. Alfred lives a bit dangerously there. Things have slowed down since that wicket falling and since the drinks break. A little bit of caution being exercised here by Croatia. They still need to be going at 12.32. 76 from 37 is the equation for the win here. So one more to come in the 4th. 46 on the board. I'm sure they'll love to get some runs here. Try to get the 50 maybe by the end of the over. Just as a bit of a, just to get into the head a bit of Cyprus to say, you know, we're coming. Don't worry about us. We're on our way. How much will Croatia love to go 3-0 up in this ECI weekend? That's what it is. It's an ECI weekend. 4 matches today, 3 matches tomorrow. Here at the lovely Lados Cricket Centre with the university all splayed out behind us in the buildings there and the grounds. Oh, shouts a catch. Now that has slammed into the right ankle of the fielder out there, and he's going to be rubbing that one. Oh, yeah, that's going to hurt. He's saved for 4 runs, but at the same time, his ankle bone is probably saying, what on earth is going on up there? Oh, yeah, is that Aminal? He's in strife there. I think they're calling for some magic spray. He's on the wrong side of the ground for magic spray, and either he has to run the other side of the ground or the spray does. Take your pick. Have a look here at the run rate situation. Well, Croatia's run rate is currently at 12. They need to be going at 12.1, so it's not too bad. The white line has come down, so the angle of that white line is not good, but they've touched right on where they need to be. So if they can flatten that line out with a few overs of 12 or thereabouts, I think they're going to steady the ship, but that was a terrific over from Kamal. He ends up with 2 for 16. He only goes for 3 runs off that over and gets a wicket right at the start too. So well and truly breaks have been applied. See a bit of a chat there talking about the wide line and this sort of thing about
What's going on there? Ryan saying that is ECN rules different because the batsman shuffled, but the umpire's still giving it wide? Yes, well, it's pretty straightforward. For ECN rules for our T10 games here, as Dave has very clearly explained to you there, very good, is that the wide line, which is those tram lines, that belongs to the bowler, and they do not move. Simple as that. It hasn't moved. It's been like that pretty much for well over a couple of years now, and that's how it is. So if you see the batter move left, right, towards left, to the offside, over to leg side, the wide line doesn't move with the batter. So the umpire's job is pretty straightforward. They just keep checking out that wide line, and that wide line belongs to the bowler. So if the ball passes over the top of that tram line, that's fine. That's a legal delivery no matter where the batter is. Nicely bowled. Waqar Ali, watch out for Waqar Ali. I'm glad to see him in the side for this game. He's the kind of X-factor bowler who can come in and just turn it on straight away. I said yesterday during the T20Is, he just has a habit of teasing the batters, baiting the batters, if you like, with a couple of loose balls, and suddenly he'll just hone in with a fast, full, straight delivery. Swings hard at this one, does Tilly. Just going to get singles. Oh. No, they don't go on the misfield. So Tilly's got a real big chance here to step up for Croatia. He didn't have the best of times with the bat in the T20Is. He's got a real red-hot chance here to light the place up in this match. They're going to need a batter here just to kick up a notch here, just to step up a little bit. Alfie Beresford-Pearce, he's just sort of retracted a bit into his shell here. He needs to sort of find a way to get back out again. Wide ball there. Yeah, just sort of in that last over, they only went for 3 runs. They've just introverted slightly here. Maybe just batten down the hatches just while there's a wicket, and while Cyprus were quite sort of buoyed and bouncy and thinking, right, that's a breakthrough. Let's get another breakthrough. Score is 50 for 2. The 50 up with that wide ball. Alfred Beresford-Pearce facing. That's also been indicated as wide. Austin having a bit of a rough trot behind the... yeah, he's looking a bit proppy as well now. Just at the top of the screen, you can see him there just limping a bit as he's warmed that one on a part of the leg and a part of the lower leg that had no protection. We saw Sam Houghton during the T20Is, especially yesterday when he was keeping, take all sorts of knocks all over the place. I'm not sure how many bruises he had, but we're going to run a pool on it at one point. Waqar Ali just losing his radar here. That's 3 wides on the spin there. 3 on the trot, just releasing pressure here. The thing about Waqar Ali is he'll probably bowl a ball of this over. It might not be the next one. He will bowl one. It will come in. It'll be straight. He'll angle it in. It'll be an absolute straight delivery, and he'll be looking to hit the top of off stump because he's got one of these up his sleeve every over. And it can surprise the batters because I might be expecting another wide one. Here we go. Oh, boy. That's a good delivery. That's what he wants. Right there. Croatia needs 70 from a 33 still. That run rate required is starting to push up towards some big numbers there. It's now 12.72. A couple more dot balls. Another tight over or 2. It's going to start pushing towards 14s. Need to be aware of this. So 33 balls left in the game. Clipped away nicely. The field there does half a job, but tidies up, lets it through for a single, but doesn't let it through for any more. Hello to Helix and John Gray. Hope you guys are having a good day. John Gray, I think you're heading off to watch the football, I believe. I know you were telling us before that you had a fair bit on your plate today. Shout out to Ken KG as well, and to David Skinner. And of course to Paolo Campini. A lot of familiar names there in the chat. Good to see you all. Oh, now just backs away, does Tilly. Backs away to leg side. Tried to give himself some room. Ends up just getting a bottom edge for a single. Almost feel like that's a batter just reverting to type to try to hit himself out of trouble. He's been there for 4 deliveries. He's got 3 runs. Alfred Beresford-Pearce, 24 from 13. Scores 54 for 2. Last ball the over coming up. 6 from the over, plus this. Hits solidly. It's just going to go for 1, I think. Deep mid-wicket, fields cleanly. And gets a throwback quick smart, just the single. So a couple of tight overs in a row. The last 2 overs have gone for 3 and 7. So that pushing that run rate up now to 13.4. So someone's going to need to try to have a bit of a flurry here, possibly. Have a look at the up-and-coming events again. I mentioned before what's coming up after Croatia. Obviously, Croatia, we go through to the end of next weekend. Next weekend is the ECSW action where the women take centre stage in a best-of-7 series, similar to the ECI, best of 7, so 4 matches on the Saturday, 3 matches on the Sunday. We then turn our attention to Norway, of course, on the 15th of August. That's going to be Norway ECI and T20I internationals. Germany, Kiel starts on Monday the 18th, and then we've got Romanian Encore, Austria for some internationals, and then Hungary for internationals before we start the Hungary ECS, and that starts on the 1st of September. So the Friday will kick us off with T20I action, then ECIs, then the ECS, and of course Danny Hudacek will be all over that, as he's also going off to Austria as well. So Danny's doing a bit of a tour of Central Europe. I'll join him there in Hungary on the Friday the 29th. But there's a lot of cricket in August coming your way on the lead up on the road to Khartoum, which of course is going to kick off in mid-September. So plenty of cricket for you hungry folks out there. Straight up in the air, immediate shouts a catch, bowler wants it, and it comes down. Oh, and the bowler has let that one go. He was close proximity to the batter as well, but probably should have held that. Obviously, maybe have lost his nerve a little bit there. It was in the air for a long time. Roshan's a little bit disappointed that's gone down to the ground. Watch that again. He's looking up the sky thinking, how did I miss that one? Look, the sun is high in the sky, but he didn't gesture to the sun. I think he's just maybe a little bit bothered by a bit too much close proximity of a few people. But anyway, goes down as a drop. And then he follows up with a wide. Now, I'm going to watch out for Roshan here because he's trying to get the ball to go past the right-hander. And he's quite susceptible to a few bowling and pitching a little bit wide sometimes. When he gets it on, it's very hard to play. In this sort of circumstance, he's coming off a short run-up as well. Wow. That sounded absolutely terrific. And it was just as good for a big Maximo. Tilly gets one out of the meat of the bat. Look at this. Pulls this one, slog sweep. It goes in front of square for a big hit. Well, Tilly helped himself to his first boundary. He'll feel good about that. And Croatia will love to see that. Good signs for them. Another wide ball. Tell you what, I reckon the extras, without looking at it, the extras are picking up here. I think it's going to be the 7th wide of the innings. We had 3 in the previous over. That's now 2 in this over. And that's unfortunate for Roshan. What happens? He loses his way. Bowls it a bit too wide. That's better. That's much better. Gets a bit of a rev up from his teammates as well. Says, yep, we like that way, way better. Thank you very much. Yeah, a few people in the chat just saying, yeah, this game just drifting a little bit away from Croatia. It's still early days. Oh, the edge just across the top of Austin's glove. Didn't think Austin would get to that. It pretty much went over his glove by about a foot, maybe a foot and a half in the end. Or if you like, maybe about sort of 45 centimetres in metric. Either way you cut it, he was never going to get hand or glove on that. He'd had to be about a foot taller. And it goes away for a valuable boundary. So a couple of boundaries in the over, that's going to help matters. It's a 6 and a 4. We've had a couple of wides. Tilly goes to 13, 68 for 2. Now still 2 to come. There's still a little bit of work to do. So 2 to come. Here we go. Roshan, it's taken a while to get through this over. Oh, shouts a go, go, go. Could not see where that went, did Tilly. Goes to play a shot towards leg side. Just tries to spin it around the corner, tries to pull it. And good quick shout in there from Alfred Beresford-Pierce. Hey, here's a little bit of trivia for you all. Talking earlier with Rico today about inventions that have been notched up for the Croatians. There's one other invention, I can talk a bit more when Rico comes back as well, is the torpedo. The torpedo is the self-propelled torpedo invented by Croatians. How about that? Obviously, the Croatian Navy used that one. not to do. Also, they invented the water cannon used by firefighters. That was also their invention as well. I've had a bit of information fed to me from some of the ladies in the women's ECS on this sort of stuff. That's why I'm full of these little tidbits. As they tried to effect a run out at the non-striker's end, it was close, but it was not close enough. As we pause and reflect, as it's 69 for 2 after 6. Yeah, 7 wides there at the bottom. That's what I was talking about. So Alfred Beresford-Pierce, 26 off his 16 deliveries face. Oliver Tilley, 14 from 8. He started to get the motor running there. Got a couple of big boundaries in that over as well. And that was very important for him to get his confidence up. Mentioned before that in the T20Is, he just seemed to struggle. He opened the batting for 3 of those matches of the 4 T20Is. Just struggled. Really just looked uncomfortable. He came into bat in the middle order of the 4th match, but already the game was gone when he came out to bat. And he just, again, just looked a little bit out of sorts. So it's really good to see him getting runs, and Croatia will love the fact that he's got a couple of boundaries, because that's very positive for them. Indeed. Just doing a quick weather check here. It's currently 33 degrees. Out in the centre, I can confirm it's 38 out in the centre. So I know we've had it warmer. And I think out of the 2 teams, maybe Cyprus will just be brushing this off and saying, 38, you clearly haven't been to our cricket ground in Cyprus. As it's going to be Braithwaite to bring himself on. Ooh, that's going to be no ball for sure. Yep, have a look at them side on. And that's going to show the story. It was a very quick call from the umpire at square leg to say that is going to be a no ball. Here we go. And yeah. Oh, yeah, he's jumping up, and, yep, that's fair enough. So, the umpire's just pausing for effect here. And no ball confirmed by the standing umpire. And the free hit is also confirmed with the that very distinctive action there. So, Braithwaite, bowling to Tilley. Tilley on a free hit. What can you do with this one? Gets behind it, doesn't get a lot of it. It's going to be a race to the boundary line. I reckon the ball's going to win that, though. And I reckon the ball has won that. So, didn't really middle that at all, but there was no one out there. No deep mid-wicket. The long on was wide-ish. I'll give him that. It was wide-ish. Apart from that wide-ish long on, you have to go all the way to deep backward square leg. They've got a regulation mid-wicket in place, but no deep mid-wicket for Tilley. They feel that he wants to go to the in front of the keeper to the offside. Well, that's been also hit out square. So they're going to have to change their approach now if Braithwaite's going to keep putting the ball there, because that's just a little bit easy. And Tilley here is just, you know what, that will boost his confidence, and that's what they need to be onto, the fact that they're giving him a few little free moments here just to boost his confidence, boost the score, and get boundaries pretty easily. There is... has there been a change in the field out there? No, they're still keeping that field. There's still no regulation deep mid-wicket. Shouts of easy, easy, easy. There's an easy leg by there. No one's going to stop that from happening. Oh, Trip Denny's joined us in the chat. Hello to you, Trip. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Ken's still with us as well. Always enjoy when I see KG1 turn up in the chat. Ken, I feel like you've been in the chat since, well, even before my time in the chat, and that does go back a ways, so always good to see you. Great delivery, lift off the deck. That's the spot we talk about. We love seeing that. The natural lift with the bowler not even have to bend his back. It's a cracking good ball, that. Really good delivery from Braithwaite. Good comeback. Yeah, to those in the chat who are wondering who I'm talking about, KG1, that's Ken, resides in Victoria, where I'm from as well, and he's one of those people from the ECN chat who just seems to have been there ever since. I wouldn't say since the start. Maybe you have, but definitely before my time. Lovely shot down the ground. It's going to be up to the boundary rider too. Unfortunately, hard deep. That is heartbreaking as the ball hits his hands and it just deflects off. I thought he was all over that. Maybe just took it a little bit too easily. Oh, and then as he tried to take the first step, he just slipped ever so slightly. And he's really filthy with himself too. He's such a great guy. He's a really wonderful competitor. And that's going to hurt him. 84 for 2. 2 to come. Swing and a miss. Wound up did Beresford Pearson. He was looking to go for the slog sweep towards deep mid-wicket. Misses that one. Oh, 15 off the over. One more to come. Think about it. 14 off the previous over. So things swinging Croatia's way now. Supercomputers got them 60% to Cyprus at 40%. It's still hanging in the balance. Dances down the wicket, charges, one bounce, and scoots across the field and across the boundary line for 4 runs. Scoots, that's not a word I use often, but that's what that one did. Watch this one more time from the reverse angle. Nicely picked up. Alfie doesn't even bother to run, just takes a few steps back in his crease and says, I liked that. I liked every bit of that. He turns to Ollie and say, Ollie, did you like that? Ollie says, I did indeed. 19 off the over. Overs are 14 and 19 now. Those two, put them together, that's trouble. That's problematic now for Cyprus. They need to find a way to break this partnership. Let's look ahead to match number 4, the final match of the day coming your way, and that's going to be taking place, kicking off in probably maybe half an hour's time. And as you can see there, Croatia, Scott Bevan in, Luke Vukovic is back in as well, and Neil Smith will come back for that game as well. They're going to rest a few players, quite rightly so, as it's quite warm out there. It's going to be Tarango who comes in for Cyprus. Otherwise, it's pretty much unchanged. Cyprus continuing on their merry way. And I kind of feel that with Cyprus, with these very warm conditions, this is conditions they're probably used to playing in, albeit that this is probably towards the extreme end of what they may be used to. But Croatia ringing the changes wherever they can. And I think that's the right thing to do. Obviously, the players need to be feeling quite rested if they can. Busy day for them. Pulls that around the corner. There's no one there. And that is open. Open field. It's just too short. It gave Ollie every bit of time just to place it as well as he wanted to. He hits it in front of square. There is square leg regulation. He was just slightly backward of square, that player. But it gave him that extra moment because it was set up a little bit higher for him to just go, all right, I need to punch this a little bit earlier. Split second earlier, get it in front of square, get 4. No, race up to 26. 92 for 2. 30 from 17. That's what's required for Croatia to go 3-zip. Good ball. That's the delivery that troubles everybody. 4 more of those is what Cyprus is saying to Lovedeep. They're saying, give us 4 more of those. See if they can do it. Hardeep charging in again. A bit of a look-away shot there. This time, well, oh no, a bit of a fumble on the boundary line. It's okay though. He's still about 1.5 meters inside the rope, so no trouble there. Wasn't going to hit the rope. But just for a second, just for a moment, there was a bit of a ooh, but he's okay. So Tilly powering along here with a couple more. 6 off the over so far. 28 from 15. It's getting down to it now. Makes a bit of room, slams this into the pads. They break the stumps with the throw. Umpire says, well, let's go upstairs and have a look. Well, this is going to be a bit closer than I think people realise. There's a lot of noise there. Oh, one back one frame if we can. Yeah, look at this. Where's the bail coming off? It's, you know what, it's 1 frame in it. I think there's 1 frame in it. I think he's in by 1 frame. I think that's the consensus. I think the umpires and TR are happy with that one. Thank you for the replay 2 circles. Excellent camera work again. Good stuff. Wow, that was close. That was really close. Almost seemed that Alfie was a little bit casual. Hits this down the ground. Maybe just the single. Oh, now. that happens sometimes. That does happen occasionally here at this ground. The throw-in has hit the edge of the pitch and it's gone way up in the air. So if they'd gone for a second, it would have been a comfortable 2 in the end. Watch this. And ping, and out of shot. And everyone has to just reflect for a moment and say, where did that go? So swinging at this one. Now Cyprus are sort of putting some stops in the field there, making sure the gaps aren't there. Austin tries to go for another one-handed run-out attempt. I'm not sure why he's doing the one hand. Has he got a damaged left hand, possibly? Just, again, goes to scoop the ball. Interesting. End of the 8th. That means we're going to have a drinks break here. The players look like they desperately need a drinks break too. Let's get the cold water out there for them as we look at the scorecard. 98 for 2 after 8. 24 from 12. This game is balanced on a knife edge right now. Have a look at that run rate graph. Have a look at that, what that white line is doing. It's just under where the light blue line was at the same time. But both lines are sort of heading on a downward trajectory. They're where they need to be, but they have to maintain that 12 per over for the next 2 overs. So, yeah, 24 from 2. It's a pretty straightforward statement to make, but I'm going to make it anyway, which is simply whatever they don't get in the 9th, they've got to get in the 10th. So everything they can do in the 9th, will pay dividends for what they have to do in the 10th. Umpires also getting a drink of water as well, which is good to see. Everyone enjoying just a moment. And also gives Cyprus a bit of a chance to come together and talk about how they defend these 20-odd runs in the next 2 overs. The Croatians, they know exactly what they've got to do. It's the arithmetic is right there in the middle of the screen for them. There's no worried about what's going to happen there. Trip Denny's happy to see Stone Cold Scott Austin as well. Thank you. I feel like I'm almost the only one who's been calling him Stone Cold Scott Austin, but Trip does it as well. Of course you do. I think Rico said it a couple of times yesterday as well. For some reason, it just works, doesn't it? And hello to Stone Cold Steve Austin if he's lurking there in the chat. I'm not sure he would be. And hello to Monica Ramos Acosta, who's also joined us. Hello, Moni. Good to see you. Buenos dias. And hello to Paul Horn as well. A few people joining us in late in this game. They're keen to see what happens and to see if Croatia can go 3-0 up in a best-of-7 series, or can Cyprus bite back hard and get themselves a win on the board and go 1-2 into the final match, which is going to be played here in about, about 20 minutes' time. No, we might actually push the time back a bit because it's not too far away. Here we go. We start the 9th. Backs away, clips that. Shouts of come on, come on. That might go to the boundary line, you know. Ooh, now it's gone just up the hill, and it has gone to the boundary line. There was an attempted bit of footwork, but I think the ball was already over the boundary line when it went over, so it's called as 4. It does go over the rope right there. Yeah, so that is fair enough. So that is not the best start there for Braithwaite, getting a 4 off the first ball. That is a good start, though, for Alfie. He's carried his bat, has Alfred Beresford Pierce. He's 39 from 22. He clips this one to leg side. He's got that fine. He's got it fine enough. He gets it past the player there who's lingering at deep backward square leg for another boundary. Back-to-back 4s. That's 8 runs. 8 runs from the 24 required. Do your math. It's only 16 left now from the next 10 deliveries. Croatia look like they're marching towards a big win here. They looked like they were marching towards a big win in match number 2, and look what happened. Foundations got shook. Things started happening. Cyprus got breakthroughs. Can Braithwaite get that breakthrough? Oh, that's going to be a no ball. It's going to be a no ball, and it's going to be 6. This is all going wrong. Oh dear. Yes, it is indeed going to be shown as no ball. Square leg with the arm extended. Central umpire concurs, and also a 6. So Alfred has smashed that one as hard as he can around the corner, out of the ground. He marches his way up to a big score as well. Look at that. Partnership 68 from 34. That's striking at 200. Tilly's putting 31 of those on the board, and Beresford Pierce 28 of those. Tilly, to his credit, has really stood up here in this match. We were a bit worried about him during the T20Is, but he has shown none of those jitters, and he's looking on here. He's looking like a very solid top order batter here for Croatia, and they'll be very happy with what's going on with him there now. Alfie, he's on 49 from 24. On the cusp of potentially a match-winning 50 here if he can just get a run away. And that is going to be, I think that's going to be it for Braithwaite. That is indeed. That's it for Braithwaite. You've too many shorts. And so I'm just looking to see who's going to come on to bowl. It looks like it's, is that Adam Sen? He's going to come to bowl. I think it is Adam Sen. Well done, Phil. Pat on the back for that. So Braithwaite is taken off after a couple of too many short balls. He's been told by the umpires, that's it for you. It's free hit. Adam Sen has to do this now. So 130 for 2. Well, with the start of Braithwaite's over, I kind of feel the game has been taken away from Cyprus here. We'll see what Adam can do. Hooks it in the air, catching opportunity, and taken. Well, how about that? Could you call that poetic justice maybe? I'm not sure, but it's a free hit anyway. So unfortunately for the catcher, he just slumps the shoulders and throws it back and says, yeah, there you go. It does, however, bring up Alfred's 50 though, because they do get through for the single. So that's 50 off 25 for Beresford Pearce. Congratulations on that ECI half century, but it's still just a few more runs to get. Oh, cut straight to the player. Now that's a crazy run. That is a crazy, crazy run there. I'm not sure he's gotten home for this one. Let's have a look at the replay. Side on is going to tell the story very quickly. Yep, I'm thinking that's already gone. Watch it. Here it comes. Oh, gone and then some. That is easy. And Scott Austin, when you do a run out with two hands, look what happens. You get it right. Well done. So Scott Austin's learned his lesson. That is a run out against the run of play. That is a bizarre little run out there for a player who has held his bat all the way through, carried his bat. Yeah, a bit surprising that they went on that one. Tilly wasn't so comfortable going for that run. But Alfie, well, you could say it was Alfie's call. So he called it. He said, come on, come on, come on. Maybe there's a sense of theatre here, and maybe a sense of drama. And Croatia is saying, yeah, we don't want to make it easy for everybody, especially the commentators. Don't want to make it easy for them. I can hear a generous round of applause from the dugout away to our right here as Alfie gets back into the dugout. Never going to make it there. He was in the end was a good foot and a half short. So a good throw, good bit of wicket keeping by Austin as well to break the stumps. Quick, smart. So they get a breakthrough. Sen with 2 more to come, still 8 for the win for Croatia. Oh, straight up in the air, shouts to catch it. Someone's going to get this, surely. And they surely do not. Now, what has happened there? That there were 2 players coming in, but they were never going to collide. I don't know how has fine leg not caught that? That's the question for me. This is quite incredible. So Austin's running back. Oh, there's a bit of a slip. Is that what it is? Is that Waka Ali there who's just slipped? His feet went out from underneath him. Chopped down, 4 runs. That's a nice shot. Tilly has picked up where Alfred left off, and he's cut that away beautifully. We've gone very, very fine. Look at this lovely late cut. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Nice shot, Tilly. That is going to be the end of the 9th. Let's have a look at the bowling card and see how this is unfolded here for Cyprus. Unfortunately, only a couple of wickets there to Kamal. He bowled out 2 for 16 from his. No other success for the bowlers there. There was that run out we saw just a few moments ago, but no one else with success there. They've just struggled. They've toiled. Has not been great bowling. Braithwaite responsible for some of that as well. Just not good at all. Now, the captain, well, how good is this if you're the captain of Croatia? You get to come out when you need just 3 runs off an entire last over to go 3-0 up in the ECIs. You must think it's your birthday. We should double check, make sure it's not his birthday, because, actually no, his birthday's in September, so I know that for a fact. So he must be super happy about this. He's saying, guys, what are you doing? It's an early birthday present. It's 119 for 3. Cyprus, the field has to be tight here. They're tight. There's a tight ring on the offside. Only a handful of, actually a few players out on leg side boundary, but on the offside, they're all inside the circle. Bowler in. Elevates for the game. Bang towards the dugout, the other side of the dugout. They all come out of the roost. It's like walking up to a chicken hutch, kicking the chicken hutch. They all run out and go, "What's that? Who's that? What's that about?" And that is a great way for Zach to win the game for his team. The captain comes out and goes, bang, 6 runs and takes the game away. And Croatia go 3-0 up in a best-of-7 series against Cyprus. Cyprus just didn't have all the answers here. They didn't look too bad. They fought their way back in just in the middle stage of this game with some very tight bowling. But the tight bowling ran dry, and when the well runs dry, you got a problem. have a quick look here at match 4 coming your way in, well, check and see. There will be a bit of a delay probably till the next match because that's scheduled for 15 minutes. So it's a 15-minute delay. And so Neil Smith comes into the Croatian seed, so does Luka Vukozic, and so does Scott Bevan. Good inclusions there for Croatia. A couple of their players going to sit out the final match. And for Cyprus, it's going to be Tranga who comes into the side. He gets a chance to have a game, and the rest of the side unchanged. So it's going to be 3 and Zip versus Zip and 3. Well, that's a must-win for Cyprus when we resume the action live here at the Mladost Cricket Centre. Let's get into the highlights, thick and heavy into the highlights. So Kamal with a couple of good wickets to him. He ended up with, I think it was 2 for 16 in the end. Well bowled to him. Unfortunately, Cyprus, they missed someone else who had that kind of grunt, that kind of firepower. Waqar Ali just didn't seem to fire up. And unfortunately for the rest of the bowlers, it just wasn't good enough. There was a bit too much short, too straight. And when it's short and straight, the leg side boundary square and on the offside was absolutely peppered with these kind of shots. It just was going all the time. Then you see the second dismissal there to Kamal. That was a really good catch there at the extra cover position. But then it was time for Alfie to set sail, and his set sail is what he did. He just went for it. And so did Oliver Tilley. I'm so impressed with Oliver Tilley. He's played a terrific innings here. Doubly so for me because in the T20Is, he just couldn't fire a shot. Rico and I were calling him a few times saying, come on, he needs to fire here, he needs to settle in. He's not an opener in my opinion. He's not an opener in my opinion, but he was asked to open a few times. He looks so much better coming in at 3 or 4, even 5. So much more comfortable. So he and Alfred put together a really good partnership and they saw their way along together to bring the score almost towards the end, almost got it towards the end. It was a, let me quickly add this up. Looks like it was a, 59-run partnership there. Sorry, 69-run partnership between those two. Got the score up to 114 for 3 before Alfred departed with a very strange run out there after he brought up his 50 and handshakes all around after Zach hits the winning boundary. So Croatia 3-0 up. Great effort from them in the run chase. They successfully chased down Cyprus once again. And you could also say Cyprus once again have failed to defend a total. And you see there Oliver Tilley, 35 not out off 19. And Zach, the captain, just had to stick around for that big hit for 6 to make sure he could see his team over the line. But a 50 and out there of 25 deliveries to Alfred Beresford-Pierce. Hats off to you, sir, for that very good effort. 125 for 3, chasing 122 for the win. Let's have a look at the bowling card before we take a quick break. The bowling card, well, we saw it a few moments ago. You can see there only 2 wickets to Kamal. The rest of the bowlers, unfortunately for them, they went wicketless. They toiled, but unfortunately no success there. But yeah, Kamal, Reyes, the best of the bowlers, economy-wise and also with the wickets as well. So that is a big win for Croatia. 3-0 up they go, and that means as we go to the 4th match, starting in about tick-tock, 16 minutes time, because we're going to push that back by 15 minutes. They just need to get one more win to snatch the series. Imagine that, on the weekend of ECI action, you can actually sell up the series by the end of the first day. That's exactly what could happen. Cyprus, they need to find something magical when it's their chance, get back out here on the pitch and try their best to get a win in match number 4. That's coming your way in about 16 minutes time. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, signing off for a few minutes. So I'm going to go find somewhere nice and cool to relax and get some fluids into my system. I'm going to go and find Rico and drag him kicking and screaming back into the sauna here as we're going to take you both through match number 4 on this ECI weekend here in Croatia. I'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 4 coming your way right now. It's match 4 of 4 here on this ECI weekend. We've had 3 games already, and they've all gone very similar. Cyprus winning the toss and batting on 1, 2, 3 occasions, and Croatia chasing those runs down on 1, 2, 3 occasions. So can things change up this time? We're going to find out very shortly if that can happen. Cyprus will be hoping they can change their fortunes here in this match number 4. If they don't get the win here, it's going to be 4-0 to Croatia going into the second day tomorrow. There's only 3 games tomorrow. That would mean a series win to Croatia if that happens. Interested to see what sort of change-ups there's going to be, who's going to change up. Maybe the batting order may change up, the bowlers may change up. They need to find something here, and they need to change something about how they're going about their business today to Cyprus. Croatia, they're still riding a big wave of victory at the moment, and that win they've just had in match number 3, that's going to make it even a bigger wave for them. So why don't we get across to Charles Croucher, our tournament referee. He's done a cracking job today with his umpires in very tough conditions here, because he's got the captains for the coin toss. Charles, take it away.
Thanks, Phil. Welcome to the toss for match 4 with Croatia and Cyprus. They'll call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
You're going to have a bat.
Cyprus won the toss, and they'll bat.
Okay, so back from the coin toss there. Thank you for that, Charles. And you see there that Cyprus win the toss, and guess what? They're having a bat for the 4th time. They've elected to have a bat today. I'm joined by Rico Full, and Rico, I want to ask you the question, what does Cyprus have to do this time? For the 4th time they win the toss, they're batting first. What do they do this time that they haven't done previously?
First thing I would say, look, if something's not working for you, you've got to make a change. They're not preparing to make the change here. So Scott Burdekin, he feels that batting first is what should work for them. They've tried it on 3 occasions, it hadn't worked. Now, this is a massive match for them. They've got to win this match. In fact, if they want to win this series, they've got to win all the 4 matches. So this last one here and also 3 tomorrow. They've got to make a change and not make the change. The team that I'm seeing getting better all the time, and their players are starting to step up, is Croatia. In that last match, Alfred shows what he can do with the bat. We know he's very good with the ball. With the bat, he was stunning. You mentioned it. Oliver Tilley, out of nowhere, he's found his form. Zach is just putting his feet up at the moment, the captain, and just comes in and hits a 6 to win the match. It's very easy for them. Kamal Rise, I think, for Cyprus, he's bowling really well. Lovedeep wasn't at his best there. Braithwaite, poor Braithwaite, he wanted to come back strong after dropping the catch. He couldn't bring anything to it. They look sluggish, they look down, they look like a beaten side. I don't know how they're going to come back.
It's a tough task, isn't it? It's a really tough ask for Cyprus to step up here in the final match here today on this sweltering Saturday. It's the 4th match. It's coming your way right now. I'm looking forward to this. I'll tell you who else is looking forward. That's probably Croatia. They're just over there in the dugout, just out of my line of sight, because they're thinking, one more here, we win the series. Wow, huh?
What a turnaround it would be after not winning a single match in the T20 internationals. They could win 4-0 here on day 1 of this ECIs. That would be something.
That would be great. You know what? Let's get into the action. Let's get back into that sauna and let's get going. We'll see you there in a moment.
And welcome back into the sauna, as that young chap quite rightly said, alongside his good friend Rico Full there. That was a lovely introduction there. But we were very serious in our focus on Cyprus in that. Don't take anything away from us in enjoying ourselves there out in the sunshine. What do they have to do? This is the burning question for everybody. And the question is for the captain as well. What are you going to do differently? What are you going to do to change things up again here? Because for the 4th time on the spin, win the toss and bat first. Rico's joined me immediately here. Let's continue this conversation, Rico, because that is the key question now.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I know that I know a lot of captains who are very stubborn in what they want to do when they win the toss, no matter what. I played under them. It could be a scorching day like today, and normally the captain will say, "Yeah, we're going to have a field," and all the batters go, "Oh, really?" But sometimes when you're playing now your 4th match in the day and it hasn't gone your way, you've got to be prepared to make a change. The other reason for that is, all right, as a team, Cyprus may know that's what they do, so they're used to it. Croatia, they're loving chasing at the moment.
They are.
So if anything, if anything, at least take them out of their comfort zone. And Scott Burdekin's not doing that. So Croatia, I think they know. I don't even think Zat needs to go out there for the coin toss. He knows what he's doing.
True.
Because if he wins the toss, he's going to chase. If he loses the toss, they're going to chase. He's happy. He don't need to even be out there.
It's so true. It's interesting you say it like that. Yeah, he could almost sort of just wave it away and say, have it your way.
Yeah.
Because we know what's going to happen, and we're already prepared for that. We've just won 3 matches in a row by chasing. We'll chase whatever you put up there. That's fine. You can throw the gauntlet down. And we'll bowl well. We'll field well. We'll chase whatever you put up for us. Yeah, Scott, I loved. We'll have a talk to Scott maybe after the game if we get a chance to, Rico. Depends what sort of mood he's in after. Obviously, he had a bit of a furniture rearrangement earlier this morning, and then plus losing a few matches in a row, he may not be in a chatting mood. Hopefully, he will be, and he can sort of. We'll try and get in his head and find out what the skipper's thinking, what the plans are, and how he's going to approach tomorrow as well. As we're getting ready to start this big run chase here, match number 4 is about to start. It's the final match of today, so if you're just joining us, firstly, welcome. But also, if you're just joining us, it's the last match here on this ECI weekend here in Zagreb under beautiful blue skies, albeit sunny conditions as well. As we start now.
Yeah, we start now. I want to first say to Mahidi, you said you can bank on me that Cyprus going to win that last match. Well, good job I didn't. And
Yeah.
I wasn't as confident as you were. I didn't feel that Cyprus got enough runs on the board. And I think, again, I'm going to stick by what I was saying before. If Cyprus are going to win, they've got to get to a 150 score because Croatia, their batting is strong. It's getting better all the time. And unlike Cyprus, their players, new players, are starting to find their form.
They are indeed. Nice shot there, although it's taken well too. That is a massive breakthrough, immediate success. And oh no, Cyprus. The fans of Cyprus are going to be scratching heads and saying, what on earth has happened there? That is a huge body blow to them in the first over. And guess what that means? I think you all know what's coming your way.
Yep, you know it. And, well, we haven't seen too much of James Pond, but James Pond will be in action because that's going to be a golden duck. So, James, do you think?
Oh, dear. There we go. Mangala has to go. He's going to be absolutely filthy. He hits a golden duck for Mangala. And this was not what the doctor ordered for Scott Burdekin, the captain, who's opening the batting here with Mangala. Between the two of them, they thought, all right, we're going to get our team off to a fly here. We're going to dominate the power play. All those euphemisms, you can put them away because it hasn't happened. And it's already going to be a change. It's already going to be Braithwaite who strides out to the centre. So the two Brains Trusts, Braithwaite, who has been coaching the side during the T20Is, he's now steps up to join them for the ECIs. And the captain, the long-standing captain who's been there for about 12 or 14 months now, probably 14, 15 months actually, Scott Burdekin. It's on their shoulders to bring back something into this game. Oh, can you believe it? That's 2 in 2. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Whoever's holding on to the alarm bell, ring that alarm bell, please. Cyprus are in all sorts of trouble. We haven't even got out of the first over. We've barely got out of the first 3 deliveries, Rico. It's 2 down. It's 1 run on the board. Cyprus falling to pieces before our very eyes.
Yeah, and Braithwaite, well, doesn't Braithwaite need a break? He's having a period of time in his cricketing career that he wants to forget. First, of course, he could have been the man that made a big difference in the way things are looking. He could have been 1 apiece if he was able to hold on. No, I forget if he was able to hold on to a catch. If he was able to stop the ball going past that part of the boundary, he wasn't. That made it 2-0. His bowling in the last one just wasn't good. He was whacked all over the place. Remember, he had to be taken off. And now he goes for a first baller. That means his hat-trick alert here. Harpreet, now, how good has he been? He's been absolutely outstanding. What an introduction it's been for Harpreet. Harpreet Jolly, hat-trick ball. Oh, it just carefully played out here by Scott Austin. This kind of summarises our concerns about no change being made. I mean, there's Scott Burdekin. What do you think he's thinking about the other end? He's probably thinking, maybe I should have fielded first.
I'm off to play football. That's what he's thinking.
Oh, dear.
Should have stuck with football.
Uh-oh, this is another opportunity, you know. And taken! Scott Austin will also go for a duck. Not a golden, but he'll go for a 2-ball duck. This is a disastrous start here for Cyprus. They've lost their 3rd wicket with just 1 on the board. Austin will go, and they are in turmoil here. Harpreet, well, he's not going to take a hat-trick, but he's taken 3 wickets, 3 for 1. Harpreet, well, Harpreet Jolly, we've said this morning he was jolly good, and he's jolly good this time around. He's been a great introduction to their bowling attack as Harpreet.
I tell you what, James Pond, you would have your work cut out for you. He's already had a rest from having that first little introduction to the innings after the first wicket fell. He didn't manage to get back up for Braithwaite. He's just sort of like, he's looked up from where Rico's got him hidden away there on the side, and he said, oh, did Austin go for a first bowler? No, he didn't. So he's gone back to sleep, and he's missed that Austin's gone for a second ball duck. This is absolute devastation at the top of the batting order here. The middle order, they're going to feel like openers.
It's played away, and
no!
No way! No way!
No. He's given
gone.
on field.
Well, we'll have a look at this as well, but that is going to be, can you believe it? Adam Sen will go for a golden duck. We're going to have a look at this again. You know, the umpire's giving it on field, but it's worth having a look here on the side. I don't feel he gets there. I mean, he's not waiting around. Let's have a look at this, Phil. It's going to be another golden off field. Insta throw, not the strongest of arms you see there, but it's in the gloves. Where's the batter? Not inside, and he's a goner. Sam Houghton knocks the bells over. Another one goes, and Adam Sen is going to also go for a golden duck. This is incredible. Cyprus are imploding here. It is 1 on the board, 4 wickets down.
Now, what's going on here? Okay. Scott Burdekin is timing himself out here. As we take you to ComsCam, we've been joined by the man himself, the duck himself, I should say.
James Pond is here.
James, what do you got to say about that?
He likes your hair, doesn't he? Well, it's not going well, is it? And it's the disaster we thought that was probably coming. Oh, can you even put what we're seeing in words? Can you even put it in words? What we're seeing now?
I've not seen that for
What
ever.
is going on here now? Where's the other batter?
I think
they're not ready. You know what's going to happen here? I'm telling you what's going to happen. This is going to be 5 runs. They're already, they got 1, make it -4.
You're right.
Make it, because that's more than, in fact, if they appeal, he'll be out. Because remember what we say, hang on a minute, it was the end I know it's the end of the over, but still the clock, I think, still is ticking. I know it's the end of the over, but the batter does have to be out there. So this is going to be an interesting one. Definitely, I think 5 penalty runs could be coming up here. But I wonder if they peel if he's out, because he's not there. I mean, all right, coming to the end of the over will help him out. But
sure,
to what degree? 1 for 4 at the end of the first.
This is crazy. Crazy time here. Now, if my eyes don't deceive me, I think Scott Burdekin actually... I think the captain has taken himself up. He's retired himself. He's been retired, not out.
What are we...
It's in the book as retired, not out.
So
now, I'm a little confused by this.
What has happened here then? So he's obviously not feeling well.
Yeah.
He's obviously not feeling well. Something, I mean, of course you're not feeling well. If you're the captain at the blooming other end and 4 wickets fall just like that, of course you're not well. I mean, all sorts of things are happening to you.
I'd be feeling quite unwell as well. So I think, look, when he walked off, just before James Pond gave us all a bit of a hug, he looked like he was moving not very well. That's probably the best way I can use to describe it. That's a full ball, and that's been hit to the boundary. So Taranga here steps up and says, well, if you need me to open, I'll open. No problem at all. Consider now that we're starting the game. That's what Taranga's saying. Forget about the first over. Yeah, okay, we're a few wickets down. We've got nothing on the board. Let me start proceedings. And he crashes that one to the boundary. So Alexander Sen, and it's going to be Taranga who's facing. So Alexander Sen, he's at the non-striker's end. Just to confirm. Oh, shouts of no. Oh, it's chaos out there at the moment. The score is 5 for 4. Yes, you heard me correct. It's 5 for 4. The first over was 1 wicket, dot, wicket.
Well, Trippy saying Rico will take over and coach these guys. Well, that's pretty close as well. It wraps.
It's given him. And given. It's not just close.
Well, it's been given LBW, and well, now Thorunga is maybe you're going to have to help him off. Thorunga, he's on his way. Let's have a look at this. Well, let's see here. I mean, yeah, I can see why it's given. There's no bat involved there. He is right in front. He's got caught, I mean, just above the pad.
Yep.
But he is down. He's kind of on his knee, isn't he?
He's low
Trying
down.
To play. He's
Yep.
low down.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
quite on his knee, but you know what I mean. He's low down. It's another one. So Thorunga will go. He hits 1 ball for 4. He's on his way. Now, that is another wicket that goes. I mean, this is just chaos. People probably can't believe what's happening. I'm looking at the chat. They're saying it's chaos. They're saying this is just. Some people saying this is just ridiculous. Tommy's putting ducks all around. And Paola is got ridiculous written in there. I like where you're coming from. And where's Ash? This is where we need Ash at Save Derek. See the Derek. Today, the Derek would have been earning his money in the air. Who's going to take this one? It could be another catch. It could be another. Oh, he just can't take it. He just can't take it. They're 5 for 5. One batter's been retired, not out. So technically, you could say there are 6 down here. You could say they're 6 for 6. That could have been the 7th wicket.
My heart was in my mouth because I thought, are the wickets going to overtake the runs? That would have been absolutely incredible if the wickets could overtake the runs. Oh, slips down, just sticks out the hand, almost pulls in a catch. Has to pull out of it because he's falling to ground, is Luke, and has to sort of save himself. You see here, from the reverse angle, played uppishly in the air, the hand, but no, he goes to ground and manages to break his fall. Oh, that could have been a little bit nasty there. Oh, 7 for 5. That's right, 7 for 5. We haven't got that wrong, folks. It's 7 for 5 in the second. And that was almost, it was almost 7 for 6. It was almost 7 for 7.
Yeah.
This is absolute carnage. Cyprus just going to pieces here.
So it's the end of the over. 2 overs now down here. And, well, as you hear on us saying, we can't quite believe what we're seeing here. A wicket goes down in that one from Luke. 6 runs come from it. 1 came off the first. So the score is 7 for 5. But, of course, do you think Scott Burdekin will come back out again? I don't think so, because I don't actually think that these other batters are going to be there long enough for him to recover from whatever he's got. But I've never seen anything like this. You know, one thing that I know people are already asking this, and I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
In ECIs, what's the lowest score a team scored? I don't know the top of my head.
ECIs. Oof.
I don't know the top of my head.
I don't know either. Just in all the carnage there, we were brought out some cold drinks from Ilonka. So, Ilonka, thank you very much for that. We forgot to say, sort of shout out to her for thank you, but we're trying to decipher what drinks these are that we've been given. I think you've got something that may be like an iced coffee. I think I've got the coffee that doesn't have the milk.
Just chipped out, no run there.
I don't want to take my eyes off the play because you just think another wicket's coming. Any moment it's going to be another wicket. They're going to be all out in the power play. Has that ever happened, ever, in the history of the planet?
I don't think so. I'm trying to think back now to... No, Goza when they made that 6. I'm sure they made it out of the power play. That's well bowled and well played. As this is Harpreet, who's coming back, and I've just loved the injury. Look, some people are saying that look, Croatia maybe they shouldn't be surprised that they've come back strong here because being the home side, they've been able to bring some fresh bodies out there. Like one of them here doing the fielding, and that's Neil. Well fielded from him. He's disappointed he hasn't got a good throw in there. So Neil's fresh. We've got Harpreet here. Harpreet Jali's been absolutely fantastic. Luke comes into the side who's been super amazing as well. Look, that is a factor. I'm not saying it's not a factor. This one gets played away, will just be a single. It is a factor. But I think also what I'd like to say is that you're looking at players who are representing a national team. If we were looking at a domestic competition, I'd be maybe a little bit more perhaps sympathetic.
Sure.
But I think at this level that the players should be up to it. They should be fit enough. I also feel that there will naturally be some tiredness. There'll be some tired bodies, and the heat takes a lot out of you as well.
Yep.
But I think the way that you go about and organise yourself is very important. And maybe coming into the T10s, Cyprus just haven't done that very well. This one's good delivery, no run there. I mean, for example, a good example of that would be the way that they use someone like Adam Sen, Cyprus in the T20s. He was the key bowler. They, in fact, at one point, now he's a slow bowler, at one point, they were using him to open the bowling because Croatia just couldn't get him away. But yet in the T10 series, they've hardly used him.
That's true. Yeah, we noted that earlier actually about Adam Sen, the fact that he bowled after Braithwaite was taken off for too many too high deliveries. We said, well, hang on, Adam Sen's coming on. Where's he been? And why was he not utilised early on? Obviously not part of the battle plan for reasons that only the brains trust of Cyprus would know, but it does beg the question, well, what was that about? No, it's a really good point you raise. Totally agree. A few people in the chat saying, is this the lowest score of all time? Well, the score hasn't been finalised yet, so just hold on to your tins of lovely cool liquid that you're sipping on there at home at the moment, because the score, it hasn't been completed yet. We're still going, and they can bring something back here, Cyprus. While there's still a Sen at the crease, there's still some sensibility in the batting. Alexander Sen, he's no slouch. Lovedeep Singh is also no slouch. So just hold your horses on all the euphemisms that may come out of there. I think a few people in the chat were saying, oh, but isn't the lowest score in ECI? That was a 6, wasn't it? I think they're thinking of ECS, and that was Gozo in Malta in 2022, I think it was, or maybe 21, maybe 22.
21 maybe. But you're right about the team.
Yeah. And also remember that they never had a bad game after that. They got better and better and better. Well, I think they had a bag in the next game. I think they made 30, but they got better and better.
They got better, straight after that one, they actually came back and won a match against Swihi United.
United, yes.
They did get better, but they were bowled out for 6, and that was after the Super Kings put 200 on the board.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So it was a margins. Big victory margin as well.
Yeah. Good ball, that one. Chips it out.
I suppose one thing that this has done now, it could actually work out as for Cyprus' benefit going into tomorrow's matches. It's brought a different batter out that we haven't seen, and Lovedeep Singh, he's been pretty key with the ball, but we haven't seen him have a bat at all. So he's out there. You got one of the Sens out there, and we know that Alexandra, it's another miscommunication. So you can see that Lovedeep hasn't had too much time out there because he was ball watching as Alexandra plays that away, and then I think Sen actually gets right up to him and gives him a shove and says, "Oi, Jal, single." So maybe Lovedeep, I've been saying that they've got players like Lovedeep in the side. He can bat. I've seen him score runs there in the Ipsonas cricket ground. So an opportunity that maybe Lovedeep will take. Wide ball this time as he really tries to crack that as hard as he can to get it over the offside. So that's the early advantage. I mean, if Lovedeep just scores, let's say he sticks around there, scores 30, 40 runs and Sen gets in there with him, and let's say they can put a partnership together and get them to a 90 or something. Well, that's been pretty well hit, and that will go all the way. It's a good shot there from Lovedeep. So he can do it. We know he can. So it's a disastrous start. There's no other way of putting it. But two things. It's an opportunity for somebody, maybe like Lovedeep, to score some runs. Secondly, they've got a lot of time to bat.
They do indeed. They do indeed. And, they're still going to get a score on the board. So I think a few people sort of jumping out of their skins and saying, okay, this game's over. The referee should, if there's... I saw someone before in the chat say, if it was a boxing match, the referee would have called it off. You're probably right. You're probably right. Would have been a standing 8 count, would have been bang. That's a lovely flat strike through extra cover for 4. That's menacing. That had a lot of power behind it. I wouldn't be the person to have to try and stop that one. Well, so, a little bit of momentum coming back into the batting now.
Exactly. Look, you tell Lovedeep that. You tell Lovedeep, hey, we're throwing the towel in. Lovedeep will say, over my so-and-so body, you're not doing that. I'm still here. And he's just crunched 2 really good shots. So, all right, opportunity for them to take some drinks. Oh, dear. And, all right, you are out there in the middle, and your team have got 24 on the board, 4 overs down, 5 wickets have gone. What's going to be the message coming out to you?
I'd say, well, look, we're going at 6 and over. Okay, I'm not upset as a captain, I'm not upset. Maybe we can try and elevate that if you like, maybe. The 5 in the wicket column is a problem. Mm-hmm. It is a problem for sure. But we've only got 6 overs left to try to put a competitive score on the board. The computer's giving an expected score of 75. I kind of feel it's probably a little bit generous. But you've got 2 batters who are very capable of motoring along in these middle overs. And that's what they have to do. Now, if you're the captain, you can only ask your batters to do what they do, and that is to bat. Yeah. To just continue. And if they lose a wicket, then you have to simply just you just got to accept there's another wicket falling, you turn to your next batter. I mean, you can't change it up with words. You simply can't. You can't get involved because it's only 2 batters out there at a time. So you're limited on what you can do. You can give instructions. It's up to your players to carry through those instructions and put them on the field. Now, in the first over, 4 players were unable to do that. They went out for ducks. We had 4 ducks in the first over, unheard of, but you eventually have to move past that and say, right, what do we do next? That's in the past. What do we do now? How do we move forward? We've got to move forward. So you two, Hardeep and Alexander, 2 people who can handle themselves in the middle there, crack on with it. Loose delivery, put it away.
We know from Alexander that he can stay there and he can buckle down. The question is, he can buckle down there for the next 6 overs, but he has to still score. So if he can buckle down in 6 overs, let's see if in 6 overs he scores 36 runs. It's that one. As Tilly comes back on, we know Tilly's been very good here today. If he scores 36, let's say that the other batters around him can also do the same.
Yep.
At 72, add it to what you got there already, you get to something. You
Exactly,
get to a score that you could probably say, right, it's probably not going to win as a match the way that Croatia have been playing, but who knows? If they can implode as well. Maybe they're feeling the heat as well. So there's a chance right in the air. This is another chance. Just going to not be taken here. That's Zach diving forward. And Zach's somebody who would get up straight away. And he's taking time to get up there. I get the feeling he's landed pretty heavily there. I think he may have just hurt himself a little. And, Zach walks back rather gingerly. But it's another kind of a half a chance there. So Sen gets a little bit lucky. Tilly almost takes the wicket of Alexander, and there it is. Let's see it again. He does get hands to it. Lovedeep swinging big and misses it this time. I love the way he just leans on the bat there and say, no problem. It's the way I bat. You do this all the time. I do it all the time.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, like the Cyprus don't have a fragile middle order. And that's probably why, in this match, their top order is extremely fragile, and it broke. But the middle order isn't known to be fragile, so there's no reason these 2 batters can't stay together and do things like that. Exactly things like that. The loose ball, the ball to be hit, is going to be hit. They're not shying away from it, and this is key. So, you know what? I kind of feel like just saying this, normal service is resuming, and the batters are getting on with the job.
The other point that I like to bring up here, when I was talking about the 2 teams a bit earlier in that last match, actually, when Cyprus were batting, what I was saying then was that those, my one observation I was making is Cyprus were hitting a lot of balls on the offside, but not getting boundaries. When Croatia's hitting the ball on the offside, they're all going to the boundary. That's the slower one. It kind of slices it, but we'll just get a single. And my conclusion to that was that Croatia's batters, the ones that we'd seen, were clearing the rope and getting those boundaries. Cyprus, for whatever reason, their top 4 weren't able to do that, apart from, I mentioned, Adam Sen, and if he clicks sometimes, Scott Austin. But at the same time, you get guys like this who's, fingertips to that, almost holds on to what would have been an incredible catch there. Oliver Tilley. That one almost kind of sits in his fingers. Watch this again here. It almost just gets in there, but he just survives. But what Cyprus didn't do for me is, all right, they might have moved Mangala around a little bit. I think Alexander Sen's sort of moved up and down in the top 4. So has Adam Scott. For some reason, I don't think they've elevated him as they should because he's aggressive. In this format, I think they've forgotten that in this format, guys like Lovedeep work, and they're worth taking a chance on. Lovedeep, if you look at the way that they played in the 3 matches today, Lovedeep would work in the power play. You could say to Lovedeep, hey boy, go out there, do the same thing you've done here. If you come back with nothing, fair enough, because we don't expect too much from you.
Totally.
But when you get Gunasekara go out there and gets nothing, when you get Scott go out there and get nothing, when you get the likes of Braithwaite go out and they get nothing, that hurts you because you're expecting them to do well for you.
Yes.
So take a gamble with somebody like Lovedeep and say, go out there and hit some runs. Take a gamble with someone like Wakareli maybe. We haven't even seen Wakareli hold the bat yet.
True.
Maybe he can thump it. So there we go. That's the way to do it. And we know that if you can have a few of the hitters out there that can get you boundaries, and then something like Alexander Sen stick around and play the occasional shot like that and also do it, all of a sudden, maybe you are going to push on past the 120s and 125s and get closer to 140, 150.
Exactly.
So you want to bat first, I get it. But make the changes to get the score you need on the board. That's what Cyprus haven't been able to do.
It's really well said, Rico. I completely agree with your sentiments there. And bowler's charging in, Beresford Pearce. Sit down the ground. Zach's going to be fielding that one nice and cleanly, just the single. Yeah, look, I completely agree. And, you know, it's a cliche, but Cyprus batters, put that first over out of your minds. You've got a job to do. And you don't have many overs to spare to languish and to think about it and have that get in your head. It shouldn't live in your head. What should be in your head is simply look ahead, look forward. What have I got to do now? What's next? Next delivery. What do I do with this next delivery? Don't get bogged down in what's happening in 5 overs time or 10 overs time. Get bogged down in the next delivery. That's what you want to sort out. And, you know, that's just a good way of saying take it one ball at a time, which is a really rotten cliche to say, but in all seriousness, that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. And you know what? You know, I played for teams before, you know, in Prague and back home in Melbourne as well, where teams have been bowled out, the top order's been skittled for 10, 12 runs, things like that. It happens. And the middle order just goes, all right, well, we've got to change our approach. We have to adapt and hit hard.
Well, this one's probably going to be taken. It will be. He's a good player out there. Is Luke. He doesn't drop too many. He's been such a good addition to the side. There's Zach, who goes straight up to him. The two brothers, Zach Vuskovic and Luke, they're loving their self at the moment. And Luke coming in for his brother and his captain is saying, don't you worry, bro. I know what happened in the first 2 days in the T20s, but I'm here now. And things are going to be very different, and they are very different. Lovedeep, look, he went out there, he played aggressively, he got a few boundaries away, gets caught on the boundary this time around. But I like what he's done, I like what he's offered. He's at least he's got runs on the board, 20 of 13, 2 sixes, 1 4. But there is another wicket that goes. Now that's 6 down, but I think technically we've got to assume that's 7 down.
I think we have to, yes. As we saw, Scott Burdekin was retired. In the book, it shows me he's retired, not out, but I don't think we'll see him again. He clearly was out of sorts completely there. I'm not sure if he did himself an injury going for that quick run at the top there, or what actually happened. I'll probably have to go back and try and have a look at that, but he looked really groggy when he went off. Maybe he's had a touch of heat stroke. I wouldn't be surprised.
I think so. Remember, we didn't see him come out and field because after he spent some time out there in that second match, wasn't it? When he was struggling, and then he got going. He scored some 30-odd runs. But when I went over there while I was having my lunch and just walked around and said hi to some of the players, he was in the tent, in the shade. He was eating a little bit, but I could see that he was struggling. He was clearly struggling.
Okay, fair enough then. All right, we continue now. Last ball, the 6th coming up. Cut nicely, elevates. Oh, the umpire has a perfect stop there. He stopped the boundary, I reckon. And that is going to leave a mark. He's giving it a rub. He's going to call for the magic spray, I reckon.
DJ's been hitting the chest today. Maybe you have time to move it. What, DJ? What are you doing here, DJ? Well, DJ.
DJ the roadblock. Well, DJ has saved a boundary, I think.
Well, I think that's Neil. Neil Smith was on the boundary saying, last night a DJ saved a boundary. Oh, yeah. Because that one probably could have gone past him. So DJ, even he's helping out Croatia here, because that one could have gone past Neil Smith on the boundary. But it's the end of the over, and they're 39 for 6 at the end of 6.
Indeed. And that's a troublesome score, but anyway, you cut it. Look, they did lose Lovedeep Singh in that over. They put on a good partnership, a 33-run partnership there with Sen. So that was needed and wanted. Obviously, they needed and wanted a lot more, but, you know, we can't be greedy about that. The 7th over starts with Tilly resuming. Oh, now, let's have a look at this from side on, because it's crashed into the stumps. I think there's going to be a question here of, did that go over waist height? Watch this one more time before we start saying it's indefinitely out.
I'm going to guess it's okay. Let's see.
Yeah,
because
look where he's standing.
That's all right. That's okay.
It's where he's standing. It's fair enough we have a look at it, but I think that will be confirmed as out bowled.
Yeah.
And, there it is there. And Roshan has to go. He was surprised by that, and unfortunately for him, he's probably already playing his shot, which was probably not right. He goes for cross-bat swipe. Look at that. It's well below the waist there. You can see it dipping down. It smashes into the stumps, probably about 2/3 of the way up the stumps, so not even the top of the stumps. And Roshan is surprised. We're probably not too surprised, but he has to march off with, dare I say, he's got one.
He managed to get I don't know where he got it from, but he did get a run.
Yeah, where did he get that from?
It's just a bad shot. Okay, you get surprised by it. I'm not saying Oliver Tilley meant to bowl that delivery, but we've seen many a times that the slow full toss that's below the waist, as long as it's straight, can be a wicket-taking delivery. And Roshan has just played all round. Look, he's trying to hit it so hard. Look how hard he's trying to hit it. The problem with it is he takes, watch this, watch his head. The head is so high up in the air, he's not watching the ball. Roshan's not had a good time, has he?
Burdekin's out there, and he resumes. So Scott Burdekin's back out there. He went off retired, not out. He's come back when his team needs him, and then some. So he's had a bit of a spell. Maybe he's had a bit of treatment as well, because he went off looking rough. That's probably the best way to describe it as far as I could see. He looked rough. So he's come back on. He's come back on now at 39 for 7 in the 7th.
I suppose the only thing that you could say, that one's going to... Well, Scott's probably wanting a wide there, but DJ saying it's not. The only thing you could say, when you look at the two guys out there, I know Scott Burdekin is not 100% fit here. There's obviously feeling the strain of the heat, maybe a bit of heat stroke, and he's out there with Alexander Sen. Technically, you could say that they've got two openers out there, because these two, they have opened, and they've certainly been in the top 3 plenty of times. So batting is there, but you can just see there from Scott. He's just the way that he's going about, the way he's moving his legs there. Maybe he's cramping up. He's not right. He's out there because he's trying to do something for his team. My question is this: all right, after this match, they'll go back to the wonderful Diamond Hotel, which is of course our hotel partner. As that gets played away, 4 runs, good shot, nicely played. Cuatro carreras. Scott Burdekin coming back, being brave, being strong for his team. The captain of Cyprus gets someone away. But my question is, with Scott Burdekin obviously struggling, we feel that Scott Austin is not 100% as well. Maybe Hardeep Singh, who we haven't seen feature today, he could have played. He may not be right.
Yep.
They've got to play 3 matches tomorrow. Slower delivery, whacked. Well, you can maybe get away with that one to Roshan Siriwardana. Well, Roshan, that's the way to deal with that sort of delivery. And it's the wicket-taking ball if it was bowled to some batters. But to a batter like Scott Burdekin, even though he may not be 100%, he still rifles that to the boundary. End of the 7th. That one with 2 boundaries there. 4 and a 6 means that 10 will come off that over from Tilly, even though he does take a wicket. It's 49 for 7 after 7.
Yeah, the crunch echoing through the chambers there. That was pretty good. So, yeah, 49 for 7 after 7 is where we're at. So 3 more overs to go. Hey, look, just a reminder about what's happening tomorrow. 3 more ECIs coming your way tomorrow. It's going to be Rico and myself to take you through that. It's going to be, again, Croatia and Cyprus. 3 big games depending on what happens here, of course.
Yeah.
But at the moment, Cyprus haven't done themselves any favours to try to notch a win. They need a win here to keep the series alive. If Croatia get the win, then the series is all over Red Rover. And tomorrow will be just, it'd be basically licking your wounds and try and get a little bit of pride back into the scoreboard as we start the 7th over. Shapes for the ramp. Good work, good anticipation there from keeper to get across, and says, nah, not on my watch. I'm going to stop that one getting past. Good work.
Yeah, good work from Sam Houghton. Of course, Sam Houghton, he better be thanking me later, because I bigged him up big time, didn't I? I had him down as the guy who hit the 6 via deflection from Braithwaite, but it wasn't him at all, was it? Well, we know that it was Aman Chobi. So Sam, and Sam's mum as well, because I was saying to Sam, I was giving her a shout out and saying, I bet you're very proud. I'm sure she is very proud anyway.
Yeah.
But it wasn't Sam, of course, that hit the boundary. So my apologies for that. It was Aman Chobi. I think we both just assumed it was Sam, because once the ball went over the boundary, it was Sam with the bat in hand and everything else that was in the shot. So we thought, oh, there you go. Sam Houghton has hit the boundary, but it was Aman. So Aman Chobi. My apologies for not giving you all the hype for that shot.
50 up with that single as well, by the way. Yeah. So they've reached the 50. Many wrote them off and said they'd never get there, but guess what? They did. Slower ball and picked and crashed. And no ball indicated as well. Well, that's interesting. So no ball is the shout.
7 up.
7 up. It's going to be a free hit coming.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at this. Got to be, I suppose, for the height on this. So let's see how high it is. So he comes out. Well, I don't know.
Maybe was it front foot?
It can't be for height. It must have been for something else. Maybe it was the foot of the bowler.
Yep.
But no ball was called. It was a free hit, and it's been hit firmly. But unless there's a Tortuga, I don't think that's going to pass Zach. So just a single taken there. As the two captains, one hits the ball, the other one does the fielding. And Cyprus, yeah, look, Cyprus, they're in the 50. Look, we know they've got to go a long way here. Unless we're going to see an amazing performance from Cyprus in the field and with the ball, it's going to be 4-0 and Series 1. This one's been hit well. It's in the gap. There's nobody there. That's going to be runs from Alexander Sen. Nice shot. Nicely played. And he's followed up the boundary when he played that lovely little ramp shot. With this one now, which is gone in that vacant mid-wicket area. Good hit, played away nicely. So another boundary here. So Alfred Beresford-Pearce, who's been a good performer here today, just getting a little bit of treatment in his second over. This one is gone now for, what's that now? Gone for 13. And now trying to get the ramp going here this time. He plays that shot pretty well. But this time he was trying to play it from the offside. And there isn't a third back on the boundary. That's why that's been attempted there by Alexander.
Yeah, he's trying for the going past me ramp shot, which not often is successful. As we see a lot, you need to get something behind the body and just risk your body ever so slightly. You need the body behind it. The going past ramp is fraught with danger. Gives a charge off the pad. No run.
See, that's the one there, and he knows it. If he had stayed still, look at him. He knows it. You can see Scott just going to. He knows that's what he should have done, but he gets tempted to come down the track, and because he does, with the ball being down the leg side, he spoils the shot. He spoils the wide. He gets nothing from it. Over comes to an end. It's 62 for 7.
Yeah, the leg side. He's looking at leg side and he's saying, well, you've got a very 45-degree angled fine leg inside the circle, and then you've got to go all the way around to the square boundary. There's an absolute paddock out there. If it gets on the pads, he can work it away. Yeah, he's a bit filthy himself for missing that one. So it's going to be the second drinks break here for the players and for the officials as well, as they thoroughly deserve to get their drinks. And I can see the Croatian boys are absolutely guzzling the water down there. I'm sure it's going straight in and straight back out again, just like it is with us here in the sauna. I reckon, Rico, seriously, I reckon I've gone down a size in my shirts today already. This has been quite testing for us.
Listen, forget about your shirt. My trousers keep falling down. I think that's more important than your shirt.
I've been trying to look away.
I suppose that's the good thing about it. Yeah, drinks will be taken very quickly. That gives me time to talk about one of my all-time greats, 1976, in a typically powerful and merciful assault. West Indies captain Clive Lloyd scored an unbeaten 2-1 against Glamorgan in Swansea. Wisden called it the fastest double century since Gilbert Jessop's days in 1903. Lloyd's side went on to win the Test Series 3-0 over England a little bit later on, so Lloyd really got himself in very good form. If this match goes the way it looks like it's going to, Croatia are going to win 4 here. We did say that once they won that first match, the confidence in them would be flowing. In the second match, we thought because they won a match which looked like they were going to lose, and Cyprus, well, they lost one they had in the bag, that was going to take a lot out of Cyprus, and I think it's done just that. I don't think they've recovered from that, as this is Neil Smith, who's coming on the bowl, another good addition to the side, and a lovely guy as well, Neil.
Yep.
I think the best thing that Cyprus can do tonight, this is me thinking, is first of all talk about what they achieved in the first 2 days in that T20 International. Say, boys, let's not get ourselves down because we just won 4 T20 Internationals on the spin and our rankings are going to go up. So remember that. Up in the air and doesn't carry. Isn't that great fielding there from Zach? He doesn't get there to take the catch, but diving, he manages to put... That's out.
Oh.
That is out. Direct hit. I'm telling you, that's out. DJ's going upstairs. DJ, take the word from the men that are in the box, the men that are spinning the records, me and, well, few G in the house as well. We're telling you that that's out. We don't need a DJ to give us this one. He's a goner. He's ball watching. The ball has direct hit the stumps. That is gone. Brilliant bit of fielding. But that was all down to the excellent fielding there from Zach Vuskovic, because the ball looked like it was going to beat him, but Zach, right in front of us, just whipped the ball forward with his hand, making sure it didn't get past him. It went to the fielder. Here it is. Picks it up, gets the throw in, and Luke does the rest. How about that for some brotherly action? Zach hands it over to Luke. Luke throws it in, direct hit, and that is the end of Sen. So Alexander Sen will go, and it was a brilliant bit of fielding to get him out. Absolutely superb.
It was so clever, wasn't it? As you say, Rico, right in front of us, dive forward, didn't go for the catch. I think originally he wanted to go for the catch, realised it wasn't. 2 hands push forward. He crashes down hard as you like in the ground and affects the run out. Well, Captain Zach, what can't you do?
Yeah, Zach played it on to Luke. That's been stopped out as well. I said this at the time to you, didn't it? A couple of matches ago, this Luke is a player. And that just confirms it for me. I mean, with the bat, with the ball in the field there, he is good. Him and Zach together, boy, they're bringing something to this Croatian side. And then they picked up the likes of Neil. I think Neil Smith looks like a good one as well. They're impressive. As that's hit down the ground, one bounce, and Roltek attacks it. Look at the throw. Oh, he's got it. He's done it again. Oh, that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. This is out. This is just splendid. Oh, that is just beautiful. That is beautiful. You won't see better than that from the boundary. And it's Luke again. I was just singing his praises about one thing on his mind, and that's to get that throw in as fast and as hard as he can. And he hits the bullseye. Oh, that is just incredible. And Waka Rally had absolutely no chance at all. It will be another golden duck. And that, folks, is your HCL software. Play
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, no surprise. Well, if us humans are falling down with the heat, then of course some of the equipment is going to take a hiding as well. But we are back. No change to the number of overs, so there's no reduction in overs. Do apologise for that, but obviously the heat certainly kicked something out. But we've got that sorted and we are back, and you join us with, well, we just saw an incredible bit of fielding, which was resulted in another wicket that went down here. So they are 9 down Cyprus, 9 down with 65 on the board. And that's hit pretty well, and it's going to be fielded again by Zach. Well, the two Vuskovics have been just absolutely incredible. What about that run out? Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait to see it again in the highlights, I think. But that's when I tell you, it was so hot and spicy that even the electrics went out. It just was incredible. And yeah, I mean, watch out for those, of course, on the social media. They were brilliant, and they put Croatia in total control as Kamal just tries to pad that one out. And now look, Kamal, he's not somebody known for his batting abilities. I know you've heard me say a few times about one or two of the Cyprus players that we haven't seen with the bat. Lovedeep, we saw him for the first time. Wakarali, we didn't even get a chance to see him. He got run out for a golden duck. But Kamal Reis, he won't mind me saying that he's not one known for scoring too many runs there in Cyprus. So you would imagine that if Scott Werdekin can't control the strike, then this innings could be over pretty quickly. That is the end of the 9th over, 66 for 9. Scott just needs to stay on strike here and try to get as many runs as he can. That's a nice shot there, Scott, having a chat with the tall figure there. Of
Bevan, isn't it?
Next to is Bevan next to him. Yeah, that's Scott Bevan.
Scott to Scott. There you go. I think we may have to bill the Vukovic family for the delay we had then, because I'm sure it's the amount of heat that they're generating on the ground as well. The fielding from those two, from Zach and Luke, has been explosive and outstanding throughout the whole day, to be honest, throughout the whole day. But just in the last 10-15 minutes, those couple of run-outs, thanks to those two efforts, just incredible. Absolutely amazing. I'm looking forward to watching the replays of that. Obviously, we've had a bit of a situation now with the power. We can't get the replay straight away, but please have a look at those later on.
The thing about that last one, we can appreciate it because of where we are. We saw the action unfold. Batter hit it. The way the ball was attacked by Luke. As we see, that's out. That's it. That's the end of the innings. Scott Werdekin will go, and it's Harry who just needs one ball to pick up a wicket. Have a look at that. Isn't that a lovely moment? Captain comes running over to Harry, gives him a big hug. Of course, it's a brotherly love out there as well. Harry Burford Pierce. He's got Alfred Burford Pierce out there with him. Now, Alfred certainly has had a good day, and Harry, well, he earlier had a good day as well when he came on a sub and was taking some brilliant catches. So Scott there, he goes charging. He knew that was it. He knew it was curtains. As soon as he missed that, you miss. And it's just brilliantly done there in the end by Sam Houghton. So Cyprus 66 all out, 5 balls remaining in the innings. Yeah, I was talking about that run out. Now we'll see it again. And the thing about that was that when we saw it, the way he attacked the ball, picked it up cleanly on this outfit, but the throw, I mean, the throw was just superb. It's got to be one of the best I've seen from direct hit from the boundary, but it started badly. Hey, don't blink. Do not blink, because there was a lot of duck action here. That was another one. Couldn't believe it that he hit it straight in to the hands of the fielder. Then Scott Austin, well, he survived the golden duck, but he would go for a 2-ball duck. And if you thought that was bad, well, spare a thought for poor Adam Sen here. He starts to go, gets sent back, can't make it back. Here's the throw. Sam Houghton does the rest, and that was another duck. 4 wickets fell for 1 run in the first over.
That was incredible. And you know, the throw that came in as well in that run out, it was just a dolly throw. He wasn't even trying to go for a run out, Rico. He was just trying to get the ball back to the keeper to do the right thing. And that's the craziness that happened in that very first over. After the first over finish, we had a leg before, a very strange appeal there from the bowler. Luke was in a bit, I think he was in 2 minds, and he did appeal almost late. And then it was all sort of, well, things started picking up a little bit here. Attempted catch there from captain of Croatia. Zach has thrown himself around the ground alongside his brother. The two of them have done so well. Right on cue. There he is. Luke, I tell you what, I don't know who's the better fielder between Luke Vukovic and his brother Zach, because both of them are actually amazing. This was Roshan saying, surely that's too high. And the umpire said, surely it's not. Stop calling me Shirley. You're out of here, he said. And that was it for that. Scott Burdekin, he came back in as he was retired, not out, and he gave some good proper elevation, didn't he? He gave a little bit more impetus into the side, but he was on a hiding to nothing.
Yeah, talk about hiding to nothing. Here we go. Let's have a look at these run-outs. That was the first, but look at this one. This is when the electrics went out because it was so hot and spicy. There's the throw. Direct hit. That's the wicket. The electrics went because it was just too hot to handle. They were so good. They were so hot. They were even blowing the fuses around the ground. And then right at the end there, Scott, he wanted to take on Harry. Harry put it in the perfect spot. Sam Houghton finishes things off. And Cyprus, it is a disappointing, demoralising 66 for them. And the question here is in everybody's mind, just how long will Croatia take to knock these runs off and seal this victory of this ECI series? Because remember, it's 7 matches are played. As soon as you hit 4-0, it is done and dusted, and Cyprus will come back here tomorrow just playing for a little bit of pride.
Exactly right there, Rico. You win this one, Croatia, you win the series. It's as simple as that. You clinch it. Have a look at the scorecard there. If you're a Cypriot cricket fan, look away now, and please send the small children out of the room as we show you this scorecard. Scott Burdekin at the top there, 21 runs. The skipper flying high. There was some good runs from him. Lovedeep Singh with a good 20 as well to add support. But for the bowling card, well, have a look at that. Well, Jarly, he's going to be Jarly happy with that. You can say whatever you like, but 3 for 4 from 2 overs destroyed the opening order. The top order absolutely crumbled and collapsed like a house of cards. It went down and they were in all sorts of trouble. 4 wickets, plus then the skipper retired himself out injured to come back a bit later. It was effectively 5 down, you could almost say.
Yeah, jolly good show there from Harpreet. Fantastic. But in fact, look, I think in that fielding performance, even when you talk about a drop catch, it was because it was a catch was created by Zach by running in and diving forward and almost taking it. So you would almost say it's harsh to call it a drop catch. I got to say that when it comes to, we've seen a lot of cricket. When it comes to a fielding performance, that's probably one of the most polished I've seen. Because all round, the way they bowled, the way they fielded in terms of the catches they took, the way the run-outs they created, that was special. That one, and you got to feel a little bit for Cyprus, really, because they caught Croatia on a bad day today.
They did. They really did. Croatia, they've got all the answers. And you're right, that was a very polished display. It's a good word to describe to you, really there, Rico. It really was. They barely turned a foot wrong in the field. And that is why Cyprus have only got 66 runs to defend in about 10 or 15, or probably not 15 minutes, probably about 10 minutes time when the run chase starts. They're on a hiding to nothing to try to keep the series alive. They need a win to keep this series alive. We've said it a few times. We want to emphasize that fact. The series will go all the way to Croatia. It'll be 4-0, best out of 7 if it goes Croatia's way. If Cyprus can get a win here, we stay alive, we go to tomorrow's games, and it's going to be even hotter tomorrow.
Yeah, when you think at this point yesterday how Croatia were, their body language, they're going to lose the T20 International Series 4-0. Who would have thought that they were going to come back and do this today? Look, it's not over yet, we know that. There's still an innings to go, and Croatia, they could be blown away, and we could see an incredible defence here from Cyprus. But to be honest, I don't see that happening. Looking at the bodies, looking at the agony, and looking at the pain there on the Cyprus players, I feel they know what's happening here. I think Croatia are going to do this quite quickly, and I don't see Croatia making any changes. I think they want this win. They want to make it 4-0, win the series, and if they're going to make changes, they'll do it tomorrow. Rico Full here, and alongside me is my very good friend and fellow professional, Phil G. We will be back in probably under 10 minutes' time for the reply here from Croatia, knowing a win seals a series win for them against Cyprus. Join us back in under 10.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And what a lovely shot that is of where we are. We are here in Zagreb, the beautiful ground and beautiful setting here, and a very, very hot day as well, as we get set to bring you some more action. And let's just take a look at this first, though. And Croatia, we know, are on the verge of winning this ECI series if they can get this fourth win in the day. 3-0 up already, and after today, 3 to play. So if they win this one, it is done. And then Cyprus tomorrow, really just playing for a little bit of pride, really. I don't think that they're going to be restricted to 46, and Cyprus are going to take a bonus point. Remember, bonus points are just up there and could come into effect if weather plays havoc with this series, which we know is not going to happen. The only havoc it's playing is on the electrics and on people, because it's so hot. Everybody is flaking out. I think everyone's going to be keen to get back to base and get under a nice cold ice shower and cool down and simmer off. But it's an opportunity for Croatia to put behind them the disappointment of the T20 internationals, where Cyprus had the upper hand over them on the longer format of the game. But the shorter format, well, we know that it is Croatia who have been the master blasters. They have blown Cyprus away in all the games so far. There's only one close one, wasn't it? Game number 2. This one looks like it's going to be a convincing victory. No change. Look, I didn't think that we were going to see them messing around with the batting order. Not in this match. This one they want to win. They want to win it big. So Rashid is out there. Alfred is there as well. Alfie, here's the first. Wakarali. And pretty close to catching the edge, but this is the way that Rashid Hashmi plays. And he's been a key player in the setup today for Croatia. Another one that's come into the side. So again, one thing I've loved from Croatia, and I know Phil, who joins me back here, would agree, all the players that have come in for Croatia, all of them have performed. That could be out. I think it is out. That's plum. So, all right, there could be still another twist here. Wakarali gets the very impressive Rashid Hashmi LBW, and just had to make sure that was going to go on, hold it straight and hit the stumps. The umpire, DJ, says yes. So 1 wicket gone. If they're going to win this match, they've got to bowl them out. So they need 9 more wickets here. Rashid goes without scoring.
Indeed, yeah. I agree with your comment you made before about the contributions made by the inclusions into this ECI weekend for Croatia, 100%. And with that surprise, someone called a surprise wicket. I mean, Waka Ali is a very straight bowler. You can see that is absolute plum. No choice there for the umpire at all. Easy for the umpire to say you are indeed out. That's a fair leg before. All criteria have been fulfilled, and it's a wicket that falls on the second ball of the innings. So there could be a sting in the tail here, could be a little bit of a twist in the tail, could be a monkey in the wrench, a fly in the ointment, whatever you want to call it. Just a little bit of something as Luke Vukovic has to come out. Didn't want to come out open, but he's come out first drop, and he's come out very quickly. Let's see if he can just steady things, and maybe normal service will resume.
Oh, that's an absolute peach. Oh, what? Oh, he almost... Oh, no, look at this.
Oh, dear.
Watch this. Great delivery. But watch what happens here. He follows through. So that is a great delivery. Now, just watch. Waka, watch the ankle here. Just watch here. Just... Oh.
I can't watch that. I felt that.
Yard. Oh, yard.
Ouch,
yeah.
ouch.
That's a bit of that. But what a delivery. What a peach.
It was a terrific delivery, but... Yeah, that ankle went on a wrong angle there. Hopefully he's all right. Just shake it off, walk it off. Comes in again.
All right, just a little bit fuller, so get a run on the board. 1 for 1. How many? Is that 6? That's 6 ducks we've had in this match so far. I think there was 5 in the innings there of Cyprus.
That sounds right.
6 ducks.
6 ducks, yes, indeed. It was 6 ducks. Unheard of. Even 5 in one innings is quite amazing. And when you look at the top order of the top 5 batters, obviously Scott Burdekin opened and faced the first ball. After that, it was just Easter eggs as far as the eye can see. It was a bit of a day out. If you're into binary numbers, then you would have loved that. You'd be just going, oh, that's definitely speaking my language. But if you don't like it, then I don't blame you. That was rough.
Oh, what a take this is. Now, this has to, I want to see this side on. How high does this go? So let's see this angle first. That's got to be close to a wide. So what a take that is from Scott Austin. Here it is here. Let's see this. It's got to be a wide, surely. It's coming. Eventually. Here it comes. And, okay, maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe not. Good call. But he was way off the ground.
Alfie is a tall fella. Down the ground. Just going to be one. Yeah, you had to remember that Alfie's quite a tall fella. He must be about, 6'2", possibly. And so, yeah, my first thought was, come on, where's the wide call? But nope, that's fair enough, as the replay showed us.
Brilliant take from Scott Austin, though.
Great take.
He took that right in between. He took it in the webbing of the glove. Great take. It's 2 on the board from Croatia, and they have lost 1 wicket. So if you go by just what happened in the first 2 overs here, that means in the first 2 overs, so there was 4 wickets in that first one that Croatia bowled. There was 1 in this, so that's 5 wickets for 3 runs.
That's incredible. That's incredible stats there. But you saw it live here on the European Cricket Network, and this is the kind of thing we deliver for you as well, piping hot to your screens every day of the year, almost every day of the year, bar a couple of days here and there at the start and ends of the year when we're enjoying our holidays. As the second over's about to start, it's going to be Kamal. He's going to come into bowl. And watch out for him. He's got a lovely straight ball that comes out from wide.
Well, starts with 1 a little bit short. That's going to go to the boundary. Just drops it slightly short. And one thing that we know that both these 2 batters, they will put the loose delivery away. And that is too short. You can see he doesn't really get any height on that one. That's not going to trouble the batter. Kamal's got to go back to, and you're right, getting that ball full up there. He's bowled well, though. I think today, for me, he definitely has been the pick of the bowlers for Cyprus. Let's see if he can pick up another wicket or 2 here. This one goes out the off, rocks back, plays a delightful shot, 4 runs. Beautiful timing. That one is right out of the textbook. Just rocks back and goes, thank you very much. Classy shot.
Yeah, excellent shot, this one. I couldn't help myself there. I saw that one just while you're talking, Rico, and I said shot. It was a lovely shot. Just brings a little bit of, okay, we lost the wicket in the first over, and I'm just going to caress this one. He's looking a real package, is Alfred Beresford-Pearce. He's just come off a half century in the previous match. He's looking really solid, really good, and he's not going to mind the fact that they've already lost the wicket. He's going to look to kick on here with, of course, his good mate, Vukovic. And Kamal just loses his run up there. But yeah, what a performance has been from Croatia. They've still got a game to win here. And you can see there at the bottom there, 57 from 34 to pick up all 4 points. They're looking red hot for that. Oh, goes for the big tee shot off the 5th, the par 5, 450 metres. He goes to put that one right down the middle of the fairway. And he's missed the lot, only just.
Yeah, only just. But Kamal gets another dot ball in there now. So just having a look and talk to Braithwaite. I think Braithwaite just trying to keep him going. Saying, come on, you've been great here today. Keep going, keep fighting, keep working for it. Goes Fuller, goes for that Yorker length delivery. Doesn't quite get the ball to come in as much as he would have liked to on that occasion. But that's been the wicket-taking delivery for him.
Yeah, we've got to keep pinching ourselves and reminding ourselves that Alfie Beresford-Pearce, hope he doesn't mind me calling him Alfie either, he's he only turned 17 in October. He's still 16. He's playing with such maturity. And I saw David Skinner mention something in the chat. So, David, thank you for just prompting me to sort of, remind people about that as well. That's the thing. He's still 16. He showed so much poise in that previous match to get that 50. It was right on 50. He went out when he got his 50.
Yeah.
But he just showed the poise in that run chase. And he was very impressive. And now, okay, lose a wicket on the second ball of the innings. Everyone's a bit scared. And Cyprus got their backs up. They got the wind up. They're making a lot of noise. And he's dug in again.
Yeah, what's been really impressive for me is that over comes to an end. Well bowled there from a command 9 come from it, and the score moves on to 11-1. What's been really, really, what's the word I'm looking for? Joyful to watch the last few weeks for me. Of course, I've come from Wimbledon. Now, Wimbledon, most of the teams there in the UK had a lot of juniors in their side.
Yeah.
Young players, 16, 17. We had a 15-year-old as well playing. And they had the junior academies happening as well on either side of where the main pitch was. So many kids taking part. I know there was the same academies were happening there in Wimbledon as well. So a lot of kids. And I thought to myself, and I remember saying this to Vinny, who I was with at the time, and I mentioned it also to Tina, was that in years to come, that's what I want to see when we travel to places like maybe here, to Bulgaria, Romania, wherever we go, Hungary, all the places we're going to. We'd love to be there and see the facilities there where we're seeing juniors playing as well, actively involved in learning and playing the game. And yet we've come here to Croatia, and look what we're seeing.
Yeah.
We're seeing, again, youth, youngsters playing at a national team level. It just means and tells me that, the future of the sport is in pretty good hands in most places.
Yeah, I completely concur with that. And, it's a focus, and if it's not a focus of local federations around Europe, then it definitely should be as well. Development. That's what it should be. I can tell you right now, in Czechia, where obviously I come from and heavily involved in federation there, that's what it's all about. It's about the youth. And the Cricket Academy, led very well by Chris Pearce and his wife Renata, have done a sensational job and continue to do so with their fleet of coaches as well. And that's what it's all about. It is about putting the next generation ready for this kind of thing.
Okay, this is an opportunity, and it will be taken. So that's going to be the end of Alfred. I think he's just ran out a little bit of patience there. He wanted to keep the scoreboard ticking at a healthier rate than that. Goes for the attempted kind of a chip shot over the top of the fielder because he knows they're still in the power play. But that's a good catch taken. You see the fielder has to backpedal just to get himself out of the 30-yard circle, but holds on to the catch. So young Alfie, who is, as we said, such a talented player. We've seen good from him. I mean, his bowling has just been... You would never think the way he bowls that he's not yet turned 17. He's quite impressive. And the way he bowls, the speed and pace he bowls at, and just think that he's still got... For me, I still think that he's still got a few years of strengthening up and getting stronger. When he gets there, he's going to be so sharp and so quick. He's
going to be a real threat with bat and ball. I completely agree with you, Rico. I like the look of him. I think if along those lines, 100%, he is going to be a real threat. And you know what? Croatia are going to benefit if he sticks around. Speaking of brothers who stick around, it's going to be the Vukovic brothers now. Luke and Zach are now together out there. Luke's been in there for 4 deliveries. He's only just got the 1 run. Captain Zach comes out. He's going to be at the striker's end. He's going to face his first delivery from Waqar Ali. Now, Waqar Ali, he's a great bowler. If you're the Vukovic brothers, would you just want to see this over out? That's all you got to do.
Yeah, I think
see him off.
If he doesn't give you a bad ball, you just want to be nice and straight to him because he's going to try and get that Yorker in at you some point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you're right. You do.
Just see him off.
He's getting good. I mean, considering what the temperatures are like, and that there's not a cloud to be seen, he's still getting that ball to move around a fair bit. Is Waqar Ali. I want to finish on what I was talking about the juniors and just go to the next step. Women's cricket.
Yes.
Now, we know that in England, women's cricket is huge. We saw a lot of the women. Oh, that's a bit of a hoik, really, there from Zach. Now, Zach is an aggressive player, but I think he just, the captain should be thinking to himself, if I give them the satisfaction of us losing another wicket in the power play, they might feel that they can do the same to us. I think he's just got to calm down a little bit here. Waqar Ali is not the guy to be trying to take on. I think you see, I'm with you. Yeah. See this ball out. See his spell out. He's got 2 for 2. Just say, you know what? If I have to block one ball, I'll block this one.
Yep.
He don't want to block it. He wants to play his natural game. It's a beautiful shot as he just clips that off the pads for 4 runs and put that and add that to the total. So it takes the score at the end of the 3-over mark. They will move to 15. Now, there's going to be some low power play scores you're going to see here. They're 15 for 2. But, of course, we know that their opponent, Cyprus, were 10 for 5. And while you have a look at this, so, yeah, women's cricket, we know in England is great. Here, fantastic, growing all the time. We're going to see that, of course, at the weekend. We're going to see the European Cricket Series women take part. But what I'm loving is how they're getting involved in the game. Like here, who we got? We got Ivana, Helena, and also Mia.
Yep.
3 umpires learning the game. They've been doing third umpiring, been doing a wonderful job. And I think that when it comes to maybe the European Cricket Series, we'll see them out there in the middle as well. So the game is not just about growing with the players. Of course, you've got to grow with the umpires as well, because if you have no umpires, as I quite often say, you wouldn't have the game, and it certainly wouldn't be played to the standard that it should be played at. Good umpires make a huge difference. So it's good to see that umpires are coming along here as well, and particularly women umpires. So it's great to have Ivana, Helena and Mia here, and it's always good at the end of the day to have a little chat with them as well.
And we had a couple of players here at the ground last night too, and actually it was Ilonka who came around and gave us the drinks in earlier before. So players are coming down to watch the men play, so it's all very inclusive, and I like that a lot. It shows that the women, they're not just there because, oh yeah, you know what, it sounds like a bit of fun, I'll get involved, but whatever. It's more like, oh, cricket, I want to be part of that. Let's get into it. And the fact that they come down here and watch the cricket and help out and chat with us, the European Cricket Network, they chat with the the touring teams as well. They want to get to know people. They want to have a talk about cricket. Also they're just saying, have you seen our wonderful city? So they're being inclusive, and I love to see that as well.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there. And that will just go straight to the keeper, who once again is Scott Austin. And of course, going back to my vision of cricket in Europe in years to come, with the matches being played, juniors around being coached and also playing cricket, etc. It means more grounds, because facilities are very important.
Yeah.
More grounds. So, just touching on what you just said there about, after the match, how everybody comes here. And we can see already that there's a lot of spectators scattered around watching the cricket. But can you just imagine that a little clubhouse here?
Yeah.
How the scene would be so, after the match, all of the people we're talking about gather afterwards in the clubhouse. More people would come as well, because, you come along, get a nice cold drink, park yourself somewhere watching cricket. Basically what I saw when I took a walk there to Wimbledon, basically what the Spanish squad were doing at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
That's the next stage, and I don't think it's that far away.
I don't think it's far away either. A lot of grounds we go to, they do have a little setup like that, and it's becoming more and more popular and more prevalent.
Off the lid.
That is off the lid. So they're going to go through for one, and we'll see the umpires get up there and just check there. Well, he's down at the non-striker's end, so the umpire can go over and have a look. I always like to see the umpires off their blocks and checking out the player who's just been struck there. That is that's a rough one, isn't it, Luke? Where's that one on the lid?
Yeah, it's right on. He's saying, I'm fine, no worries. He said he's checking the lid, checking everything is okay. Hardeep, Lovedeep, we keep calling him Hardeep today.
I don't know why we keep calling him Hardeep. Yeah, it's
Lovedeep. Went up to the batter, checked. That's one thing I've liked about today as well. It's not been a nice experience for some of the Cyprus players out there. They've taken a good old hiding today. Nothing's gone well for them, but they still been so sporting in every way.
So Lovedeep's also been one of those guys too, has really, sort of typified exactly that. And even just that moment then, the umpire was checking the helmet. Lovedeep walked over and said, are you right? Gave him a little pat on the back. There were smiles. It was well handled. Then he went back to the top of his mark, and he's going to continue his attack now, bowling now to brother Zach. And umpire just reminds him, of course, and says, well, that's your short for the over. Just so we're all aware. 18 for 2, still 2 to come in the fourth. Still runs to be collected here for Croatia to get a series win here on the first day of the ECIs.
Oh, another big hoik. Doesn't move his feet at all. There's Zach again. He's it's not a bad shot to attempt, but he needs to move his feet. Doesn't get the foot across there at all. It's a bit of a hoik. If he gets it right, he has the power. There's no doubt about that.
I believe Scott Burdekin hasn't taken to the field, and I think Aminul Islam is on in his place. That's the sort of message that I'm seeing. So if any eagle-eyed people are wondering where Captain Scott is, I believe that after we talked about him looking a bit rough in the innings, I think it's fair enough that he's off there. Lovely stop. Lovedeep. I like that. I like that a lot. Watch this.
Look at that.
Oi, I'll shape up. I'll throw you down. Oh, you stay in your ground, young man.
Well, किधर जा रहे हैं कुछ नहीं मिलना. I'd like that. When you bear in mind that he hit him on the lead early and he was like, you're right, buddy, you're right.
Yeah.
And that soon changed, didn't it?
It did. But that's okay. That's okay. This is in the run of play. It all makes sense to be like that as we have drinks come onto the ground, I think. Yeah, after the fourth drinks are coming on the ground. That's okay. That's all right. That's how it goes. That's nothing untoward there either. You know, like you stay in your crease. Didn't field it cleanly, but still gives the stare. Still needs to remind the batter, hey, we're still at war here. Don't forget, there's still a game up for grabs.
Yeah,
still a series.
There is still a game up for grabs. Now, one thing that Croatia haven't done, I mean, I know there's a few comments there in the chat saying, well, they haven't won it in the power play. A few people thought they might do. But this game, they've taken it up to around over 8 and over required. So basically, now you can think that 66 is worth 80. That's the way I look at that. And you never know, Croatia. Look, Luke, hasn't got game yet. He's on 2 of 6. But Zach is swinging his bat. If he gets his wicket, and look at Braithwaite here talking to all the... I mean, you can see them in the huddle there. Braithwaite is really talking to him. He's saying, hey, guys, this match could already have been done by now. It could have all been... They could have been on about 45, 50.
That's right.
But they're not. They're on 18. They haven't hit 20 yet. We were on 20 for 5. They're 18 for 2. We get another wicket. We're right in this. Don't give it up. That's what he's saying here. Don't give it up. But at the same time, I think Cyprus also know that all it will take is 1 over for either one of these to go big. The over could go magical. That's the game done. But they just got to keep finding over by over. And that's why I like the fact that they go back to Kamal here to see if he can get that breakthrough straight after the drinks.
Totally agree. Yep, let's see. Clubs down the ground, going to be just the one. Braithwaite, the man you were just talking about, comes in there. He did, that's exactly what Braithwaite was saying, Rico. You're 100% correct. They're not out of this. This is not going to be a cakewalk. But it takes one massive over to suddenly go, there goes the game. But it takes an over of 2 wickets to say, well, you know. So we're reserving our judgment until the fight is done. Thank you very much.
That's nicely played, but there's a sweeper out there, and I think that's Taranga, who does that's a good arm there from Taranga. You see him behind the stumps, but he's given up that position to Scott Austin for the last few matches. So nice bit of fielding. Right, this is now Zach. Now Zach has been, he hands over to Luke. Zach in a hurry, but Luke's been pretty more calm. Just tries to guide this away. There's a big gap, isn't there, between the short third and backward point. He just tries to time this away, but the extra bounce that's generated there from Kamal, he's not able to do it. So Luke, he's the one who's trying to say, no, I'm not going to give my wicket away necessarily, where Zach is being a little bit more aggressive. The two brothers out there, full toss, and scuffs at this really. We'll have a look at this side on. I think it was a slower one for Kamal, so shouldn't trouble, I don't think, the umpires. Here it is again, and he is attacking it. So, yeah, that's not a problem. I think it's more disappointment there, actually, that Luke doesn't get more off that.
There's a good comment here from David Skinner. He's talking about Zagreb Sokol. We'll get to that in just a sec. Oh, good delivery. Cut straight through him. Didn't know a lot about that, did Zach? Just beat him neck and crop. Yeah, David Skinner, who's been very active in the chat over the last few days, Rico, as you know, plays for Sokol Zagreb as well. And he's just said that the ground is on the outskirts of Zagreb. The facilities are a tin shed and a fridge. The fridge usually full of beer, though. That covers the most important parts of a clubhouse. David, you're speaking my language. 100%. Oh. And we will see David Skinner here at the ground next week, as he is named in the Zagreb Sokol team. I hope we do see you here, David. Yeah, I know you played for Sir Oliver Split maybe last year or the year before, I think it was. So, yeah, looking forward to meeting you face-to-face, obviously. Up-and-coming events, well, we're here neck-deep in Croatia here. The ECI action is unfolding before your eyes. We are, however, on the cusp of possibly a series win to Croatia. They've still got a bit to do before we get to ECS and ECSW action. Norway on the cards with internationals, Germany Kiel, Romania Encore. Austria and Hungary is what is rounding out the action here in August. It's a hot August here in Central Europe, and we're bringing it all to you live on the European Cricket Network.
Do you think they could do this? I'm starting to be serious here now.
Cyprus?
That rate's now gone 9.2. It's 21 for 2, halfway point, 5 overs to go. And Croatia making hard work of this.
The bonus point's gone. They're not going to get that. I'll tell you that for nothing.
Well,
good ball.
well bowled,
Just
then.
a single.
And I like what Braithwaite is doing here as well. Braithwaite is basically saying, look, I'm going to use all my big guns because I know that this match can be done in an over. But every time we take it into another over and they're not getting the required rate, i.e. 9, the rate goes up. If I can keep going like this for another 3 overs, then we go to the last couple of overs and maybe they need 30 off 2. We've got a chance, and they certainly have. Oh, it's another hoik, you see. And I just think here, it's one of those, we say this a lot, when it's a low-scoring target, you just start batting differently. And Zach here he's kind of, I don't know, he feels that he should be easily putting these balls away to the boundary the way he has done in the earlier matches. But he's lost his touch. He has lost his touch. That's 11 balls for 6 so far here for Zach. Well, that will help. He'll be looking for one. And that will be muscled away for 6. So finally gets the middle of the bat. And, well, look at that. That's Shub actually hiding under the brolly there. The Shub, part of the ECN crew. And there he is. He's got a nice little office.
What's he do? Oh, he's doing well for himself.
Oh, an office with a view. And he's got shade. He's got the breeze.
He's probably getting drinks delivered to him every half hour on the half hour. He's doing quite well out there. We'll have to go and sort him out. We'll pinch the umbrella tonight. Make sure he tomorrow.
Actually, seriously, we could do with that umbrella. Keep the sun off our equipment.
Yeah.
Firmly hit. 4 runs. Nobody's stopping that.
Shot.
And that just takes the pressure off. That's what they've been waiting for. That is what they've been waiting for. Zach, bang, boom. Beautiful, powerful. 4 runs. 6 and 4. Altogether now, hungry for more is Zach. And now that changes things, doesn't it? Because all of a sudden, this over from Lovedeep has gone for 11. There's still 2 balls to go.
The run rate required jumps back down to 8, Rico.
Jumps
back to
down.
8.
The only thing you do here if you're Cyprus is get a wicket. Got to get this wicket. Can they get a wicket? Go for it. That's been hit hard. It's a good, nice bounce there for the fielder to get the throw in. That's Adam. Now, what's Adam done to himself, by the way? I'd love to know what he's done to himself because why aren't we seeing him, turning his arm over?
Adam Sen needs a bowl.
Yeah.
He does. He needs to change things up here. Look, if they need wickets, because I don't think they're going to contain them, but in order to contain them, they've got to take some wickets right now. They need to get rid of the Vukovic brothers. To do that, get Adam Sen on, get someone on who's going to take pace off.
Watch the bounce and dealt with nicely by Kamal. Just a single. Yeah, I agree with that. I remember I said I like what Braithwaite is doing. He's keeping the key bowlers on, the ones he feels are likely to get in the wicket. He knows, I suppose in the back of his mind, he knows he could make a change with maybe going with somebody like Roshan or even Adam. And if that over goes magical, then that's trouble. And this is what he's doing here. I think he is going to Roshan before he goes to Adam Sen. Now, my only worry with Roshan, there's 2 things. One, he has bowled a few extras, a few wide deliveries, which in a low-scoring match like this you can't afford to do. But these 2 are so good on a ball that's been over-pitched. They'll bang it. He does like the bowl around the wicket. I would agree with you. I think if I was going to make this bold move now and take the pace off, I would probably go to Adam Sen before I go to Roshan.
I would too. I'm not sure Roshan's the right choice here. He's had success, but he's also given away a few runs in the process. And I think today especially, I'm not sure. The last match that he played, I wasn't convinced. So I'm not sure this is the right way to go, but captain out there, or captain not out there, Burdekin is, as I said, I think he's still off on the sidelines. I don't think he's taking his place out there on the field. But we see what Roshan can do.
And he starts okay. There'll only just be a single, which he has to really do the fielding himself because there's nobody in there at the mid-wicket. This is also something we've talked a lot about. Protecting boundaries don't win you a match here for Cyprus.
Yeah.
getting wickets into your match. They're not going to take too many catches on the leg side with nobody at mid-wicket. You've got to have a mid-wicket. I like the fact they've got somebody in the catching position next to the keeper. That's gone. That's adios, Pelota. That is gone a long way. It's a beautiful shot. The timing, the execution, and the pickup of this was just class. Have a look at this. It's a brutal hit. 6 runs. Says Carreras. But yeah, you see, that's another reason. If they're going to hit it for 6, well, you got a man on the boundary, you got 2 in the boundary, makes no difference. But if they miscue one and you got nobody there to catch the ball, that makes a difference. I'd have my mid-wicket up. You got nothing to lose here. Have a field set to take wickets. That's what I'm saying. Have a field set to take wickets. Bring the mid-wicket up. Get them in the catching position. And if you want, keep a wide long one out there just in case there's an opportunity. But they've got to be fielders inside the circle to take the catch if it presents itself.
Siri Wardner, he's going to try coming over the wicket now. Now, this is interesting. I'm not sure we've seen him do this so far in this series, or even since we've been here for a few days during the T20Is. Good throw back. Too hot for Roshan to take. I'm not sure Roshan's bowled over the wicket so far.
First time, you're right.
So the batters are forced to change. He himself is forced to change on himself to say, I need to find something else here, something they haven't seen. So good on him for trying something different. They just got to make sure they get the fielding right, because now it's not cutting it across in front of the right-hander. Maybe less protection needed behind point.
It's going to be wide. Goes a little bit too wide here, does Roshan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's interesting. Trip Denny, he's saying start the car in the chat. A few people also joining him as well. Yeah, I'm not too sure, guys. I'm not too sure. It's looking pretty academic, but you still got to get it.
All right. Braithwaite. Nah, this time he can't get anywhere near it. He can't get a hand on it to save the boundary. It's a wonderful leap from Braithwaite. He's launched himself upwards at this. Just look at the height he gets on that. That's quite incredible. But can't get there. He's a super athlete, is Braithwaite, but that's going to be 6 runs. And, now they take it down to just 18 required for a victory. They're not going to do it off the 2 balls to get all the points, though. That's an awkward one. You can't be too hard on Kamal about that. He's actually fielded very well in that part of the boundary. But look, he's done more or less everything right. But look at that bounce there. It just takes off. And as he goes down, the ball comes up. And it's one of those, you either wear it or you try and stop it. And he couldn't stop it. It's dragged now out onto the leg side. Braithwaite gets a hand onto it. The batters will come back for 2. He throws it in with all his might, but he can't stop the couple that they take. So just chipping away at this now. Croatia, the win surely will be theirs here. 55 for 2 at the end of that over there from Roshan. And that's what I was fearing. Look, I'm not going to say I told you so, but I just didn't see Roshan making the impact that was required. Just some of the Cyprus players, I'm just looking them around me. Lovedeep Singh is on the ground. He's just sat holding his head. They know what's coming here. They're feeling it. It's the emotions in the game, the emotions in sport is quite. It can be really tough, kind of. Yesterday they were celebrating. Yesterday they were all smiles. Even when we went back to the Diamond Hotel, our base, and what a hotel it is as well. When we went back there and we're having some cold beverages on International Beer Day, we mingled with both sets of players, but of course Cyprus with a happy team, smiles on their faces.
That's right.
They were so happy about what they did. And now look at the emotions here today. Now, no doubt when we go back today, because of course Team Cyprus are in the same hotel as us, there's going to be a different feel about them, isn't there?
Be a very different feel about them indeed. They'll be talking about what should have happened, what didn't happen, and they'll be lamenting opportunities in these 4 matches that have unfolded before our eyes today. I don't even think it's even worth talking about and what about tomorrow. They'll be just too busy dwelling on what they didn't achieve today, as that shot is also now squeezed out to the boundary. So it's all going the way of Vukovic. Take your pick, Zach or Luke. It's all going their way now. And for the family, because they're going to be very happy as well. This is exceptional play from them. They took a while to get going. They were sort of like 5 and 6 of 10 odd deliveries. But well done.
If you keep your wickets intact, this is what happens, and they did. All right, there were some rash shots. There were maybe some scares, but they kept their wickets intact, even though they were 21 for 2 at that 5-over mark. But if you keep your wickets intact, the runs will come, the bad ball will come, the boundary will come. And just with that, you know, you get yourself to a point you're going to win the game. So they're almost there now. We will no doubt bump into the Cyprus team when we get back, and of course there'll be a different mood about them.
Yep.
Now, one of the things that they will no doubt say to us is that, yeah, tough day. They just played 2 very tough T20 international days of cricket, 4 matches, which they won all 4. They've got a limited squad. Of course, they can't travel with a huge squad, and budget, etc., doesn't allow.
Yep.
Whereas the home side, as they've done today, very productively made some changes. So there'll be a lot of talk about, you know, our boys were tired. They got fresh legs.
Sure.
Which I will take that on board. I'm not going to dismiss that. But I'm still not going to be afraid to say I understand that. But today you were outthought and outplayed.
Totally. Yep.
You know, and I hope that Cyprus also do feel that. It's a tough day. The players are hurting. We know that. Scott's not on the field. We know that everybody's feeling it a little bit. It's a wickedly hot day. But that's not why they've lost here today. They've lost here today because Cyprus have played this format much better than them. The same way they played the T20 format much better than Croatia.
Yeah, honestly, it's as simple as that. I completely agree with you. That's what it is. So yeah, they've come up against Croatia, who have just played this T10 format way better. There's a good example there of how things can suddenly go quite strange when a bowler puts it on a good length and the ball can rear up like that. This partnership with 54 between the Vukozic brothers there, Luke and Zach, seeing their team home, seeing their country to a series win here. They're very excited, very happy. I think they just waved away the drinks. They said, "We don't want the drinks. We want to get this done," because they know they're what, 2 runs away from finishing this off. 1 run to draw level and another one to get the win. And you expect it to happen sometime in the next 30 or 40 seconds. It should be pretty straightforward. Yeah,
well, we saw another example there of somebody who's normally behind the stumps having a bowl, Tharanga.
Yeah.
It wasn't the worst of overs. It went for 10. There was 2 boundaries in it. But that means fair play to Cyprus on one thing. They've taken it into the 9th over. I don't think too many people thought and saw that happening. So we do go into the 9th. There's going to be just, we're just confirming the scores. Yeah, 2 needed to win. And it's Roshan will bowl it. Defensively played. No run this time. I get the feeling here that maybe a couple of things. I think. Do you think that Luke is probably thinking, you know what, I might take the single and let my captain hit the winning runs?
I reckon he's thinking that. I'm thinking the older brother is looking to his younger brother saying, "I want you to do this." It's a brotherly moment here, or not?
Well, it should only. Well, there's nobody back there. I was going to say should only be a single, but there's nobody there. So that will be it. It is done. It is concluded. It will be a victory for Croatia. No surprises there in this match. And congratulations to Croatia. They put behind them the disappointment of 2 painful days for them in the T20 internationals, where they lost all 4 matches, 2 on day 1 and 2 on day 2. They were leaving the ground pretty somber yesterday, whereas, of course, Cyprus had massive smiles on their faces. How quickly the tables can turn.
How quickly indeed, yep. From the glory of T20I action, which, hey, look, they still won the T20I series 4-0, so that's ranking points. They're still going to be buoyed by that. Look, they've come here today. They've been outclassed. You said it a few moments ago, Rico. Outclassed, outplayed. It's just one of those moments where they'll have to just suck it up and say, you know what? We were outclassed. We were outplayed. We didn't make certain decisions that the Croatian team did make. They made those decisions well. We didn't make certain decisions well. And that's why we're 4-0 in a best-of-7 series, and we've lost the ECIs to a team which has just gelled better, played better, worked the conditions better as well. You could argue home ground advantage. You could argue a few points and things like that. I would opine what you said, Richard Rico, which is pretty much they've just done a better job here today. Out of all the 4 matches, that second match was a classic, by the way, but all 4 matches have gone the way of Croatia. But the fact that they've just played better, they've made better decisions in the field with the bowling changes, with the batting, the batter's mindset, things have just clicked.
Yeah, and for me, the first match was so important. I think if they went down in the first match, then I think they would have been, oh no, here we go again. That would have affected them mentally, affected them in the mind. I'm pretty sure it would have, because I think that did happen in the T20s yesterday, especially going into that final match. But winning the first, it's almost like, hey, we can beat these guys. We just won. And it was a good, comfortable victory in that first match.
Yep.
And then they got a victory from, well, it's a funny game, that second one. When, one moment they were easily the favourites. Then, of course, the table swung and it was Cyprus were going to win the match. And then from nowhere, Croatia win it. And I think that was, that hurt Cyprus a lot. And I don't think they've recovered from that. And I think now that they've lost 4 here, how they come back tomorrow is going to be very, very important. Just take a look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that's why they've taken it into the ninth. Just the 1 wide and 1 leg by, just 2 extras. So you got to take positives there as well. And for me, if I'm there with Cyprus here now, and I'm Braithwaite and I'm Scott Burdick, one thing I'm going to be saying to the guys, look, even when the chips were down, you pushed it hard into the, you go into the 9th over. Nobody expected that. Also, you were tidy with the ball.
Yep.
You only gave away 1 wide and 1 extra. So there's a lot of positives there. I think the bowling there again from Wakarali, so good. 2 for 6. Cameron Reyes, he's been great all day. So they fought hard. Question is, they've got to change. And there's no doubt about it. They want to bat first. They believe they can bat first. They believe that's a strength they have, but they didn't show it. Tomorrow, they have to show it.
I totally agree. They got to show us something. They can't possibly go into tomorrow with such sort of lack of enthusiasm, and they need to come out with some optimism as well and show us their quality, because they did so well. As we welcome you into the Igloo for the last time here today on this, day number 3. Day number 3 of our 11-day tour of Croatia here. Myself and Rico will welcome you for the final time today. After 4 big games here today, the ECI series has indeed gone to Croatia with a 4-0 victory situation today, winning all 4 games, 3 games tomorrow. Rico, it's been a great 4 games, but you're absolutely right. What sort of Cyprus team turns up tomorrow? They need to play for something. I want them to show us something.
Yeah, and I'm just giving a lot of waves to a lot of people, a lot of the happy Cyprus people and kids that are running across us here. And they no doubt will be happy. So tomorrow, 3 matches, playing for pride, really.
Yep.
I was thinking about this. The way I'm thinking here, I don't know what you feel. I think Cyprus tonight, it's got to be quite a stern team talk, but you got to still, one thing you got to do, you can't be too negative. The positives are, hey, we just won 4 T20 internationals on the spin.
Yep.
We've improved our record immensely. That's going to reflect on our rankings.
Yep.
All right, we didn't have a good day today. So I think the way you say is, we won 2 days, we lost a day.
Yep.
Another day to come. Let's forget what's happened today. Let's treat tomorrow like 3 matches, and let's try to win tomorrow. So in other words, let's try and make it a 3-0 or a 2-1, whatever it is.
Yep.
Let's try and win tomorrow. I think if Cyprus can do that, despite not winning this ECI tournament, they'll be pretty happy with the outcome. But tomorrow's a big day for them.
It is a big day, and you know what? You could say, okay, it's dead rubbers tomorrow. I don't like the phrase dead rubber, because I would want, exactly as you described, them to come back tomorrow with their coaching staff, having a good chat with them tonight, and bring those positives back out and say, right, tomorrow, before we leave and head back home again, let's show our quality here. Let's show the reasons and all the good things we've learnt from these 4 matches that we didn't win. Let's show what we've learnt from that and turn that into 3 wins. Let's show the Croatian guys here, show ECN, and show the audience out there as well that this is Cyprus cricket and this is what we can do. We're not... Okay, we're out of it. We haven't won the ECI, but we won the T20Is. We're a quality outfit. Let us show you what we can do. And I'm looking forward to seeing that tomorrow. I'm sure we're going to see some positive attitudes from the Croatian guys. From the Cyprian guys. They're a great bunch as well. They're so much fun. They're great characters. I'm looking forward to seeing them just lift their heads up tomorrow and come back and show us something. Yeah,
you mentioned the word quality. I mean, let's just highlight quality. The quality that we've seen here in the day has been outstanding.
It has been great. I agree.
Most of it has been from Croatia. I mean, the youngsters performing brilliantly. Zach, I mean, 6 sixes, folks. 6 sixes in an over. Yes, we had it. An over that went for 40, of course. I think Scott Austin won't want us to be talking about that too much, but it happened. Let's talk about Luke coming into the side. What a player. This guy looks class. And he's scored runs, but the fielding that we just saw in this match was absolute. It took your breath away. It was outstanding. It burnt out the electrics. We were sparked out for a bit. It was so good. Some of the other bowling that we see as well. I think Alfred is another very good player. Young player, very good. Cyprus, Kamal, bowl well. Wakarali, bowl really well. Loved it, wasn't probably at his best, but we know that he too, that's why he was rested for those 2 matches yesterday. He does have a bit of a back issue. We saw a good knock there from Adam Sen. He was good here today as well.
Yes.
We're a little bit puzzled why we didn't see him bowling. But I think for me, probably one of the pick of the players today also has got to be Rashid Hashmi. I think he was so good. I mean, it's so hot here today. He batted it amazingly well, even though he took a few blows. Remember, he was like all over the place. But then in the next in the next innings, he was out there. He was wicket keeping. He really put a big effort in. So we've seen some big performances from some of the players here. And there's the quality on the field. And, of course, there's a lot of quality off the field as well. 2 circles. You were brilliant. Well done to 2 circles. Massive shout out to the umpires. The heat is on. They're out there in the middle. They are roasting. And they've got to be out there for 2 innings, not just one like the fielders. Well done to the umpires. Really organised really well by Charles Croucher. I like the decision that was made there also to do drinks after 4 and 8 because it was so hot. Also to the ECN crew, the concentration that's required for the scorers. So big shout out there to our scorers. I know Vasu, Samir, Marzi, that's in there as well. Shub doing a great job. I think it's been a massive effort from the ECN crew as well, and a big thanks to the Federation here because they've tried to keep, in fact not tried to, they have kept us going, providing us with what we need, the water, the ice, the cooler and everything. So I want to say big thank you to everyone, but of course we can't go without saying a special big thank you to all of our viewers on the chat.
That's the guys all out there who are probably still watching right now. Thank you so much for your participation here today. The chat keeps us going. We love that. We feed off that. You feed off us. And it's just this lovely little bit of circular motion that keeps going, keeps me and Rico going, even if we're stuck in a sauna, which we've been stuck in here today. But you know what? Tomorrow we're going to come back. We're going to do it again. And we hope that you're going to join us tomorrow as well for 3 more games coming your way tomorrow here on the European Cricket Network at this lovely ground here in Zagreb under beautiful blue skies, albeit warm conditions. But we will be back tomorrow.
We've got to move the body. Come on, move the body. The music is playing. Be good, be calm, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
Bye.